100 years ago, in a small room at the Wei family estate in Guangdong, a 12-year-old boy was tossing and turning in his bed. That boy was Wei Yanhao, smiling at his own burning ambition. I want to become the greatest in the world. Born into a family of martial artists, he quickly realized that the only way to achieve his dream was through constant, relentless effort. The young boy lying there sighed. No matter how gifted you are, you can't succeed without hard work. However, for a boy as determined as him, a small problem had emerged. He turned his head to look out the window, where the sunset was slowly fading. He sat up, gazing blankly at the final moments of the day. Then he rolled back into bed and sighed. What a shame. I was planning to start my journey to become the world's #1 today, but it's already gotten dark. Ah well, I'll just get a good night's sleep. The training can wait until tomorrow. Just then, someone entered the room. Seeing the boy fast asleep, he roared, "Get up, now!" The boy woke up with a smile. "Father, you're here." The man was Wei Yanhao, the head of the Wei family of Guangdong, known as the righteous sword hero. He looked at his son sternly. "Do you know the sun is about to set?" The boy scratched his head. "I know." The man asked again, "And you're still lazing around like this?" The boy replied casually, "Well, yeah, because the sun's about to set." Wei Yanhao grew angry, veins popping on his forehead. "Do you have any idea how long you've been lazing around in this room?" The boy seemed a little confused. 2 days, or was it 3? It was probably just 2. The man roared in fury. "It's been 4 days. 4 days, you little brat. For 4 whole days, all you've done is hole yourself up in this room, wrapped up in your blanket, just tossing and turning. Isn't your back sore yet? Even a bear hibernating 3 days would have to roll over from the sweat on its back." The boy just chuckled and scratched his head. "That's why I sit up every once in a while before lying back down." "You're worrying for nothing, father." These words only made the man angrier, and he clenched his jaw tightly. Seeing this, the boy quickly changed his tune. "It's not what you think. Father, I was actually planning to train, but every time I opened my eyes, the sun had already set. And when the sun sets, you have to sleep right. What else can I do? That way, I can wake up early tomorrow to train. Isn't that right?" This only enraged his father more. He strode forward, ripped the blankets off the bed, and yelled, "You little punk, today I'm going to beat this laziness out of you, and while I'm at it, I'll beat out that insolence too." Just like that, the boy tumbled to the floor, landing in a handstand position. A while later, his father was back in his study, holding his head and sighing. The head steward Zhao Feng entered and asked, "Are you worried about the second young master, my lord?" He sighed in response. "If he weren't the way he is, why would I have to worry?" Zhao Feng tried to comfort him. "The young master will mature soon enough." But this only made him more dejected. He held his head in his hands and said, "It's all my fault." He recalled when Wei Yanhao was 2 years old, Wei Yanhao had set out on his journey through the martial world. His wife, 2 sons, and unborn daughter had all sadly seen him off. He initially thought the trip would last 2 years at most, but he got swept up in countless events in the martial world, and it took him 8 years to return home. Thanks to that, he earned the title of Righteous Sword Hero, achieving fame far beyond his expectations. However, the price he paid was not small. When he returned, his once gentle wife had become more fearsome than a tigress. And the son he had loved so dearly had now turned into a slacker so lazy he couldn't even bear to look at him. Remembering it all, he couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. Zhao Feng smiled gently and comforted him. "Please don't worry too much, my lord. I'm sure there's a solution." He stood up and stared intently at Zhao Feng. "What solution?" Zhao Feng replied seriously. "Indeed, my lord. Have you forgotten he will be returning soon?" Hearing this, Wei Yanhao's spirits lifted, and he nodded. "That's right." Zhao Feng continued. "After 3 years of hard work at the martial academy, it's time for him to come home." Wei Yanhao nodded with a sinister grin. "That's right. That little brat Wei Yanhao is about to meet his doom." The only person Wei Yanhao was afraid of was his older brother, Wei Shanhao. Suddenly Yanhao shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. He turned his head and saw Wei Shanhao standing there, staring at him with a cold gaze. "Little brother, how many hours have you been sleeping?" Yanhao broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Brother, when did you get here?" Wei Shanhao's face was stern. "I asked you first." Yanhao scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Oh, that Wei Shanhao wasn't in a joking mood. His expression remained ice cold. "Terrified," Yanhao explained. "It's not what you think. I was training early this morning. I pushed myself so hard that I got exhausted, so I was just taking a little nap." "I swear," he insisted, while inwardly cursing. "Damn it, when the hell did he get back?" Wei Shanhao was skeptical. "You're saying you've already trained?" When Yanhao nodded, he pointed to a nearby lamp. "In that case, use one of your techniques to slice that candle in half for me. Let me see how much you've improved in the 3 years I've been away." Yanhao didn't dare refuse. He could only get out of bed, grab his sword, and walk over to the lamp. Wei Shanhao urged him on. "What are you standing there for? Make your move." Yanhao nervously raised his sword. "But we're inside. It's dangerous." Wei Shanhao was annoyed. "I'll worry about that. Stop making excuses and hurry up and strike." Yanhao had no choice but to comply. He squeezed his eyes shut and told himself, "Whatever happens, happens." He took a deep breath and began to spin his sword. After a moment, he pointed his sword forward. The candle was about 3 meters away. Yanhao pushed off with his feet lunging forward. Wei Yanhao watched intently from behind, not blinking an eye. The technique Yanhao was attempting was called Flying Dragon, soars the heavens. After a flurry of movements, he let out a sigh of relief and looked back, but the candle was still perfectly intact, completely unharmed. Yanhao was horrified. I'm really done for this time, he thought. Wei Yanhao spoke up. 3 years have passed. 3 years is enough time to master a sword art. Enough time to break through to a new level. And yet you're even worse than you were 3 years ago. You disappoint me. With that, his older brother left the room without another word. A short while later, the family of 5 was gathered around the banquet table. Yanhao sat there with a gloomy expression, thinking to himself, I'm definitely going to get indigestion. Wei Zhengxuan turned to his older son and asked, How was life at the martial academy? Did you face any difficulties? Wei Yanhao answered calmly, Everything was fine, father. If training didn't have its difficulties, it wouldn't be training. I believe those are challenges I must overcome on my own. Wei Zhengxuan nodded in satisfaction. You've worked hard while I was away. Wei Yanhao replied, You're the one who endured hardship on your long journey, father. Wei Zhengxuan nodded. All right. Is there anything else you wish to share with the family? Wei Yanhao put down his chopsticks and said, Seriously, there is one thing I'd like to say. Han Shang'e immediately asked, What is it, Wei? Shanhao looked straight ahead. It was about Yanhao again. Han Shang'e frowned with worry. Is something wrong with Wei Yanhao? Yanhao was suddenly startled, thinking to himself, Big brother, don't jinx me. What could possibly be wrong with me? Wei Yanhao looked at him and said clearly, I'm taking him to the martial arts hall. Hearing this news, Yanhao was stunned, his mouth agape and speechless. The scene changes to 2 divine figures. Wei Zhengxuan couldn't help but remark that whether it was Grandmaster Wusan or Peng Daocheng, just hearing Wei Yanhao's name was enough to make them grit their teeth in frustration. That was the beginning of a great historical event. At that time, no one suspected that this lazy teenager would become a grandmaster who could shake the world. As soon as Yanhao rode out of the house, he lamented sadly, Big brother, can't we rest for a bit before we continue? Wei Yanhao reluctantly continued his journey to the martial arts hall as his family said their tearful goodbyes. Wei Shulian cried and clung to him. Second brother, please don't go. Wei Zhengxuan said cheerfully, You must become a true man before you're allowed to return. Han Shang'e gave them worried instructions. You two remember to be careful on the road. Yanhao waved a sad goodbye to everyone. The 2 brothers spurred their horses onward. The journey was relatively smooth, at least from Wei Shanhao's perspective. Yanhao lay on his back on the horse, groaning, Ugh, are we there yet? Wei Shanhao replied, Just another 10 days and we'll be there. Yanhao was shocked. You've got to be kidding me, Wei Shanhao reminded him. If you had ridden your horse properly, we would have been there in 5 days. Yanhao retorted irritably, I told you I've never ridden a horse before. Wei Shanhao calmly replied, I'm not blaming you. Yanhao fumed, But you are blaming me right now. Wei Yanhao remained calm. You asked, so I answered. Yanhao continued to whine. Can't we just rest for a while before going on? Do you have any idea how steep this hill is? I'm exhausted. My back feels like it's going to break, and my butt feels like it's going to explode. He pointed to a nearby tree. Look over there. Those people must be so tired. They're all just lying on the ground, resting. Wei Yanhao followed his gaze and was suddenly startled. He immediately dismounted. Yanhao was confused. What's wrong? Where are you going? Wei Yanhao didn't answer and walked towards the group of people. Yanhao followed, asking, What are you doing? Wei Yanhao sighed. It's too late. They're all dead. Hearing this, Yanhao broke into a cold sweat and cried out in terror. Wei Yanhao picked something up and gestured for Yanhao to look. He pulled back the corpse's clothing, pointed to a wound on the victim's chest, and explained, This is a technique called the Dam Hoa Palm. Yanhao asked doubtfully, Dam Hoa Palm, you mean like flower-loving palm? Wei Yanhao shook his head. It was originally called the Chik Hua Palm, but a perverted fiend named Shi Jue used it to commit countless crimes, so its name was changed to the Dam Hua Palm. Yanhao interrupted. Wait, a perverted fiend, does that mean he's nearby? Wei Yanhao continued. Shi Jue doesn't frequent places like brothels, he specifically targets women traveling on secluded mountain roads. The fact that there are bodies killed by the Dam Hoa Palm here proves that he has targeted a woman and attacked them, which means a woman is in danger right now. After speaking, he shot off with incredible speed, leaving a message behind. I'll be right back. You wait here. Yanhao shouted in panic. You're telling me to stay here and watch the horses with these corpses? Big brother, you can't be serious. But no matter how much he yelled, Wei Yanhao's figure had already vanished. Yanhao nervously glanced at the bodies beside him. The 2 warhorses were panting heavily, and flies were swarming around the corpses. The more he looked, the more terrified he became. He lost all hope. After an unknown amount of time, the sky began to darken. Yanhao looked up at the sky and screamed, You liar, why aren't you back yet? If I knew this would happen, I would have rather you taken me with you. But then he began to think seriously. Could something have happened to Big Brother? Otherwise, there's no reason he'd be this late. Just then, a strong gust of wind howled past. Yanhao gripped the reins tightly, keeping the warhorse from bolting. I have to think of something. If I just stand here, I might become food for the wolves. Right after, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, making him scream in terror. It began to pour. Yanhao looked up at the sky, dejected. I'm so screwed. His scream echoed through the area. In the pouring rain, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push the war horses up the mountain. For some reason, he had loaded all the bodies onto the horses' backs and decided to take them with him. Damn it, if I leave the bodies here, they'll become food for wild animals. I can't just abandon them. I was going to give them a proper burial and then leave, but who knew it would rain? I have to find shelter fast. Just then, the warhorse suddenly stopped. Yanhao, pushing from behind, yelled in frustration. What's wrong with this horse now? It's so disobedient. By now, he had reached the bank of a stream. A bolt of lightning struck, startling the warhorse, which kicked him away with its hind legs. Yanhao couldn't react in time and rolled into a bush, moaning in pain. A moment later, he managed to crawl up. Oh God, my back. That goddamn horse deserves to die. But as he sat up, he was startled by a realization. What's this cave? Immediately after he burst into crazed, joyful laughter. Awesome, I found shelter. He turned and looked outside, seeing the two war horses still standing there. Yanhao quickly tied their reins to a nearby rock so they wouldn't run off. After he was done, he stood there looking at them and sighed. I can't even beat you in a fight. Then he looked down at his own state and muttered, what a mess. No wonder people say leaving home is nothing but hardship. I've left a mark at the cave entrance, so Big Brother should be able to find his way here. With that said, he flopped onto the ground and sighed. Well, I might as well get some sleep. But no matter how long he lay there, he couldn't close his eyes, worrying, I hope nothing happened to Big Brother. Probably not. I mean, it's him we're talking about, right? He'll definitely come back and find me here. Finally, he drifted off to sleep. While he was asleep, the two war horses managed to untie their reins and wandered off. The sun soon rose, but Yanhao remained sound asleep. He showed no signs of waking. By the time night fell again, he had slept for 2 straight days without stirring. Suddenly, a blue light appeared around his body, quickly enveloping him completely. This light gently lifted him into the air, carrying him deeper into the cave through a rock wall and disappearing from sight. An unknown amount of time later, Yanhao groggily woke up. He looked around in a daze. Where am I? The cave ceiling looks strange. It seems I've gone deeper into the cave. Did I roll here in my sleep? Just then, a voice echoed, Oh, fated one. Wei Yanhao was startled. What is this? He collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. But just then, he noticed a blue orb of light floating in the air. A voice emanated from it, welcoming the fated one who had arrived at this place. Oh, my descendant of the infinite white light sword. Wei Yanhao asked skeptically. Excuse me, is that glowing orb talking to me? The voice confirmed. Yes. O fated one, I am transcending space and time to pass my will onto you. Accept my will and bring peace to the world. But Wei Yanhao just screamed in terror. What kind of demon is this? The voice reassured him. Do not be afraid. I have already ascended. What remains here is but a fragment of my consciousness. I left it for the fated one who would come here later. So, do not doubt and accept my will. Wei Yanhao thought to himself. Wait a minute, this situation seems so familiar. A mysterious cave. The consciousness of a senior martial artist. This has to be a fated encounter. It must be a blessing from the heavens for living a good life. With this, I can get strong quickly. I won't even need the martial arts hall anymore. He burst out laughing with joy. The voice spoke again. There isn't much time. O fated one, accept my sword techniques and use them to restore justice to the world. I shall pass down my light sword style to you. You must train relentlessly to hone yourself. If you inherit my bloodline, your talent will surely be outstanding. You only need to train hard here for 30 years, and you will be able to replicate a portion of my power. The moment our guy heard that, he knew something was off. He thought he was getting a cheat code, but he still has to grind. Does this old geezer think 30 years is a short time or something? So in the end, it's still all about hard work. Guess what my teacher said was never wrong. So the young man quickly waved his hands, rejecting this raw deal. I don't think I'm the fated person for your secret manual. Go find some other sucker to take the fall, cause I'm not that stupid. After saying that, the young man immediately bolted. Who cares about martial arts right now? It's better to go home, curl up, and sleep. But an urgent voice called out from behind. Wait a minute. The young man stopped in his tracks, turning his head in confusion to ask. Instantly, a spirit entity radiating a brilliant blue light materialized, roaring in anger. I just told you to wait a minute. It was Bai Wuhan, an old man with an overwhelming presence and flowing white hair and beard. When most people meet a grandmaster, they ask to become a disciple. But this guy opens his mouth and accuses him of being a scammer. Truly, he fears nothing. The old man was furious and shouted, What scam? Who do you think I am to speak to me like that? The kid wasn't backing down either, pointing right at the old man's face and yelling back, putting on a mysterious act. If it doesn't work, you just reveal yourself, right? The old man tried to suppress his anger, raising a hand to explain, I'm not putting on an act. I really am a disembodied consciousness. The young man crossed his arms skeptically, murmuring, a disembodied consciousness. He suddenly closed the distance and threw a punch at the old man's head. Seeing the other's over-the-top reaction, the old man asked irritably, "What the hell are you doing?" The young man, panting and trembling, shouted back, startled, "You really are a ghost." The boy continued to scream his head off, forcing the old man to snap. "How am I a ghost? This is the art of consciousness, transference, something only martial artists who have reached the highest realm can perform." The kid with a stubborn and nonchalant expression retorted, "Yeah, well, we've decided to just call that being a ghost." Furious at being equated with evil spirits, the old man screamed himself hoarse, while the kid looked as calm as if he were arguing online. Beside a crackling fire in the dead of night, the old man slowly began to speak. "And so Wei Yanhao met his master." Hearing this, the young man asked doubtfully, "Consciousness transference, does that thing really exist?" The old man, gnawing on a piece of meat, nodded in affirmation. "Only a martial artist who has reached the highest realm can do it." The kid asked curiously, "So which martial artist exactly has that ability?" The old man looked him straight in the eye and asked back in a gruff voice, You've heard of the Sword Emperor, haven't you?" As soon as he heard that name, the young man immediately replied with excitement, "The greatest of all time. Who else? You can tell he's a legend of the martial arts world, right?" The old man smiled smugly, holding up a bone. "That's right. The light sword Bai Wuhan, who was later called the Sword Emperor, was the master of Guanghui Wukun." The kid was stunned, his face pale with shock. "Is that true? But he lived 300 years ago, didn't he?" The old man calmly explained. "That's right, a forgotten great man of a past generation. In any case, it's a fact that he met Wei Yanhao." The young man speculated further. "That's truly an extraordinary story. So Guanghui Wukun must have immediately begged to become his disciple, right?" Hearing this, the old man gave a meaningful smile. "Wei Yanhao, no, it was the other way around. People usually seek out a master to learn from, but this old geezer was begging someone to be his disciple." What a crazy plot twist. It turns out that because no descendant had found him for the past 3 years, the Sword Emperor was determined to take on a disciple at all costs. But Wei Yanhao just looked fed up, muttering as he walked away. "Calm down, man. I haven't even finished looting yet, and you're already making me learn martial arts." This attitude drove the Sword Emperor mad. He roared, "You think I'll let you leave so easily?" Instantly, a terrifying surge of power shot from the old man's hand, causing an earth-shattering explosion right in front of the young man. Wei Yanhao stared blankly at the violently shaking ground. Seeing this, Bai Wuhan laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha 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 ha, how about that? That's a stone door 1 zong thick. With your current strength, there's no way you can lift or break it." The old man started to dangle a bait. "But if you learn my martial arts, stone doors like that will be like paper to you." Faced with this offer, Wei Yanhao just stayed silent and sighed. What can I do now?" He quietly drew the sword from his hip. Seeing this, the old man shouted in alarm, "Your current strength can't possibly break that door." Despite the warning, just when he thought Wei Yanhao was about to unleash some ultimate move, the kid chose the path of persistent grinding. Instead, just like in a hard game, you just gotta climb slowly. Witnessing this bizarre act, the old man asked, dumbfounded, "What are you doing?" Wei Yanhao answered nonchalantly, "Can't you see I'm digging? No matter how hard it is, it's still just stone. If you keep scraping it with iron, it's bound to get scratched. I'll probably get through it in a year or two." Hearing this, the old man was completely flabbergasted. Is this kid's stubbornness at a boss level, or what? Wei Yanhao just smirked. "Haha, you're a funny one," says the guy who told me to train for 30 years straight. Looking at the stubborn kid in front of him, the old man trembled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. The old man had to back down. "Alright, just give it a try. I promise I won't disappoint you." Wei Yanhao still acted indifferent. "I don't really like it, but I guess I'll try. For 20 years. Wei Yanhao immediately threw himself on the ground and whined. That's too long. If it were 3 years, I might consider it." Hearing this, Bai Wuhan lost it and started screaming. 3 years? You bastard, are you saying you'll master my martial arts in just 3 years? Not even a resurrected Zhang Sanfeng could pull that off. Wei Yanhao shot up and coldly declared, "Then I guess this wasn't meant to be." With that, he went right back to grinding his sword on the stone. The continuous grinding sound made the old man grit his teeth in frustration. Just as Wei Yanhao was in the middle of sharpening, the old man suddenly yelled, 5 years, it's 5 years, you hear me? Just 5 years and you'll go from a total noob to the #1 player on the martial arts server." Bai Wuhan roared with determination, the blue light from his soul glowing brightly. "Whatever it takes, I will make you the greatest under heaven within 5 years. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao grew thoughtful. 5 years to become the best in the world. Looking at the spiritual entity radiating such a vivid consciousness before him, he silently assessed the situation. A consciousness this strong, it's unheard of. Maybe it's just a lost art. But what if half of what he's saying is true? If so, he might really be the #1 master in the world. His decision made Wei Yanhao decisively plunged his sword into the ground. "Alright, I've got to take this chance to change my life, you guys. Being a regular Joe is getting kinda lame." Of course, at that time, Wei Yanhao had no idea that the old man was the legendary Sword Emperor. But you really have to feel sorry for the Sword Emperor. To meet someone like that at the end of his life. While Bai Wuhan was fired up with fighting spirit, Wei Yanhao had rolled over and fallen fast asleep, drooling all over the place. The old man, absolutely furious, roared like thunder in his ear. What kind of disciple accepts a master and then immediately goes into hibernation mode? Wei Yanhao groggily opened his eyes, yawning widely. I'm dead tired. Shouldn't I be sleeping? He reasoned nonchalantly. Oh right, you're already dead, but I'm a living person. Don't you know, living people need to sleep. Bai Wuhan could only look up to the heavens and curse his fate. He had no choice but to back down, coaxing in a softer voice. All right, I'm sorry. So please, let's just train a little now. This godforsaken disciple he'd taken in at the end of his life was unreasonably lazy. The moment he opened his eyes, he'd yell, "Who the hell trains their body this early in the morning?" All day long, he would only sleep. When it came to training, he'd do one move and then quit. The Sword Emperor, going mad, shouted, "At this rate, 5 years won't be nearly enough." Wei Yanhao asked while swinging his sword half-heartedly. "Isn't there a faster way to learn?" The old man, choked with indignation, shot back. "This is already as easy as it gets. Most people would be on their knees kowtowing in gratitude to receive the Sword Emperor's teachings. But this kid just stood there picking his ear like he was listening to a nagging neighbor. Every time you open your mouth, it's like you're about to explode," the Sword Emperor yelled helplessly. "You're supposed to find a good teacher, right? This is exactly why you should." But then he looked at his disciple's indifferent expression and just deflated. "So, I'm truly sorry." If emotions could physically affect him, Bai Wuhan would have probably suffered a key deviation, his blood vessels bursting, killing him long ago. He screamed in his mind, "Arg, what was I even thinking? I wanted to pass on my skills and leave behind a legacy, and now I have to endure this torment." He looked at his godforsaken disciple, rolling around and laughing on the ground, choked with resentment. He regretted picking the wrong student, a max-level troll, you guys. Seeing the old man sighing, Wei Yanhao chuckled as he sat up and asked, "By the way, master, how did you do that back then?" Bai Wuhan looked puzzled. "Do what?" the kid continued. "When you dropped that stone door. With that kind of power, why don't you just control my body and teach me the martial arts directly?" The old man calmly explained, "I just pulled a rope that was part of a pre-arranged mechanism." Wei Yanhao was still confused. "How could you pull a rope without a body?" The old man replied, "That has nothing to do with a physical body. I just used my chi to pull the rope. It's a form of telekinesis." Midway through his sentence, Bai Wuhan suddenly froze. A light bulb went off in his head. You could tell from his grin that he'd just thought of a new way to torture his disciple. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Wei Yanhao's face turned pale. He backed away, stammering, "What is it, old man? You were just lecturing me a second ago, and now you've suddenly switched to final boss mode." But Bai Wuhan paid him no mind and started muttering to himself. "Have I been bound by the notion that I don't have a body, or is it because I've been maintaining my consciousness for 300 years that many parts of me are incomplete? In any case, thank you. Thanks to you, I've realized something very important." Wei Yanhao frowned in annoyance. "Hey, why are you muttering to yourself?" Before he could finish his sentence, a loud quang made the kid freeze in place. A boulder flew past his face, embedding itself straight into the cave wall right next to him. Wei Yanhao looked up, trembling to see Bai Wuhan holding a chunk of rock that glowed with a brilliant blue light. The old man grinned menacingly. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I've reached enlightenment. I may not have a body, but I can still chuck rocks like they're bricks." The kid turned pale and stammered, "Oh, old man." But the illustrious Sword Emperor had now completely turned to the dark side. He radiated a terrifying killing intent and made a threatening declaration. "And if I can move rocks?" Bai Wuhan flashed a sinister smile. Orbs of blazing purple energy ignited around him, ready to explode. The old man declared triumphantly, "Then I can certainly do this." Realizing this was a very bad sign, Wei Yanhao let out a horrified scream of despair. "Somebody, help me. I only agreed to learn martial arts. I didn't sign up for the lifetime torture package, but it was too late." Deadly auras began to chase him, forcing the kid to do nothing but run for his dear life. His miserable screams of "ah" echoed throughout the dark forest, amidst the pouring rain. From that day on, Bai Wuhan and Wei Yanhao's training continued day and night. For 3 days straight, he had to practice his swordsmanship without a moment's rest, his small frame constantly executing sharp, swift strikes to block and dodge his master's attacks. At night, instead of getting to rest, he was dragged into intense discussions on martial theory. Bai Wuhan constantly yelled, pointing out every single move, leaving Wei Yanhao exhausted and drenched in sweat. Even in his sleep, he couldn't escape this torment, as he had to practice the peerless dream body refinement technique, a divine secret art taught by Bai Wuhan himself that allowed one to train even in their dreams. In his delirium, all Wei Yanhao could do was moan, ugh. For him now, life was the sword, and the sword had truly become his life. Under the strict supervision of the Sword Emperor's soul, Wei Yanhao no longer had a single moment for laziness, and just like that, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Wuhan looked at his disciple with a proud smile. Giant boulders now lay scattered about, split cleanly in two, like blocks of tofu by Wei Yanhao's sword strikes. And then, the time to leave, the mountain had come. A strong, steady hand pushed open the 1,000-pound stone slab, The cave door opened, illuminating the figure of a man who was majestically stepping out of the place that had been his prison for half a decade. The stone door slammed shut behind him with a deafening boom. Standing in the sunlight, the man took a deep breath, savoring the air of freedom. The one who will shake the world has returned. Wei Yanhao's comeback is fit for a main character. After the time skip, his aura has intensified several times over. One day before coming out of seclusion, Wei Yanhao was still fast asleep, drool running down his chin. Hearing Wei Yanhao being called in his ear, he mumbled drowsily, "Ugh, just let me sleep a little longer." But the voice kept calling, "Wei Yanhao." The young man scratched his head and sat up, grumbling, "For real. I said just a little longer, don't you trust me, master?" But when he saw the serious expression of Bai Wuhan, who was meditating in a circle of blue light, Wei Yanhao suddenly froze. The old man grunted softly. "Come here for a moment." The young man silently came and sat opposite him, asking worriedly, What's wrong?" Master Bai Wuhan was lost in thought, his eyes gazing into the distance. "I have studied martial arts my entire life with the sole wish of seeing its ultimate peak. Because of that, I cared for nothing else. As I kept chasing after it, I gradually became a strange old hermit shunned by my entire clan." Seeing his master suddenly sharing such strange thoughts, Wei Yanhao thought to himself, "Master is acting really weird today. He usually trains me until my arms break, and now he's suddenly getting all sentimental on me." The old man continued his trip down memory lane. "Thinking back, it's understandable why my family never sought me out. I abandoned my children and my family to put martial arts first." In his mind, images of his loved ones watching him leave appeared. He once thought that if he just reached the pinnacle of martial arts, everything would fall into place, but reality turned out to be different. Raising a hand as if to grasp at the empty air, the old man realized with bitterness that martial arts are just something created by humans. If you don't walk the path of being human and only know how to reach the peak of the sword, then that life is meaningless. Bai Wuhan's gaze softened more than ever as he looked at his disciple. "You helped me realize that. Let's be real. Everyone raising this disciple was a real pain, but it was worth it." Wei Yanhao was stunned into silence, and the old man smiled, continuing, "This is the first time I've ever taught someone else. There were times I was angry, times I was frustrated, but watching you grow little by little, I felt happy and understood what joy is. And thanks to you, I came to know what affection is." Wei Yanhao scratched his head, asking with a bewildered look, "Master, what's wrong? Why are you talking as if we'll never see each other again?" Bai Wuhan closed his eyes, his face serene as he replied, "That's right. The time has come." The young man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed, "What did you say?" Whoa. The moment he said that, I'm getting major farewell vibes. "What do you mean the time has come? You think I'll believe that?" Wei Yanhao yelled, completely unconvinced. "You originally said I had to train for 30 years. Only 5 years have passed. There are still 25 years left." Bai Wuhan calmly nodded. "That's right." Wei Yanhao was still being stubborn, but the old man held out his hand, and in his palm was a shining internal core. He slowly explained, "The internal core that I transferred to you, which allowed you to live without food or water in this place. Swallow it. Preserving it is not as easy as I thought." Seeing his disciple still looking dazed, Bai Wuhan sighed. His spiritual body began to glow brightly, but it was also fading. "My strength is now depleted. It is time to say goodbye." Only then did Wei Yanhao truly panic. He screamed, Why didn't you tell me sooner, master? If you had told me sooner, I would have gone out earlier, taken care of myself, and then come back to continue my training." Witnessing his disciple's affection, Bai Wuhan smiled gently. Yes, I understand your heart completely. In any case, I was very happy to have been with you." He looked at Wei Yanhao with eyes full of expectation. "I also wanted to see you travel the world for a little longer, but this is enough. For me, I have already seen a clear image of you dominating the world." In his mind, a vision appeared of Wei Yanhao, dressed in magnificent imperial robes, riding majestically on the back of an azure dragon, covering the entire sky with one hand. The master had already foreseen his disciple's badass future. Bai Wuhan calmly gave his final instructions. "Look at the world. Embrace the world in your heart. Then everything else will come naturally. And before you look at the world, look at its people first." Wei Yanhao was speechless, his eyes wide as he watched his master slowly fade away. Wei Yanhao stared silently at his master, his eyes filled with sorrow. Bai Wuhan advised him in a somber tone, "I used to only look up without ever looking down at my own feet. Don't make the same mistake I did." He looked at his disciple one last time, his voice growing deeper. "Even if I can no longer see you, even if no one in the world knows of my existence, in every gesture, in every one of your sword strokes, I will always be present." He gave a serene smile, as if he had let go of all his burdens. "So even if you are not extraordinary, even if you are not great, it's all right. Remember this, everyone being a decent person is harder than being a grandmaster." Witnessing his master's soul slowly dissipating, Wei Yanhao screamed in a panic, "Master, no!" He reached out his hand as if trying to grasp the last wisp of his teacher. "There are still so many things I haven't learned yet. No, it's fine if I don't learn anymore, just stay a little longer." But that figure just blurred and transformed into specks of blue light that soared into the air. Wei Yanhao stood alone in the cold cave, only able to cry out in despair. Master, tears streamed down his face, which was contorted with regret. If only you had told me sooner. But in that very moment, that wave of emotion suddenly vanished. Wei Yanhao gritted his teeth as he looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Wait a minute. Why are my clothes covered in tiny writing like an apartment bulletin board? So, that's why you didn't say anything and just left quietly, huh? He was horrified to see countless lines of text written all over him. When did you write all this stuff? You damn old geezer. If you were going to leave, you could have at least done it properly. Standing at the cave entrance, he yelled in frustration. What the hell was all that about? It turned out that before disappearing, Bai Wuhan had secretly left messages all over the clothes Wei Yanhao was wearing. To sum it all up, the martial arts that Wei Yanhao had learned at an accelerated pace over the past 5 years were not yet complete. Knowing his disciple's personality all too well, he figured that after he disappeared, the boy would become lazy as hell and wouldn't bother to train anymore. So, Bai Wuhan secretly set up a special mechanism right inside his body, using the very internal core Wei Yanhao had swallowed as a center to allow his martial arts to develop automatically. It might sound like a great deal to get stronger automatically, but the reality was far crueler. If the martial arts experience and understanding that Wei Yanhao accumulated couldn't keep up with the terrifying growth rate of the internal core, he would instead have his own internal energy drained to death by Bai Wuhan's core. While Wei Yanhao was still lazing about, the words on his clothes were like a splash of cold water. In short, if you're too lazy to train, you're dead meat. This is basically a lifetime training package. If I quit, I'm a goner. The kid could only grit his teeth in frustration. That damned old man was playing tricks on him again. But behind those threats was the master's final heartfelt message. His master's instructions were written right on his clothes. Therefore, travel the world and see everything it has to offer. When you see the world, you will feel something. And when you feel something, you will gain enlightenment. Don't be content with small things and become a small-minded person. Instead, see great things and become a great man. Wei Yanhao looked at the dense script covering his sleeve and could only click his tongue. Tsk, that damn master. He might be cursing, but if you read closely, you can tell it's the master's final earnest advice. The old man had even laid out an entire itinerary for his disciple. It went something like this. The first place you should go is Rulin. Find the world's greatest scholar and stay by his side. Reading this, Wei Yanhao was stunned. What? Hold on. The message continued. You will surely feel something there. And after Rulin is. Furious at having his life planned out for him, the young man roared in the middle of the forest. That damn master, he didn't just pass on his martial arts, he even planned a whole cultivation tour for me. Plopping down in the middle of the forest, Wei Yanhao let out a weary sigh. I just wanted to go home. He silently worried about his brother. Senior brother, I hope you're still doing okay. Thinking of his family, he told himself, I'll get this done and come right back, so, Mom and Dad, please don't worry too much. And though he never stopped grumbling, his feet kept moving. After all, what needed to be done had to be done. Before truly leaving the place he had called home for years, Wei Yanhao stood before the cave entrance and knelt, performing a formal bow of gratitude to his master. As he turned to leave, he muttered, Don't expect me to ever come back. You just love to make my life difficult, don't you? But then harsh reality set in, and the young man who had just set out from the mountain froze in his tracks. Damn it. Where the heck is Rulin? He hadn't been on the road for long and was already lost. Just then, the spirit of the white-robed martial artist appeared. The old man cackled gleefully. He then loudly berated his disciple. You, if you don't learn from the world, you'll shrivel up and die like a mummy. What kind of martial art in this world works like that? Are you just planning to hide in a corner for the rest of your life? I can't let that happen. He gazed out into the vast expanse, his voice lowering with emotion. Because this world is just too vast. And of course it'd be a waste of your martial arts. You fool. Before fading away completely, the old man left him with one last message. Thanks to you I was happy, so you live a happy life too. A strong gust of wind blew past, sweeping away the leaves and the master's figure into nothingness. Wei Yanhao stood silently in the forest, murmuring to himself, I smell wildflowers. Time passed, and a single leaf carried by the wind flew far away, soaring over mountain ranges, until it reached the bustling city of Kaifeng. At a small branch of the beggar's sect, a figure appeared with messy hair, a haggard face, and scarred limbs wrapped in bandages. It was none other than Wei Yanhao, but he now looked just like the shriveled mummy his master had teased him about. He sluggishly approached and asked, Looking at me now, you probably think I just crawled out of a grave, don't you? Seeing the stranger's terrifying appearance, the man sitting on a tree trunk was startled. What the who is this mummy? The man replied with a tremor in his voice. Yes, that's me, Zhang Yi, the branch leader of the beggar's sect. Wei Yanhao didn't beat around the bush. He looked at the man with a vacant stare and asked him straight up, I'm here to ask a question. Do you think it's free? Wei Yanhao immediately snapped. Of course not. Everything in this world has a price. You probably have to pay a VIP fee just to get directions. Zhang Yi stared intently at Wei Yanhao, wondering to himself, Judging by his voice, he couldn't be much older than 20, but his appearance made him look like he was over 50. He shuddered as he sized the man up. In any case, he'd never seen a beggar as wretched as this one. He looked less like a person and more like a ghost. Zhang Yi clicked his tongue, feigning generosity. Look, since we're colleagues in the same line of work, I'd like to help you for free, but rules are rules. Hearing the word colleagues, Wei Yanhao paused. What do you mean, colleagues? The branch leader answered casually. We're both beggars, aren't we? The comment wounded Wei Yanhao's pride, and he yelled, In what way do I look like a beggar? Zhang Yi didn't back down. You look like a beggar from every possible angle. He waved his hand, shooing him away. In any case, if you don't have money, you can't ask questions. Get lost. Go beg for some money and then come back. I'm not a beggar, so why would I beg for anything? You don't have to be a beggar to start begging, but once you start, you become one. The man then added with a look of pity. Look at that face of yours. All you have to do is put a bowl down in front of you, and you'd make a fortune. Why let such a talent go to waste? After freezing for a few seconds, Wei Yanhao suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Zhang Yi's hands tightly. Hey, you want to work with me? The branch leader was stunned. Work on what? And just like that, an unbelievable business venture began. In just half a day, a mountain of shimmering coins was piled up in the middle of the rundown building. Zhang Yi looked at the pile of money and laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha. In just half a day, we've earned enough to fund our branch for 6 months. The god of wealth has truly arrived. Witnessing the mummy's incredible money-making skills, Zhang Yi marveled to himself. What in the world? This guy must be a masterclass beggar. Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao was casually gnawing on some meat as he got straight to the point. So what was it you wanted to know? He began to reel off a long list, the names and residences of all famous scholars, along with their hobbies and areas of expertise. Zhang Yi nodded. That's easy enough, but it sounds like there's more, Wei Yanhao continued. And all the other famous people too. Zhang Yi yelled in disbelief. More you want all of them. However, seeing the mountain of cash in front of him, he had no choice but to agree. All right, I promised I'd look into it. Come back in 7 days and 7 nights. As soon as he finished his sentence, Wei Yanhao sprawled out on the floor. Zhang Yi muttered, Hey now, I didn't say you could just make yourself at home and sleep all day. You're supposed to be a guest, but you're acting like you own the place. I have nowhere else to go and nothing else to do, so I'll be staying here. 7 days and 7 nights passed, and Zhang Yi still couldn't get over his shock that Wei Yanhao was planning to move into his branch permanently. You're really staying here. Wei Yanhao, still lying down nonchalantly, tossed out a casual remark. If that's a problem, then fine. Just consider this, my free rental space. Little did Zhang Yi know he would soon come to regret those words. Not long after, one of his underlings rushed in, his face pale as a sheet. Branch leader, we have a huge problem. Still confused, Zhang Yi snapped irritably. What's with all the racket? What kind of huge problem could a bunch of beggars possibly have? The underling stammered fearfully. It's our sect, sir. We're all about to starve to death. Hearing this, even Wei Yanhao shot up from his spot and asked in confusion, what? The two of them immediately rushed out into the street to see what was going on. A chaotic scene greeted them as townspeople were relentlessly chasing away and cursing at the beggars. Have you no shame begging like that? Get lost now. Zhang Yi pointed towards the crowd as he ran. See, I told you to come look. What's going on over there? I've only been here a few days, and has the Beggars Guild already collapsed? But when he saw the scene before him, he could only freeze and exclaim, what the hell? He was about to scold his underlings, that even beggars ought to have some standards. But before he could finish his sentence, a rich man suddenly pointed at a figure and said with an excited laugh, now that's how you do it. I've never in my life seen someone look so destitute. Around them, a crowd gathered, clucking their tongues in pity. Oh my God, how pitiful. Eat something, kid. The constant clanging of coins echoed as they flew towards the motionless figure. His face changed sweat, pouring down from the shock of this ridiculous situation. His gaunt, worn-out appearance after 5 years of training in a cave turned out to be a natural gold mine in the public's eyes. After a moment of bewilderment, Wei Yanhao's attitude suddenly changed. He flashed a sinister and triumphant smile, his eyes glinting with pragmatism. Making money is this easy. Lying sprawled out on the floor, Wei Yanhao gasped for breath, his face pale as if he were about to pass out from exhaustion. He moaned, so thirsty. Seeing the cash cow of the entire branch in critical condition, Zhang Yi panicked and yelled as if the building were on fire. Hey, bring water. Hurry up and bring water here. While his underlings scrambled around, Wei Yanhao just lay there with his feet up, casually enjoying this special treatment. A trembling underling offered up a bowl of water, but Wei Yanhao just glanced at it and frowned critically. This bowl is too dirty. Immediately, Zhang Yi threw a devastating punch that sent the underling flying straight outside. The branch leader of the beggars sect was running around frantically serving their beggar god. It didn't stop there. Wei Yanhao looked at the new bowl of water and muttered peevishly, there's sediment in this water. Zhang Yi went berserk again, pointing and screaming at his disciples. Climb the mountain and get some clean, cool spring water. Now how many times do I have to tell you? The tables had completely turned. Wei Yanhao lay on his stomach, enjoying the top-tier service. He softly praised, perfect. Very good. Standing right behind him, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, his hands trembling with indignation. He cursed silently. Damn it all, I'm the branch leader of the beggars sect, and I've become a servant to this worthless beggar. But looking at Wei Yanhao's wretched appearance, he didn't dare act rashly for one harsh practical reason. But if I let this bastard go, my disciples will probably starve to death. While the branch leader was having a fierce internal struggle, Wei Yanhao was leisurely playing with an ant and murmuring, "Hello there, Mr. Ant." Zhang Yi's humiliation didn't end there, as he had to personally massage this supreme beggar's back. Wei Yanhao grimaced and complained, "My back is killing me." Zhang Yi immediately began to flatter him. "Aigu, a sore back is unacceptable. This is the first time in my life I've had to massage a beggar, and I have to flatter him too," he thought, choking back his anger. When the hell is the information he requested going to arrive? At this rate, we're all dead. Just as his patience was about to snap, a frantic voice called out, branch leader. An underling ran in breathlessly, holding up a piece of paper. "The intelligence report is here." Zhang Yi was as happy as if he'd struck gold, jumping for joy. "It's here, everyone. The savior of the beggars sect has finally arrived." Wei Yanhao also sat up, letting out a sigh of relief. Just when he thought everything was settled, his expression immediately changed after reading the paper. He asked, his voice filled with disappointment. "Is this it?" Zhang Yi was bewildered. Wei Yanhao snapped. "You dare call this an intelligence report? What is the meaning of this?" He threw the paper on the floor and ordered, "Get over here and look at this." Zhang Yi picked it up and read beads of sweat starting to pour down his forehead. His face paled as he heard Wei Yanhao's assessment. "These bastards are really trying to screw us over. This is no joke. This information is only half the story." Wei Yanhao sat up with a sharp, cold glint in his eyes and declared decisively, "This won't do. Information like this is like a spoiler for half an episode. We have to do something. It's probably a lack of money. I need to make more." Seeing Wei Yanhao about to get up and cause a scene outside, Zhang Yi frantically raised his hand to stop him. Wait, he screamed in desperation, trying to prevent the beggar from causing another huge commotion. Zhang Yi dragged Wei Yanhao inside, his voice ceaselessly fawning. "How could a distinguished guest like you go begging? This way, please." The two proceeded deep into a magnificent, splendid room. Wei Yanhao, showing no restraint, shouted, "Give me the information." From behind a curtain, a seductive female voice rang out. "Well, this is a strange turn of events. Yao Go has come here." The owner of that voice was none other than the master of Haomen Gui Linglang. She was a stunning beauty, dressed in a powerful red and black outfit with sharp eyes. Zhang Yi hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Master Gui." Hearing the beauty call, Zhang Yi, Yao Go, Wei Yanhao asked bewildered Yao Go. He immediately burst out laughing, pointing straight at the branch leader's face and mocking him. "Your nickname is Yao Go, as in demon dog." Despite Zhang Yi gritting his teeth and cursing in frustration, this bastard Wei Yanhao shamelessly repeated the name like a chant. "Need info, demon dog. Need info, demon dog. Oh, demon dog." Gui Linglang observed the scene with a serious expression. This is truly a rare sight. The branch leader of the beggars sect coming to the Haomen intelligence agency for information. Everyone knows the beggars sect and Haomen are like fire and water, yet you still came. "What's going on?" Zhang Yi hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "It's not the beggars sect asking. I just brought a client." Seeing that Wei Yanhao was still muttering, "demon dog," Master Gui began to lose her patience. "Are you joking with me?" Zhang Yi continued. "It's not a request from the beggars sect. The client is a beggar." This statement seemed to wound Gui Linglang's pride. She radiated a killing aura and snapped, "Are you mocking Haomen or are you provoking us? We don't sell information to the beggars sect." Wei Yanhao calmly retorted, "I'm not part of the beggars sect," even as a terrified Zhang Yi tried to stop him. "Stop it." Gui Linglang coldly turned her back and walked up the steps. "If you continue with this mockery, things won't end well for you. Remember, we at Haomen have our pride." Just then, Wei Yanhao delivered the final blow that made her freeze in her tracks. "Haomen is an intelligence agency, isn't it? Yet you don't even know whether or not I'm a member of the beggars sect. What right do you have to sell information?" He smirked, letting out a sharp, sarcastic remark. "You call this an intelligence agency. Your information is as spotty as the Wi-Fi at a coffee shop during peak hours." Gui Linglang let out a mysterious smile and called out loudly, "Gong Wu." Immediately, a subordinate appeared and answered, "Yes, ma'am." The woman coldly pointed towards Wei Yanhao and asked, "Who is this person?" The subordinate quickly reported, "His identity is unknown. We only know that he is not a member of the beggars sect." Hearing this, Gui Linglang's face darkened with annoyance. Seeing this, Wei Yanhao gloated. "See," he held out his hands in a friendly gesture and continued, "So you guys can sell the information now, right?" But instead of the expected agreement, he was met with a contemptuous glare and a firm reply from the clan leader, "Not for sale." Both Wei Yanhao and Zhang Yi were stunned. Gui Linglang shouted, "You're too annoying, so I'm not selling. Get out." Wei Yanhao let out a cold laugh. So much for business principles. You won't sell even when someone's offering cash." He didn't hesitate to threaten them. "The Hao clan's days are numbered. Tell your old leaders to watch their limbs, or they'll be registering a new address in the underworld. Then he suddenly called out to Gui Linglang in a provocative tone. Hey ma'am, that one word was like hitting a nerve. Gui Linglang flew into a rage, veins popping on her neck. She ground her teeth and repeated the word, ma'am. Her anger exploded. The clan leader roared, you dare insult our Hao clan Wei. Yanhao just casually turned his head and asked, humph. She immediately ordered her subordinate to teach him a lesson. The masked assassin appeared and answered decisively, as you command. Instantly streams of attacking aura shot towards Wei Yanhao with terrifying speed. A dark figure descended from above with a powerful kick. Witnessing the dangerous scene, a horrified Zhang Yi cried out, ah, no. Yet Wei Yanhao remained strangely calm. He shoved Zhang Yi to the side and gave a cold command. Get back. Wei Yanhao slammed a powerful palm strike onto the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of force that shook the entire room. Gui Linglang and Zhang Yi were frozen, utterly stunned by the scene before them. The assassin lay flattened in a deep crater. Zhang Yi trembled in fear. A master Wei Yanhao casually apologized. Whoops, my bad. It was just a natural reflex. If you'd told me you were going to attack, I would have held back. Zhang Yi was sweating bullets, silently assessing the situation. I thought you knew martial arts, but I never expected this. In his eyes, this gaunt beggar was truly a monster. Wei Yanhao walked away, scratching his head and muttering, this is all that old man's fault. Seeing her opponent's terrifying strength, Gui Linglang's attitude changed instantly. She stammered, I didn't realize you were a master who has transcended life and death. Wei Yanhao cut her off. What are you talking about? You were just talking to me a second ago. Gui Linglang narrowed her eyes suspiciously. In any case, it seems Zhang Yi's purpose for coming here wasn't anything good, was it? Zhang Yi frantically waved his hands. Hey now, clan leader, trust me, I'm not busy enough to go around causing trouble. It's just that the beggars sect couldn't get this information, so I had to bring my big brother here. He was calling for an SOS. Seeing her injured subordinate being carried away, Gui Linglang pondered. So that's it. You bring a tiger into a rabbit's den and then say you just want its fur, Zhang Yi quickly affirmed. I know it sounds hard to believe, but it's the truth. After a moment of consideration, the clan leader spoke coldly. Fine. I'll believe the words of the beggar sect's branch leader. Zhang Yi joyfully clasped his hands. Thank you. But his joy was short-lived as Gui Linglang added another ice-cold sentence. Don't get too happy. Selling the information is a different matter. Your man injured my man? That's a fact. So the Hao clan should get its wallet ready. Hearing the words, the price Wei Yanhao and Zhang Yi could only stare blankly. A dark, overwhelming aura began to emanate from Gui Linglang, her eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. She growled, a warning. In the underworld, there's always a price to pay. Blood for blood, a life for a life. Immediately, the sound of swords being drawn echoed throughout the room. The Hao clan's assassins drew their weapons in unison surrounding the two men. Standing in the middle of a circle of cold, sharp swords, Wei Yanhao still wore an indifferent expression. Gui Linglang hadn't cooled down at all, continuing her threats. I don't know what your purpose is, but if you've injured one of my people, you won't be leaving here in one piece. Seeing the situation getting unnecessarily tense, Wei Yanhao waved his hands and explained with a sincere look on his face. Hey, calm down. She stared at Wei Yanhao's gaunt appearance and ground her teeth. You bag of bones, the law of the underworld is simple. If you get your hand cut, we cut off both your hand and your foot. If you get slapped, we slice off your cheek. Hearing these brutal rules, Wei Yanhao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he was sarcastic. That sounds familiar. Those laws sound a lot like the fee schedule for a loan shark. Zhang Yi, standing beside him, turned pale with fear. He frantically yelled, Hey, I said, stop, but it seemed his plea was too late. In that case, I'll just need to take a little piece of your face. Facing the approaching blade, Wei Yanhao cheekily held up his hand. Hey, sorry, but I don't have any face to spare. I haven't been eating well lately. He casually touched his own bony face as if to prove his point. Wei Yanhao's trolling had pushed Gui Linglang to her absolute limit. Her eyes rolled back, veins bulged on her face, and she let out an earth-shattering roar. Kill him. Instantly, the assassins charged and attacking at wind-splitting speed. Blazing red sword strikes carrying immense killing intent rained down on him. Wei Yanhao, quick as a flash, dodged the deadly slashes. Amidst the rain of swords, he didn't forget to mock them. A minute ago, you just wanted to slice my face. Now you want to kill me. As the assassin's blades closed in, Wei Yanhao casually taunted, charging interest by the second. Are we? How terrifying. Is this some kind of loan shark operation? To his opponent's utter amazement, Wei Yanhao unleashed a series of lightning-fast strikes at an unbelievable speed. An elbow jab, a decisive grab of his opponent's wrist, causing the assassin's eyes to bulge with pain and shock. Witnessing this overwhelming display, Gui Linglang's jaw dropped as she screamed in horror. Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao continued to walk forward with an imposing aura, his bulging muscles radiating a terrifying pressure that made the ground beneath his feet tremble. With just one explosive burst of force, the Hao clan's underlings were sent flying into the air like torn sacks. Standing amidst the wreckage, Wei Yanhao coldly looked around and spoke, Nobody move. I was still holding back. A blazing blue aura of true chi erupted surrounding his body and creating a vortex of energy that crushed all will to resist, causing the surrounding swords to shatter and embed themselves in the ground. Wei Yanhao looked around coldly and warned, "Don't make me get serious." The air grew thick with killing intent as he growled, I really don't like to kill." Witnessing the blazing blue chi surrounding Wei Yanhao, Zhang Yi was sweating profusely with terror. Even Guiling Lang couldn't maintain her composure. Her face went pale, her heart pounded in her chest, as she wondered, what is this energy? In Wei Yanhao's mind, the majestic image of his master Bai Wuhan appeared once more. He used to teach that if you can strike twice, you can strike a third or fourth time. Never leave any regrets. Wei Yanhao thought to himself, I can't stand the guy, but he's not wrong. Guiling Lang was now fully aware of the danger, drenched in a cold sweat. She trembled, thinking to herself, I picked the wrong person to mess with. He's not someone I can afford to provoke. I have to calm down. Looking at Wei Yanhao's intimidating back, she understood that with just one thoughtless action, just one wrong step, the entire Kaifeng branch of the Hao family could disappear today. Suppressing her fear, Guiling Lang spoke up. What do you want? Wei Yanhao answered decisively. Information. She continued to probe. What kind of information? Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly held out a stack of documents and said, I have the paperwork here. Fill in the blank parts. Holding the paper in her hand, Guiling Lang was completely shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she was seeing. What is this? She turned and snapped at Zhang Yi. You couldn't handle him, so you brought this monster back to cause trouble for my family. Despite her shock, faced with Wei Yanhao's overwhelming power, she had no choice but to concede. It's not difficult, but I'll need some time to gather the information. Can you wait? Wei Yanhao replied curtly. Fine. Guiling Lang finalized the deal, then please give me 1 day. However, as soon as Wei Yanhao and Zhang Yi turned their backs, Guiling Lang's expression changed completely. A sinister smile appeared on her lips, her eyes flashed with a venomous glint, and a dark purple aura enveloped her. She secretly plotted. As for the branch, master of Kaifeng, could you come with me for a moment? The next scene would make anyone's jaw drop. Wei Yanhao was clutching his stomach, roaring with laughter. Ha ha, your face looks like a steamed bun. Did you get beaten up? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi's face was now swollen on one side, looking exactly like a steamed bun. He could only grit his teeth and retort, shut up. Wei Yanhao didn't let up, pointing and mocking. You're not even in the beggar's sect, so how did you get beaten by someone from the Hao family? He explained indignantly. That woman is from the main Hao family. She's the daughter of the Hao family's patriarch. The young man began to describe how terrifying Guiling Lang was. I heard she's been eating medicinal herbs instead of rice since she was a child, and chews on broken blades like candy. She's terrifying. Looking at the image of Guiling Lang, radiating a powerful, vibrant purple aura behind him, he cried out helplessly, how could I possibly fight against her? Despite the scuffle, Guiling Lang eventually gave them what they needed. I have the information you need. Wei Yanhao joyfully snatched it. Oh, thanks. However, the beauty from the Hao family immediately reminded him, but we have a condition. Wei Yanhao asked, bewildered. What? He leaned in and whispered to Zhang Yi about the information fee, only to get the answer from Guiling Lang, 5 liang of silver. With the naivete of someone who had just come down from the mountains, Wei Yanhao casually took out a few loose coins. That's not much. Here, take it. Zhang Yi looked at the pile of coins and felt like he was about to faint. He screamed, it's silver liang. Silver. Wei Yanhao was stunned. Huh, Guiling Lang calmly explained. It turns out it includes confidential intelligence, so the price is a bit high. With no other choice, Wei Yanhao had to reluctantly accept. I guess I have no choice then. With that, he quietly stood up and started to walk away. Zhang Yi asked in a panic, where are you going? Wei Yanhao turned back with a weary face and dropped a bombshell. Where else? In this day and age, even a master has to grind to make a living if they don't have silver. Seeing his cash cow about to walk away, Zhang Yi lunged forward, grabbed his leg, and screamed in desperation. Oh no, Wei, you bastard! Do you have any idea why I brought you here? Wei Yanhao asked, annoyed. What is it? What do you want me to do? Zhang Yi frantically held him back. Just wait. Although furious, Wei Yanhao could only grit his teeth and endure it. Ugh, damn it. To get the 5 liang of silver for the information fee, he had to use up all the money he'd earned before even scraping together his hidden stash and promising to pay more just to gather the full amount. Looking at those shiny silver ingots about to leave me. Ah, my heart aches so much. This kind of pain. I bet you guys who've paid rent at the end of the month know exactly how I feel. Seeing his miserable state, Guiling Lang couldn't help but tease him. Hey, are you crying? I've already cleaned out my secret stash, and this is all I could get. After receiving the money, Guiling Lang began to examine the file and nodded in satisfaction. This is the real deal. You really get what you pay for. A professional's work is truly conscientious. You can see it's on a completely different level. He said he wanted to send a letter to Guangdong. Wei Yanhao immediately asked worriedly. Is it expensive? She explained that it was more expensive than the traditional standard delivery service, but he could pay by answering a few questions. First question is about your identity. May I ask your name? He answered casually. Wei Yanhao. When asked about his age, he replied, just turned 17. Hearing this, Gui Linglong was stunned, sweat trickling down her cheek. 17. She couldn't believe someone that young could exude such an overwhelming aura. She muttered the name Wei Yanhao, then suddenly slammed the table and shot to her feet, looking at him with astonishment. Guangdong. Wei Yanhao. Don't tell me you're that Wei Yanhao. The second young master of the noble Wei family of Guangdong. Wei Yanhao asked blankly. You know me, Gui Linglang affirmed. Of course I do. The Wei family in Guangdong once hired us to find their missing young master. She pressed on urgently. Wei Yanhao, second young master of the Wei family in Guangdong. Are you Sanhao's younger brother? Seeing Wei Yanhao's surprised look, he asked. You know him. Zhang Yi immediately jumped in to confirm. Of course, he's a friend of mine. Gui Linglang stated that the letter to the Wei family would take at least 10 days to arrive. Zhang Yi looked at Wei Yanhao's nonchalant attitude and thought to himself, why is this kid still talking like that at a time like this? But Wei Yanhao simply replied calmly, it's fine. I've already waited for 5 years. Another 10 days is nothing. Gui Linglong reached out, took a red silk ribbon and said, and this. This is a sign that you are a VIP client of the Hao family. If you tie it where you are staying, one of our members will come find you. Wei Yanhao asked casually. The fee? She replied, it's nothing. Gui Linglong couldn't help but think in amazement. A 17-year-old who can overpower both civil and military officials. There's no one like that in the Orthodox faction right now. Having a connection like this can't possibly be a bad thing. Well then, next time the information will be free for you. Hearing such a great offer, Wei Yanhao asked gleefully, really, that sounds better than the smell of food at midnight. Gui Linglang looked him straight in the eye and affirmed, we're making a special exception for you. We don't want what happened here to affect the relationship between the Hao family and you. Stepping out of the Hao family's establishment, Wei Yanhao was all smiles. What's the big deal? Why should it? Zhang Yi clutched his head in anguish. Damn it, my money. Seeing the branchmaster going crazy over his loss, Wei Yanhao casually offered a piece of wisdom. Money is something that can be there one moment and gone the next. Model. Or maybe you don't have it but you still do. In short, the wallet is empty, but the philosophy must be full. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth in frustration, a murderous aura flaring around him. I can't just beat this bastard up in broad daylight. Old Gu suppressed his anger and asked with a wave of his hand. Anyway, you have enough information. Just as he was about to turn and walk away to escape his debt, Zhang Yi was suddenly grabbed firmly by the shoulder by Wei Yanhao. He turned back and snapped, what is it now? With a radiant face, Wei Yanhao loudly declared a harsh truth. I have no money. To put it bluntly, my wallet is currently cleaner than a monk's search history. Zhang Yi froze his face, contorting in utter shock. He could only look up to the sky and scream in despair. Oh, for heaven's sake. From high above, Gui Linglang quietly observed the two figures. A subordinate approached respectfully. Gui Linglang immediately gave an order to his subordinate, send a message to headquarters immediately. There's finally been a development in the long disappearance of the second young master of the Wei family in Guangdong. Wei Yanhao walked on with a weight on his shoulders, his eyes revealing a clear determination to return as a martial arts master. At the Songlin Hanlin Academy, silence filled the air as a man sitting by the window gently set down his teacup. That was one of the three great grandmasters, Wen Yuhuan. His daughter Wen Enji entered and called out softly. Father, she said, there's a guest who wishes to see you. Wen Yuhuan frowned slightly. I don't remember having any appointments today, Enji continued. He says he wants to play Go. Hearing the strange request, the grandmaster chuckled with amusement. Play Go now, that's a new one. Soon after, Enji led the guest in. I've brought the guest. Wei Yanhao entered with a world-weary air and said softly, I'm not sure if my visit is an inconvenience. Wen Yuhuan stood up, his demeanor extremely relaxed. How could that be? Guests seek me out because they're drawn to the handsome and elegant charm of a true scholar. He pointed towards the Go board and asked, so you're saying you want to play Go with me? Wei Yanhao looked at the board and replied calmly, it's the only thing I know how to do. Wen Yuhuan smiled faintly, his manner full of confidence. Good then, let's have a match. The old man gestured towards the Go board, generously yielding. I'll take the white stones, you can go first. Wei Yanhao licked his lips, his gaze turning sharp and focused. Then let's begin. The clinking sound of Go stones echoed from the bowl. Wei Yanhao decisively reached out and picked up a black stone. Witnessing this, Wen Yuhuan silently judged him. From the looks of him, he's probably just here for a free meal. What skills could he possibly have? I'll just go easy on him, consider it charity to help him keep up. However, as soon as the first stone was placed, Wei Yanhao slammed the Go stone onto the wooden surface with astonishing force, leaving Wen Yuhuan stunned as beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The The Grandmaster wondered in shock. Wait a minute, what kind of novice plays a move that sounds like he's driving a stake into the table? Who plays like this from the start? The game began to turn at a dizzying pace. Wen Yanhao started to sweat his face, showing clear tension as he realized the formidable strength of his opponent. So he's the type who likes to play fast, but his ability to control his energy doesn't seem to match his age. The only sound left in the space was the rapid clash of ghost stones. Wei Yanhao continuously attacked, leaving Wen Yanhao no time to react. The Grandmaster was drenched in sweat, his breathing becoming heavy. His hand trembled over the go bowl, hesitating to place a stone. Wen Yanhao's eyes widened, his face contorted in horror as he stared at the deadlocked board. He screamed in his mind, "What the hell is this?" While the Grandmaster was frozen in shock, Wei Yanhao propped his chin on his hand, gave a smug smile and asked pointedly, "Why haven't you made your move?" Looking at the go board in a fierce stalemate, Wen Yanhao couldn't help but be astonished, sweat pouring down his forehead. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "It's incredible." In the eyes of the great Grandmaster, now the match was no longer just lifeless stones, but a real battlefield. The black and white stones fell like rain, creating a soul-stirring scene. Like a raging storm, the momentum from the opposite side surged forward like a ferocious sea storm. Wen Yanhao felt it clearly this was obviously not a situation for battle. Yet his opponent attacked ferociously like a madman in a life-or-death struggle. If he revealed even the slightest opening, that person would immediately charge like a demon, tearing him apart without hesitation. The image of Wei Yanhao, sitting silently by the go board, suddenly transformed into a giant monster, with glowing red eyes baring its fangs and claws right behind him. Wen Yanhao trembled as he admitted to himself, he truly is a battle demon. Playing Go with him is as stressful as fighting a final boss in a video game. When the final stone was placed, the Grandmaster breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with admiration. "That was a very good game. You truly have a special presence." Wei Yanhao bowed his head slightly in return. "Thank you." When asked about the origin of this overwhelming aura, he casually revealed that it was thanks to being mercilessly tortured by his master. The answer surprised Wen Yanhao. "You have a master." In Wei Yanhao's memory, the eccentric image of the old man Bai Wuhan appeared. The old man once roared with excitement, "If you lose, the training is 10 times harder. If I lose, I'll give you 3 days off." Remembering those days of being pushed to the brink, Wei Yanhao could only break into a cold sweat and mutter, "Yes, a truly vicious old man." Back in the present, Wei Yanhao expressed his wish, "If possible, I'd like to stay here for a few days. My master insisted that I must live here in Rulin." Hearing this, Wen Yanhao nodded in understanding. "Ah, so you are following your master's last wishes. If that's the case, of course I must help." He generously declared, "I will prepare a room. You may stay as long as you like." Immediately he turned to instruct his daughter Enzi, "Prepare a room and clothes for our guest and lead him to the bath first." Enzi replied respectfully, "Yes." Seeing how quickly things were happening, Wei Yanhao suddenly became flustered. But I don't have any money." His honest, almost naive statement made Wen Yanhao burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, you're being too modest. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning on keeping you here for the company." He looked at him with a kind gaze and continued, "I only hope that you'll occasionally chat and play. Go with me or any guests who visit." Wei Yanhao nodded in agreement with the great Grandmaster's offer. "I think I can do that." After bidding farewell to Wen Yanhao with a, "Then I shall take my leave," he quietly followed Wen Ng. The young lady leading the way also softly prompted, "Please follow me." The first stop was a luxurious bathroom with a steaming hot tub. Sinking into the warm water, Wei Yanhao exhaled with great satisfaction. "Ah, this is amazing. This feeling is like a character reset after years of grinding." He half closed his eyes, savoring the rare moment of relaxation, thinking to himself, "I used to hate bathing so much, but maybe the water here is just too wonderful." He could clearly feel his skin becoming cleaner and noticeably brighter. This feeling of blissful relief, so good it could make him cry, reminded him of the grueling days training with his master. It was all that damn old man's fault. Meanwhile, Wen Ng walked down the hallway carrying a stack of fresh clothes, a look of utter annoyance on her face. She frowned silently, judging the new guest. She truly couldn't understand what her father was thinking, taking in a guest like him. Just looking at this type of guy, you could tell he was boss-level trouble. Just then, a foot stepped out from the hazy steam. Wei Yanhao, completely naked, suddenly appeared right in front of Enzi. She was utterly shocked by the revealing sight. The young lady's eyes went wide, and she let out an earth-shattering scream. Wei Yanhao cluelessly turned his head to look at her with an innocent expression. "Humph." Enji quickly used the pile of clothes to cover her face, trembling as she stammered, I thought a ghost had appeared. Please cover yourself up." Wei Yanhao could only mutter, "What?" He then casually reached for a cloth to cover himself. But as Enshi peeked at the man before her through her fingers, she suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing bright red with embarrassment. Beneath the white steam, Wei Yanhao's physique, forged through 5 years of arduous training, was revealed to be incredibly powerful, with rippling toned muscles. He calmly wrapped a towel around his waist, his long wet hair falling over his ruggedly handsome face. He looked directly at Wen Ng and asked, "Is this better?" His impossibly captivating appearance left the young lady of the Wen family completely stunned, causing her to drop the stack of clothes she was holding. She could only utter unconsciously, "Who are you?" A few days later at the Wen estate, Ng ran to find her father, her face filled with frustration. "Father, please, you have to say something to him." Wen Yuhuan remained calm beside the game board, looking up to ask him. His daughter snapped, "That new guy, he hasn't stepped out of his room all day." Meanwhile, inside the room, Wei Yanhao was fast asleep, drooling, and she continued her rant. "Except for when he eats, he sleeps all day. He looks like he regrets even coming here." Hearing this, Wen Yuhuan just murmured thoughtfully, "Now that I think about it, I haven't even asked for his name." But Ng wouldn't let it go. She brought up her father's own teachings to challenge him. "You're the one who told me laziness is a sin, that hard work makes up for a lack of intelligence. So why are you defending him now? What kind of guest is so bone idle? He's causing chaos for the entire estate." At this Wen Yuhuan began to explain slowly. "Wen Ng, your father is very fond of Go, because playing it allows you to see through your opponent. Words can be hidden, expressions can be masked, but one's aura cannot be concealed." He placed a stone on the wooden board with a powerful clack. "An impetuous person cannot be calm. One who is too leisurely lacks the will to fight. By watching how someone plays, you can understand their character and their life. His aura is incredibly intense and belligerent. In my entire life, I have never seen anyone with such an extreme presence. Therefore, he is absolutely not a lazy or slow person. Perhaps he has lived a life so harsh and bitter that we can't even imagine it." Looking at the stones on the board, he continued to philosophize. "The brighter the sun, the deeper the shadow. If he is living indulgently now, it's likely because his past life was incredibly arduous. When a bird flies into your home to shelter from the rain, you let it stay. Who would force it back out into the storm? So can you let him rest for a little longer?" Faced with her father's insight, Ng could only bow her head and reply, "I understand." However, as soon as she turned away, she let out a weary sigh. In her heart, she still wasn't convinced. "That's what I said, but why do I get the feeling this whole situation is about to get dramatic?" Heading towards the dark room, the sight before her made Ng want to explode. Wei Yanhao was sprawled out on the floor amidst a mess of bowls and plates, fast asleep and snoring steadily. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Father has been deceived by him. How could a lazy bum like that possibly be a hidden dragon? I will definitely kick him out one way or another." Ng stood right in front of the lazy oaf and let out an earth-shattering shout. "Get up, this isn't a free inn. What are you catching up on a month's worth of sleep?" When Ng stood with her arms crossed, looking down at the sleeping Wei Yanhao with utter contempt. Wei Yanhao groggily opened his eyes, mumbling, "What is it?" Before he could fully wake up, Ng yanked the mattress out from under him with all her might, sending him tumbling to the floor. She roared, "Get up, the sun is high in the sky." Wei Yanhao sat up, scratching his head, and replied sleepily, "Oh, is it? In that case, let me sleep a little longer. They say you need a full night's rest to have the energy to save the world." His nonchalant answer drove Wen Ng insane. "Just what kind of person are you? While everyone else is studying diligently, you just lie around, being lazy like this." Wei Yanhao reasoned sluggishly while cleaning his ear. "People study because they want to study. I want to sleep, so I sleep. What's wrong with that?" Enzi's face turned beet red as she shouted, "Shut up, just shut up, even if that weren't the case. If the elders saw you lazing around all day, they would never forgive you. And do you have any idea who has to wash all those blankets?" The young lady continued her relentless tirade. "If you're going to eat, you have to work. No one is going to support you for free. People might sympathize with someone who's hardworking, but for a lazy bum like you, who only knows how to eat and do nothing, don't even dream of getting another meal." Now, Scram Wei Yanhao tried to use her father as a shield. "But didn't your father clearly say?" But Enzi immediately leaned down and yelled right in his face, "I'm the one who manages the money." Faced with the power of the one holding the purse strings, Wei Yanhao broke out in a cold sweat and finally relented, asking, "So, what do I have to do?" Ng led him to the well area where dozens of sacks filled with dirty laundry were piled as high as a mountain. She then said casually, "Just wash all of this and you'll be fine." Wei Yanhao looked at the pile in horror. "All of this?" Ng gave him a wicked smile. "It's not that much." Wei Yanhao muttered pitifully. "Is this the price of a meal?" He could only complain. "It's not like I was eating meals made of solid gold, you know." Ng chirped her instructions. "Well then, I'm counting on you. Make sure you wash them really clean." She turned and walked away with a triumphant smile, not forgetting to add a threat. "If they're not clean, I'll make you do it all over again from the start. They have to be sparkling clean." Enzi gloated to herself. There's no way he can finish all that today. But just a moment later, when she returned to check on him, the young lady's jaw dropped and sweat poured down her face in absolute shock. Before her eyes, the entire gigantic pile of laundry had been washed perfectly clean, hung out to dry across the whole courtyard, and was sparkling brightly under the sun. Enzi stood frozen in the middle of the courtyard, exclaiming in astonishment, how could he have possibly washed all of this? She couldn't believe her eyes and blurted out, how in the world did you do it? Unwilling to accept this, Enzi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists with determination. No, I can't let it go like this. Just you wait and see. Immediately after, she led him to a huge pile of wood with massive logs lying everywhere. Chop all this firewood. Ha, I'll give you a whole week for this one. Let's see you try. She was gloating, inwardly certain this pile of firewood would force him to chop until he collapsed from exhaustion without a single moment of rest. However, reality once again came crashing down on the young lady. In the blink of an eye, Yanhao was lounging casually atop a mountain of perfectly evenly chopped firewood, when Enji stammered in disbelief. What is this? I only blinked for a second. Did you switch to 10 times speed mode or something? She couldn't believe her eyes. This amount of work should have taken 10 strong men, 10 whole days of hard labor to complete. But it didn't stop there. The next challenge was washing the dishes. Thousands of plates and bowls were stacked sky-high, sparkling clean and reflecting the brilliant sunlight. Yanhao was once again found lying flat on the floor after finishing the job, while Enji could only stand there speechless. Then came the task of cleaning the courtyard. The entire vast grounds were swept spotless, without a single speck of dust, leaving only Yanhao sprawled out next to the broom. Enzi broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in her mind. How is it possible to get all this done? Is this guy some kind of human-shaped labor machine? And so Wei Yanhao's life at the Yalin residence began. In the dead of night, two people were having a conversation. Accepting Wei Yanhao was a mistake by Grand Scholar Tun Jue. That boy should never have been allowed to set foot in the residence. When the other person asked why, the old man asserted in a grim voice that the kid was certain to bring disaster wherever he went. Even if unintentional, wherever he sets foot, trouble brews, and the Yalin residence would not escape that fate. According to the old man, ever since Wei Yanhao appeared, this once peaceful place of learning had been thrown into turmoil. To the listener's intense curiosity about what on earth had happened, it all started with a game of Go. The crisp clack of Go stones echoed, signaling the start of an intense battle of wits. Wei Yanhao let out a tired sigh, sweat trickling down his weary face. He lamented to himself, ugh, what in the world did I get myself into? I thought I was just here to play Go, like everyone else. Turns out the situation here had become more chaotic than ever. The crowd buzzed with discussion, as it seemed everyone had received an invitation. Even Grand Scholar Tan Jue had sent one out. I wonder what level this player is on to cause such an uproar. I was so curious I had to rush over here to see for myself. The provocative invitation letter had been widely circulated with the message, sending a letter to summon someone directly, like this is cheating, isn't it? A stone that doesn't move will rot in the middle. The board is laid out just waiting for someone to place a stone. If the time is right, you are invited to come and play a game. At the Hanlin Grand Academy, the air was thick with tension. In contrast to the buzzing crowd, Wei Yanhao sat with his chin in his hand, looking utterly bored. He casually placed a stone on the wooden board, making a move that left everyone stunned. In the middle of the vast hall, dozens of scholars and players crowded around to witness the match. A shocked voice cried out, "Whoa, a clean sweep." Yanhao maintained his nonchalant expression, a slight smirk playing on his lips, as he heard the resounding cheers fill the room. The crowd roared with excitement. Next up, the Go Saint has arrived. After finishing the game, Wei Yanhao was lazily stretching, complaining wearily, "Oh, my back." Suddenly a girl's voice rang out. "I said I'm not interested." Yanhao looked blankly toward the source of the noise. Inside the hall, a fat man named Lu Mufeng, adorned with glittering gold and silver jewelry, was using his authority to pressure a young woman. He asked in a threatening, greedy tone, "Are you really not going to marry me? Think carefully. So many people would kill for an opportunity like this." Facing him, Wen Enji looked the arrogant rich man straight in the eye, and stated firmly, "That's right, I have no such intention." Lu Mufeng's eyes narrowed, radiating a cold, menacing aura. "You'll regret this." Despite the suffocating pressure, Enji held her ground. She repeated through gritted teeth, "I said no." The fat man's cunning nature began to show. He stepped closer and uttered a threat. "You'd better reconsider. Once I've set my sights on something, I always get it. Understand? Right now I'm trying to be gentle, but if you keep refusing, next time won't be a suggestion. Are you really okay with letting the Hanlin Grand Academy fall just because of you?" This remark hit a nerve. Enzi shouted, "Go ahead and try. The Hanlin Grand Academy won't fall that easily." Lu Mufeng smirked triumphantly. "That may be true, but I can make it happen. You know that as well as I do." A fire of fury lit up in Enzi's eyes. She ground her teeth. "It's that disgusting attitude of yours that I hate. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Don't be so delusional. At the very least, I will absolutely never marry you." Lu Mufeng replied coldly, "Well then, some things are just impossible." Seeing that further conversation was pointless, Enji turned to leave. "Then I'll be going." But the moment she turned her back, a coarse hand covered in gold rings suddenly grabbed her arm. Panicked, NZ struggled, crying out in alarm, "Can't you let go of me and talk properly?" Lu Mufeng yanked her closer, his face twisting into a disgusting sneer. "You'd better not make me angry." He began to spout beastly insults. "What's the matter? Even if I were to take you right now, do you think you could still act so tough?" The vile man moved closer to the poor girl. Just as things reached a breaking point, a low voice sounded from behind them. "Running your mouth so recklessly in someone else's house, you should watch that mouth of yours before it gets you into trouble." And to the astonishment of both, Wei Yanhao appeared, his eyes sharp and filled with a murderous glint. Seeing her savior, Wen Enji immediately struggled free from the Fatso Lu Mufeng's grasp. She ran towards Yanhao while shouting loudly as a distraction. "Yanhao, the laundry and firewood I told you to do, are you done yet?" Facing the young lady's frantic expression, Yanhao kept his listless look. "I've just been playing Go this whole time." "What are you talking about?" Seeing the tense atmosphere, he slowly raised his trembling hand towards Enji's hair and said casually, "Let me borrow this ribbon for a sec." Enji asked, bewildered, "Huh?" In an instant, he untied the red silk ribbon from her hair. Yanhao decisively used the ribbon to tie up his own long hair, his eyes suddenly becoming unusually sharp and serious. Witnessing this act of being completely ignored, Lu Mufeng seethed with rage. He demanded in a harsh voice, "Isn't it a bit classless to eavesdrop on other people's private matters? Where are your basic manners?" Yanhao leisurely walked past the fat man, scratching his head and replying indifferently, "Sorry, I've never been one for manners. But I don't think you're in any position to talk about etiquette." The comment struck a nerve, causing Lu Mufeng's eyes to bulge. Is that how someone who claims to value etiquette is supposed to speak and act? The fat man suddenly froze, staring at his face before exclaiming, "So it's you, the one they call the Go Sage of Hanlin." Wei Yanhao smirked, his words dripping with proud sarcasm. "Thanks for recognizing me. And judging by that aura, you must be someone important, right?" Lu Mufeng was about to introduce himself pompously. "I am," but Wei Yanhao immediately cut him off with an incredibly dismissive attitude. It's fine. I'm not curious, so knowing would be useless." As he spoke, he casually cleaned his ear with his finger right in front of the arrogant young master, causing the man's face to contort in suppressed rage. Wei Yanhao continued to rub salt in his wound. "If you had just sat quietly and played Go, you wouldn't have caught my attention. But you just had to be as loud as a mid-boss spawning in the middle of the map. It's hard not to notice." He smirked, his expression full of challenge. "Because I'm so outstanding, it's not easy to escape the attention of others, just like right now." Lu Mufeng trembled with fury, gritting his teeth so hard they audibly scraped, only able to scream in his throat. You bastard!" Just then, a group of scholars approached, greeting them enthusiastically. "Who's this?" "Oh, is the young master of the Lu family here to play Go." Another one respectfully addressed Wei Yanhao. "Sir, I hope we can have another match tomorrow." Wei Yanhao replied politely, "Ah yes." Seeing that a crowd was gathering, Lu Mufeng had no choice but to retract his arrogant demeanor, turning to leave in a huff. That's enough for today." But before he disappeared, he didn't forget to leave behind a threat thick with the smell of gunpowder. "But remember this clearly. If you don't come to me yourself within 3 days, don't blame me for playing rough." Watching the arrogant man leave, Wei Yanhao couldn't help but wonder. He turned to ask Wen Enji. "Who was that?" Enji explained in a low voice. "That's Lu Mufeng. He's the adopted son of the Grand Eunuch Lu Ji, the kingpin who's pulling all the strings in the imperial court. He's not someone to be trifled with." "What would someone like that want with you?" Enji looked down, her eyes filled with disgust, as if she wanted to curse him. "Even though I've refused him many times, he's always so annoyingly persistent." Seeing the girl looking so troubled, Wei Yanhao's playful side emerged. He teased, "He doesn't seem that bad. Good family, and he seems sincere too." His joke made Enzi flare up. "Do you have a death wish?" Setting aside the banter, Enji stated seriously, "He doesn't want to marry me out of love. He just wants to use me." She began to explain her father's position, something Wei Yanhao was completely unaware of. "My father is highly respected in the Confucian circles. He's even considered capable enough to be a nation's prime minister, yet he still insists on this humble post in the countryside. It can't just be because he's tired of being an official, right?" It's all because of this Go obsession, isn't it?" He chuckled while making a teasing gesture, causing Enji to snap. "It's not that." She then revealed a more brutal truth. "It's because the eunuchs in power at the imperial palace are always trying to suppress my father." Wei Yanhao asked again in surprise. "The eunuchs are suppressing a small academy. Why?" Enzi immediately retorted, "It's not a small academy. The Hanlin Grand Academy isn't like the other common Confucian factions." According to her, the Hanlin Grand Academy originally didn't belong to any faction, so establishing its foundation was very difficult. But it was precisely that neutrality that helped the academy build broad and deep relationships with many different powers. The reason the eunuchs go unpunished despite everyone knowing they are corrupt is because the Confucian factions can't unite to confront them. But if my father were to become an official and lead the Confucian factions... Wei Yanhao quickly grasped the situation. The ones in the most danger would be the eunuchs, right? Sounds like some court drama is about to explode. Enji nodded in confirmation. That's right. That's why Eunuch Lu has tried his best to prevent my father from taking an official post. But recently, he's found another way. A truly insidious move. He wouldn't have to worry about a Confucian alliance, and he could even form a marriage tie with the most influential person in these circles. NG concluded bitterly. It's the marriage between me and Lu Mufeng. To put it bluntly, they're turning me into a political pawn. Meanwhile, in a dark room, Lu Mufeng was kneeling at his adoptive father's feet. He bowed his head trembling. Forgive me, father. His face was slick with sweat as he grit his teeth and reported his failure. Because of the appearance of that man called the Go Sage of Hanlin at the Hanlin Grand Academy, carrying out the plan has become difficult. The Go Sage of Hanlin, isn't he just some idiot who plays Go all day? In the dark room, a man with long hair and a broad bare back was looking out at the moonlight. This was Lu Ji, the Grand Eunuch, who held enough power to topple the court. Kneeling at his feet, Lu Mufeng reported with a tremor in his voice. He himself isn't the problem, but for some reason people are flocking to play Go with him like it's a village festival. Every move I try to make is being watched. Sweat dripped down his face as Mufeng anxiously explained his delay. With all those human cameras watching so closely, my hands are tied. I didn't dare make a reckless move, afraid of ruining the whole plan. Hearing this, Lu Ji slowly turned around, his voice low and powerful. Then I understand why you hesitated. Mufeng bowed his head in apology. I accept my fault. Lu Ji's eyes turned sharp as steel as he asked in a growl, but listen here. Do you think this mission is just about protecting my safety? Controlling the imperial family is the mission he himself entrusted to us. We cannot afford to fail. Standing in the middle of the hall, Lu Ji's shadow loomed over his kneeling adopted son. He emphasized, this is not just for me, but for you as well. I fear disappointing him more than death itself. Do you understand me? Faced with the suffocating pressure, Mufeng could only shout, yes, I understand perfectly. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. Sometimes you need to make a powerful move. Mufeng asked shakily, what do you mean by a powerful move? Lu Ji's eyes suddenly flashed with a deadly light. He gave a cold command, just take advantage of the chaos. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the atmosphere was completely different. In the middle of a Go game, a loud voice broke the silence. Hello, young master, wake up. This is a Go match, not a hotel room for you to pass out in. Wei Yanhao was currently nodding off right at the Go board. Amidst the solemn palace scenery by the quiet lake, a weighty conversation was taking place. The head of the censorate Grand Censor Li Wang, the emperor's powerful younger brother, looked straight at the person opposite him with a stern gaze and asked, so, you still have no intention of accepting an official post? Li Wang let out a soft sigh, closing his eyes as if to suppress his feeling of helplessness, then spoke in a low voice. Listen, Wen Yuhuan. Their movements have been strange lately. Even within the army and among the scholar officials there are those showing signs of disloyalty. Hearing this, Wen Yuhuan slowly looked up and asked, was Lu Ji working for them? That name alone practically screams, final boss. The moment it was mentioned, the air turned icy. Wen Yuhuan was still a bit skeptical, but Li Wang immediately cut him off, hitting on the most illogical point. But you want to ask why a eunuch with no heirs would be so fixated on treason, isn't that right? Wen Yuhuan nodded in confirmation. Yes. Li Wang's gaze darkened as he proposed a shocking theory. So, what would you think if the real mastermind pulling the strings was someone else entirely? In the shadows of the imperial court, the power struggle among the eunuchs is far more ruthless than anyone could imagine. And yet Lu Ji, a man who came from nothing, managed to eliminate all his colleagues to climb to his unrivaled position today. But the strange thing is, anyone who opposed him died in an accident, and even those who didn't oppose him often fell suddenly ill and passed away. Lu Ji's rise doesn't seem like the result of his own efforts. It's as if an invisible hand has been clearing a path for him, setting up each step of the ladder. Wen Yuhuan thought for a moment, then said quietly, I suppose it could all be a coincidence, but this many coincidences start to sound highly suspicious. Li Wang admitted bitterly, I used to think so too, but watching his recent actions I've started to reconsider. What if there's someone else backing him? He looked Wen Yuhuan straight in the eye, making a final urgent plea. That's why I need you to step up and rally the scholar officials again. Only then will we have a fighting chance against them. Beside the unfinished game of Go, Wen Yuhuan mused for a moment, then quietly said, I'll give it some more thought. The atmosphere grew quiet, with only a soft cough breaking the silence from across the table. After some consideration, the Grand Master stroked his beard, deciding to set aside the political machinations for the time being. All right, let's table that discussion. This talent you mentioned. What kind of person is he? Hearing this, the high official accompanying him suddenly grew unusually excited, his eyes filled with admiration. He's a true one of a kind. This sky-high praise made Wen Yuhuan curious. You hold him in such high regard. I'm eager to see for myself. When can I meet him? The guest smiled in reply. I believe Wen Enji has already gone to greet him. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Enji's figure appeared in the doorway. She called out softly, Father. Hearing his daughter's voice, Wen Yuhuan's face lit up. Ah, he's here. Show him in. Wei Yanhao entered, looking as disheveled as possible. His hair was a wet, tangled mess, and his clothes were so disarrayed they revealed his muscular chest. He asked drowsily, "You called for me." Standing behind him, Wen Enji could only sigh in exasperation at his complete lack of composure. The two men stared dumbfounded at the talent as if the universe had sent them the wrong person. To break the awkward silence, the visiting official spoke up. "My apologies for disturbing you so early. Did you sleep well?" Yanhao replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I slept great." He then added with a hint of regret that left everyone speechless. "If someone hadn't splashed water on me to wake me up, I would have slept straight through till noon." The high official burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that's just like him. At any rate, you seem well rested." Just then, Wen Yuhuan got straight to the point. "The reason I called you here is to introduce someone." He then humbly introduced himself, just an old man who happened to be passing by. Looking at the Go board set up in the middle of the room, Yanhao remarked with a knowing tone, "That explanation sounds like it's hiding a few stories. Why have you come here? Why have I come? What business would I have with the Hanlin Go sage? I simply wish to play a game of Go." The moment the challenge was issued, Yanhao's expression changed. His mouth fell open. I'm afraid I can't." "You can't." The question echoed with surprise at Wei Yanhao's blunt refusal. He nodded affirmatively. "That's right." Yanhao's explanation left the other man stunned. "You'll have to get in line. We don't give special treatment to acquaintances here." Yanhao remained calm, gesturing as he explained, "I didn't say I wouldn't play. I just meant, you have to follow the order. Someone was here before you, so please, old sir, you'll have to wait." As he spoke, he nonchalantly pulled open his robe, revealing a muscular chest covered in scars, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. "Haha, if that's all it is, I can handle it. I'll just ask the others for their opinion." However, the Grand Master's smile vanished when Yanhao stared him down with an ice-cold expression. He said in a low voice, "That's just using your authority to pressure people. What kind of game is that?" The old man froze, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, stunned by the young man's reasoning. Yanhao pressed on, "Judging by your appearance, you must hold a high position. If you say the word, others will have to give in. But they won't respect you for it." He then stated firmly, outlining his own path, "I may not look the part, but I have my principles and my promises." This young man was truly unbending. The Grand Master had to soften his tone, pleading, "Can't you make an exception just this once?" But Yanhao was unmoved. He crossed his arms and declared flatly, "I told you, you'll have to wait." Wen Yuhuan could only sigh. "Looking at this, I can tell today is not going to be a quiet one. Father, I think I can resolve this." The Grand Master asked in surprise. Meanwhile, Wen Enji had been observing from a distance. She wondered about this strange man. Principles, promises. What was he all about? Suddenly, Wen Enji walked over and placed a hand on Yanhao's shoulder, startling him. She then made a decision that stunned everyone. All of the Go matches scheduled for today, including this one, are cancelled. Yanhao's eyes went wide, his face contorting in utter shock. He yelled, "What, you're cancelling everything? Come on, people, I just sat down. The seat's not even warm yet." Wei Yanhao stared blankly and asked, "For real?" It's a tempting offer, but I have my principles and duties. If we postpone until tomorrow." But before he could finish, Wen Enji cut him off sharply. "No, not tomorrow." The young lady stepped closer, her expression suddenly becoming terrifying, her eyes sharp enough to pierce right through him. She threatened in a low voice, "If you think you're getting a day off, don't even try it." Wen Enji gave him no chance to back out. "There will be no more negotiating. Decide now." Under the suffocating pressure from the young lady, Yanhao had no choice but to sit at the Go board. When Enzi stood behind him with a triumphant smile, Yanhao let out a sharp breath and then slammed a stone onto the wooden board with a powerful clack. Witnessing the young man's initially flippant attitude, Li Wang frowned slightly, his disappointment clear on his face. He thought to himself, "This is just awful. Is this man all talk and no substance?" The Grand Master was losing his patience. "I just want to get up and leave." But as he looked at the board, a strategy was beginning to take shape. He told himself, in for a penny, in for a pound. He might as well see what this young man was made of. He focused his mind, raised his aged hand to pick up a stone and slammed it down on the board. Night fell over the academy, but the match continued with intense ferocity. The black and white stones intertwined, forming a treacherous maze on the board. The guest watching from the side asked quietly, "Do you not enjoy this game of Go with him?" The old man didn't answer, merely lost in thought as he gazed deeply at the board. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupted from the Grandmaster's body. In his eyes, the Go board instantly transformed into a blazing battlefield, with waves of dark purple energy surging forth. He remarked in astonishment, "To be so outclassed in a game of Go. This is a level of mastery you'd only ever witness on a battlefield." He stared intently at the man across from him, wondering what this Yanhao had been through in his life. Though he was stunned by his power and this display was clearly genuine, he sighed. "It's a shame. He's not the kind of talent I'm looking for." In my memory, the moment the white stone was placed, it created an overwhelmingly dominant position. I thought the game was over, so I looked away from the board and glanced at the other side. That's when I saw him suddenly freeze, recalling Wei Yanhao's expression at that moment. I saw his eyes at that moment. How can I describe it? It was like he flipped a switch and went 100% serious. A gaze so profound it seemed to contain all the stars and the vast galaxy, reflecting a terrifyingly deep calm. That's the kind of gaze that only those who have achieved complete focus, reaching the state of unity between heaven and man, could ever reveal. It's truly a rare sight in this world. Returning to the present, the companion was still skeptical. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The guest replied with absolute certainty. "There's no way I was mistaken. If a gaze like that could be faked, then everyone in this world would be a grandmaster." Still, the old man sighed with a hint of regret, even as he acknowledged the young man's extraordinary talent. Sigh. "Regardless, I have no intention of using him." The conversation drew to a close as the old man announced his departure. "In any case, I must leave early tomorrow morning." His companion asked simply, "Are you truly that busy? I already told you, didn't I? The situation right now is far from stable." Standing in the middle of the deserted courtyard under the night sky, the anxious reminder echoed, shattering the silence. The other man simply replied thoughtfully, "I understand." Under the bright moonlight, the white-haired old man looked up at the sky and let out a soft, regretful sigh. A pity. A real pity. A perfect night like this shouldn't be spoiled by such sorrow. But that tranquility was instantly shattered by the heavy thud of a foot stamping hard on the ground. From behind the dark trees, a masked assassin respectfully reported to a large fat leader dripping with gold chains. "The package has arrived. The men are ready to move." The leader spat out a single cold word, "Good." Under the powerful man's command, the assassins armed with razor-sharp swords and knives began to take their positions. The leader growled the order, "Subdue every last one of them." Now. Instantly, dark figures shot forward, shouting in unison, "As you command." The subordinates used their lightness techniques, leaping through the air, their killing intent palpable. In a corner of the academy, a guard was still half asleep, leaning on his broom. His mouth opened wide as he let out a huge yawn. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in suspicion as he peered into the darkness. Before he could even process it, the assassins swarmed in like a vicious flood, spreading terror everywhere. Heart-wrenching screams for help tore through the air. Standing amidst the chaos, the leader flashed a sinister smile. He mocked them. "You should have just listened to me from the start. Now all of you get to pay the price." He raised a hand glittering with rings, signaling to capture every last one of them, sparing no one. A brutal light flashed in his eyes. He growled, enunciating every word. "Tonight, not even a single mouse gets out of here." While the outside world was drowning in a sea of blood inside his room, Wei Yanhao was still sound asleep, drooling and snoring loudly, completely oblivious to the world. In the dead of night, the Grand Hanlin Manor had suddenly turned into a living hell. The assassins struck with vicious cruelty, showing no mercy as they stood amidst the wreckage. Lu Mufeng surveyed the scene with an arrogant air, the gold chains on his neck glittering under the moonlight. He let out a cruel smile and spoke with mocking disdain. "You all should have listened to me from the beginning. Now look at this courtyard. It's like a hurricane just swept through." He waved his hand, giving the decisive order, "Round them all up." As his subordinates scrambled to obey, Lu Mufeng's eyes glinted with a venomous light as he stared at Wen Enji, veins bulging on her face from pure rage. He gritted his teeth and declared icily, "Today I will crush that arrogance of hers. Let's see if she still dares to look down on me then." In the academy's main courtyard, dozens of people were bound tightly with red ropes, forced to kneel under the watch of guards armed to the teeth. Wen Yuhuan stared at the chaotic scene in a daze, shouting in utter disbelief. "What is going on? Just a moment ago, I was enjoying a relaxing game of Go, and the next thing I know, I'm in chains." Wen Enji stood right behind him, her face pale with a mixture of indignation and worry. Lu Mufeng swaggered forward and nonchalantly gave the reason for this massacre. "We received a report of suspicious activity here at the Hanlin Grand Manor. Word is that powerful figures from all over the country have been gathering here frequently." Hearing this, the high official immediately retorted, "And what precisely is so suspicious about that?" Lu Mufeng's expression suddenly turned insidious. He leaned in close to the official's face, his voice a low growl as he posed the question. "But I ask you, why would so many influential and powerful people gather together in one place?" Then he delivered the final stunning blow. "A gathering of this magnitude can only mean one thing: treason. There's nothing more to discuss." The entire courtyard fell into a chilling silence at the devastating accusation. The high official broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in shock. He stammered, shouting, "That's preposterous. Treason. What are you talking about?" "We were just playing Go." Lu Mufeng stood there, imposing as a mountain, looking down on the prisoners with disdain. He sneered coldly. "And you expect me to believe that all of you gathered here simply to play a board game?" The official, desperate, tried again to explain. "It's the truth. You must have heard the rumors about the Hanlin Go King." He smirked, dismissing the claim with cruel indifference. "Rumors. Oh, I've heard them. But rumors can be started by anyone at any time. Isn't that right?" Lu Mufeng began to scan the crowd of bound captives, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and cold as he noticed something was amiss. he growled. And what about him? Where is he? He stared into the empty space, repeating the question with menace. Where is he? Lu Mufeng's voice was like ice. Where is this Hanlin Go King, or whatever he calls himself? His eyes swept across the now silent manor, and he muttered, "There's no one else here." He mused to himself, he must have sensed the danger and fled. Lucky bastard. Turning back to the captives, he put on a false air of benevolence. In any case, if you people are innocent, you'll be released soon enough. After we thoroughly investigate the manor and find no issues, we will set you free and apologize. Just then, a soldier ran up frantically, shouting, "We found it." He presented a book titled Deed Book. Lu Mufeng triumphantly announced to the crowd, "This is the deed book of the traitors." The scholars felt their limbs go weak, crying out in despair. "A deed book? This is the first we've ever heard of it." Lu Mufeng coldly held up the book, pressing them. "This thing is right in front of your eyes, and you still deny it." He silently realized the bitter truth. They planned this from the very beginning. "I've been framed." Framed, cries for justice echoed throughout the courtyard. "We're innocent. This is unfair. I didn't know anything. This isn't why I came here." In the midst of the chaos, a deep, powerful voice boomed from behind. "Lu Mufeng, you're putting on quite an interesting show. I've been watching for a while, and I think your acting is a bit over the top." Lu Mufeng flinched and spun around. His face twisted in shock and sweat poured down his face as he realized who was tied up. "You are." It was none other than the Grand Censor Prince Li Wang, the Emperor's younger brother. He roared with an authority that terrified the soldiers. "You should address me as the Grand Censor, do you understand? One wrong word could cost you your life." The captured men, like drowning victims, grabbing a lifeline, began to stir with hope. "Your Highness Grand Censor, Prince Li Wang, we're saved. Since you've witnessed everything you must know, we're innocent." Lu Mufeng's attitude changed in an instant. He clasped his hands and bowed obsequiously in apology. "If I had known you were here, Your Highness, I would not have acted so crudely." Prince Li Wang remained composed. He coldly ordered, "I'm not the type to get hung up on formalities. Untie them immediately." But Lu Mufeng cut in with a cold voice. "Before that, however, I have a question. Why did you all conspire to commit treason? Tell the truth." Lu Mufeng continued to press as the scholar broke out in a cold sweat under the fat man's intense gaze. "Did you really think I didn't know you would be here? A rebellion needs a core leader, and a mere Hanlin Grand Scholar could never handle that role." He turned towards Prince Li Wang and declared loudly, "Therefore, a member of the royal family must be the center of this treasonous plot." Hearing the blatant accusation, Prince Li Wang roared in fury. "You insolent fool, do you have a death wish accusing me of treason?" Holding up the deed book he'd just found, Lu Mufeng asserted that this was the very evidence clearly, recording that Prince Li Wang and many other powerful figures had gathered at this manor to plot rebellion. He sneered, asking what the prince's followers would think when they saw this was clearly a rebellion. All Prince Li Wang could do was choke on his rage and curse, "You bastard. Not even the heavens would accept you." Lu Mufeng watched with delight as the prince screamed in desperation. "Go on, keep screaming. It's quite entertaining." Approaching the tightly bound girl, Lu Mufeng growled, "Wen Enzi, I'm warning you I will handle this my way." He casually announced that he would eliminate her, and it was because of her that the others had to die. He grabbed Wen Enji's chin with his ring-covered hand, leaning in close to ask, "So what now?" In response to the humiliation, Wen Enji decisively spat right in the fat man's face. She screamed with defiance, "I'd rather die than look at your disgusting face." He gripped her chin tightly once again, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." Lu Mufeng leaned his face close to Wen Enji's, uttering a cruel threat. "I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Imagine the most horrific scenario possible. I will give you a pain dozens of times worse than that." Despite the humiliation, Wen Enji remained unyielding. She gritted her teeth, planning to end her own life. You think I'd let that happen? I'd rather die than be humiliated by a bastard like you." But the fat man just sneered and asked, "Is that so?" He then used her father's life as a threat. "Go on, try to kill yourself. I'll have your father wiped out along with you. Here, I'm the one who makes the laws." Wen Enji stared in shock at her father, who had a sword pressed to his neck. Lu Mufeng continued to sow terror. "If your father kills himself, the others will be next. And don't think it's just these people here. The crime of treason will lead to the execution of your entire clan for 9 generations. If you want to die, go ahead." He laughed with glee at the girl's choked expression. "Then the others will have to pay for the mistake you made." Ha ha ha. Suddenly he grabbed Wen Enji's hair and yanked her head back sharply, making her cry out in pain. "Ugh," he roared like a beast. "Go on, try to die. Let's see how much nerve you really have, or if you're all bark and no bite." Wen Yuhuan screamed in despair. Wen Enji Lu Mufeng brought his repulsive face close to Wen Enji's and whispered, "Now shall we begin?" Wen Enji squeezed her eyes shut as tears of agony streamed down her face. She silently pleaded in despair, "Please someone save me." In her most desperate moment, a strange sound made her freeze. High on the rooftops, a figure was darting through the night like a flash. A name was called out in astonishment. Wei Yanhao. Wei Yanhao appeared looking haggard and drenched in sweat. He let out a lazy yawn and mumbled tiredly. Standing on the roof, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Whoa, hold on, this scene is way too intense. I think I'll just see myself out. Witnessing this bizarre sight, Wenji, still tied up, could only roll her eyes and shout in disbelief. What are you doing? Yanhao made no attempt to hide it. Can't you see I'm running away? His nonchalant answer made Wenji want to explode. She snapped, how can you just shout that you're running away so loudly? Yanhao wasn't about to back down. He argued logically. What's wrong with it? Why can't I say I'm running away when I am running away? Oh, you come from an educated family, so you don't like my choice of words, is that it? Should I say I'm executing a strategic withdrawal instead? Wenji softened her tone and pleaded, you should help us, but he immediately brushed her off. Help who? I'm busy trying to save myself. Seeing that she was still insisting. But, you know, martial arts, you can help? Yanhao waved his hand dismissively and began to lecture her. Knock it off. If you go around trusting your own meager abilities and showing off, you won't live very long. Right now, if you just pretend you didn't see anything, you'll live a lot longer. He even casually waved to the assassins. I don't see anything. Just think of me as a bird flying by. Everyone, please continue with your work. His extremely selfish attitude made the scholars below look on with contempt. I've never seen such a garbage person. Lu Mufeng's rage exploded. Veins bulged on his forehead as he opened his mouth and roared like thunder. Stop running. You're already involved in this. The whole world will hunt you down. There's no corner you can hide in. Yanhao, still perched casually on the roof, replied, how would you know if I don't try? Right model. Lu Mufeng scoffed mockingly. Stupid. The world is big, but is there really anywhere you can hide? Finding someone like you is hardly a challenge. Wei Yanhao stood up and waved goodbye. Yes, I'll be on my way. Hope you all have a wonderful evening. Oh, and don't forget to look for me, okay? I'd be so sad otherwise. Infuriated by the disrespect, Lu Mufeng ordered through gritted teeth for him to be seized. Instantly, a masked assassin shot forward. Wei Yanhao clicked his tongue softly. Tisk, I just came to watch the show and now I'm being chased. What bad luck. Seeing the danger, the young man's brother, Wei Yanhao, shouted out in worry. Run, Wei Yanhao smirked knowingly. A moment ago you were begging for my help and now you're telling me to run. An assassin closed in from behind. Wei Yanhao wondered. What should I do now? The assassin swung his sword, but it only passed through an afterimage. In the moment, he was still confused. Wei Yanhao had already appeared behind him, unleashing a powerful punch. Standing under the bright full moon, Wei Yanhao looked down coldly. Honestly, Wei Yanhao was completely stunned by that terrifying power, while he just quietly commented, what a strange woman. One moment she wants to die, the next she's worried I won't get away in time. Witnessing his subordinate taken down in an instant, Lu Mufeng was stunned, his face twisting in shock. He could only manage to choke out. What? Watching Wei Yanhao's figure still standing tall on the roof, the fat man narrowed his eyes, appraising him. This guy's pretty good. Hearing praise from the enemy, Wei Yanhao casually scratched his head, grinning cheekily. Heh, thanks for the compliment. I'm usually even cooler than this. This mocking attitude infuriated Lu Mufeng, who snapped, I didn't say that to praise you. Looking down from above, Wei Yanhao maintained his playful demeanor and retorted coolly, well, I was just being polite. Why are you so uptight, old man? Feeling humiliated, Lu Mufeng turned and gave an order to the masked assassin standing beside him. Hey Yi. The man immediately bowed his head in obedience. Yes. Lu Mufeng's face darkened. How much longer must I endure this humiliation? Seeing his master's rage, He Yi clasped his hands and apologized earnestly. My sincerest apologies. I will handle it immediately. He was about to rush off and finish the target, but Lu Mufeng suddenly stopped him. But don't kill him. He Yi asked, confused. Sir, he growled out each word with cruel intent. I'm going to tear him apart with my own hands. The masked assassin bowed his head slightly to accept the order. As you wish. Instantly, he silently tailed Wei Yanhao, who was walking leisurely through the quiet courtyard. The sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically in the night. Suddenly, Wei Yanhao stopped. He raised a hand as a signal. Hold on. The assassin also stopped, narrowing his eyes in annoyance. What now? Wei Yanhao turned his head to look at him with a deadpan expression, making a suggestion that left his opponent speechless. Wait a sec, I forgot my sword in my room. Just wait here while I go get it. Hearing such a ridiculous request in a life-or-death situation, the assassin snapped. Are you insane? Wei Yanhao continued to argue shamelessly. Hey now, you're an older guy. And yet you're getting all bent out of shape because a kid wants to grab his sword. His cheeky attitude made the assassin grit his teeth and roar. Shut up. Suddenly, he noticed something. He yelled in astonishment. What are you doing? Wei Yanhao deftly swung the broom in his hand, casually replying, doing what? If I can't get my sword, I have to use something else, right? Seeing his opponent preparing to face him with a broom, the assassin felt deeply insulted. He roared, are you looking down on me? Wei Yanhao looked at him tiredly and asked back, why are you so angry? Then just let me go get my sword. The assassin radiated a cold killing intent, and declared in a low voice, I won't kill you, but I will make you suffer a pain worse than death. Later, even if you cry and beg. before he could even finish his threat. Wei Yanhao let out a long, tired yawn and cut him off. Yeah, I get it. Can we start now? I'm getting sleepy. If you keep talking, I might actually fall asleep right here. This ultimate display of contempt drove the assassin insane, veins bulging on his face. He ground his teeth with absolute fury, letting out a world-shaking roar as he charged forward. You bastard. The assassin's sword flared with a brilliant green aura, its sharp blade closing in right before his eyes, but Wei Yanhao calmly met the attack. Wei Yanhao swung the broom in his hand with incredible force, striking the assassin right in the face, completely deforming it and sending him flying backward. The assassin collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with utter shock. He stammered, "What is this?" Witnessing this unbelievable sight, Lu Mufeng froze his face, contorted in shock, sweat pouring down in fear. Wei Yanhao stood imposingly looking down at his defeated opponent on the floor. He tightened his grip on the broom handle and let out a casual taunt. Well, when you're dealing with trash, a broom is the best tool for the job. I might as well sweep you guys out today and clean up the courtyard. Wei Yanhao's face became incredibly sharp and arrogant. The assassin could only clutch his head and kneel trembling in disbelief. What the hell? Wei Yanhao looked down from above, beginning to lecture him with a superior air. You should be thankful that you ran into me, so it only went this far. If you had met my master, you'd be meeting your ancestors by now. You can't just charge in headfirst like that. First you have to probe your opponent. The assassin tremblingly reached a hand towards Wei Yanhao, stammering in despair. He then screamed in a fit of rage. This son of a... Seeing his opponent lose his mind, Wei Yanhao kept a straight face and replied cheekily, "And here I was being nice enough to explain it to you." He drew a short glowing green blade, hissing a venomous threat. The 7-step 100-soul serpent. Today you will experience it. Wei Yanhao just casually slung the broom over his shoulder, a mocking smirk on his face. Oh, poison, how pathetic. The assassin didn't care in the slightest, his eyes turning crazed. Go ahead and blame me. Looking at the poisoned blade drawing near, Wei Yanhao remained calm. But that probably won't work on me. The assassin asked back, stunned. Are you saying you're immune to all poisons? Wei Yanhao burst out laughing. No, it's not like I boil 1,000-year-old ginseng for dinner. How could I be immune to poison? It's not that the poison has no effect, it's just that... Before his opponent could process that, Wei Yanhao vanished in a flash of green light. He reappeared right in front of the assassin with an arrogant smile. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as Wei Yanhao launched an attack that sent the assassin flying backward. I was trying to have a civil conversation, but you just had to ask for a beating. His killing intent exploded as Wei Yanhao swung the broom in a lightning-fast series of attacks. In just a flash, the enemy was beaten to a pulp. The onlookers who witnessed this were all frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror. In the middle of the courtyard, Wei Yanhao stood tall, holding a garbage broom with the air of a true grandmaster. With a heavy thud, He Yi collapsed to the ground, knocked unconscious by Wei Yanhao's lightning-fast strike. In the middle of the courtyard, Wei Yanhao stood casually with a broom in his hand, causing all the guards and Lu Mufeng to stare wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. He leisurely leaned on the broom and calmly explained his actions. My master once told me that when your opponent looks like they're preparing something big, don't wait. Just knock them out right away. It's that simple. Witnessing this, sweat dripped down Lu Mufeng's face as he trembled in utter shock. He screamed in his mind. There's no way he could take down He Yi that easily. He's the leader of the dark arts that my father spent decades cultivating. Wei Yanhao looked directly at the fat man and offered a final way out. If you withdraw now, it'll be more comfortable for both of us. If we keep fighting, you'll just complain that I'm bullying the weak, and that's exhausting. However, instead of running away in fear, Lu Mufeng surprisingly brought his ring-covered hands together and clapped loudly in applause. Wei Yanhao asked, slightly surprised. Lu Mufeng flashed a sinister smile, looking at him with a greedy gaze. Excellent. To possess such martial skill at your age is truly commendable. Hearing the praise, Wei Yanhao instantly forgot all the tension. He grinned smugly. Well, of course. Anyone with good taste has to admit it. Seeing her teammate's clueless reaction, the bound Wei Shanhao could only snap. Hey, what are you so happy about? Wei Yanhao casually replied, he's complimenting me, which made the young woman furiously curse at him. Complimenting my foot. Lu Mufeng's expression suddenly turned grim. He glanced at He Yi's body on the floor, then turned back to Wei Yanhao. The fact that He Yi couldn't take you down is a great pity for me. But on the other hand, just getting to meet a martial artist like you is enough for me to accept it all. He began to dangle the bait. So, interested in working for me, Lu Mufeng continued his enthusiastic recruitment pitch. Come work for me, and I guarantee I'll bury you in money. You want power, you'll have power too. Faced with an offer reeking of money and fame, Wei Yanhao fell into a thoughtful silence. When Wei Shanhao looked at him with hopeful eyes, thinking to herself that a man of his caliber would surely value principles, Wei Yanhao spoke with a serious expression. How could a man of principle be fooled by such sweet words? But, in the very next second, he broke into a cunning grin, rubbing his fingers together in the universal sign for money. But I'm easily tempted. Why don't you try talking specific numbers? Witnessing his teammate's lightning-fast change of heart, the old man, Wen Yu's face turned purple with rage. He roared, "What kind of game are you playing? Are power and money really that important?" Wei Yanhao nonchalantly turned back and replied with a deadpan expression. "Of course they're important. Without money, am I supposed to eat instant noodles for the rest of my life? Obviously, I have to consider this carefully. But how much power can he give, and how much wealth?" Understanding that the kid was trying to start a bidding war, the old man frantically shouted to keep him. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it. The one backing me is the royal family." Hearing this, Lu Mufeng let out a contemptuous sneer. He glanced at the old man and said mockingly, "Humph, and what do you think he can do for you? In this day and age, power is the only truth. Morality is just something nice to talk about. Even though he's the emperor's younger brother, he's given up everything. At most, he can only secure you a seat at the censorate." He turned to Wei Yanhao with a look of absolute confidence. "But my father is different. He can give you power and wealth that would make anyone jealous." Wei Yanhao slung the broom over his shoulder, pretending to weigh his options. That does sound a bit more appealing. Let's be honest, who doesn't get a little excited at the mention of gold and silver? His ambiguous attitude made the old man clutch his chest, gasping for breath. Just then, a scholar standing behind them suddenly shouted, trying to awaken Wei Yanhao's conscience, "Helping a traitor who is conspiring a rebellion and exposing the real traitor. How can those two things be the same? Did your master never teach you about principles?" Hearing the word master, Wei Yanhao froze, murmuring softly, "My master." The scholar pressed on with sharp words. "That's right. What did your master say? In a situation like this, what did he tell you to do?" He looked Wei Yanhao straight in the eye, his voice intense. "You mention your master like it's a habit, which shows his words are like gold to you. Your master certainly wouldn't have taught you wrong. His words will surely be of use to us." Wei Yanhao grew silent, his face becoming incredibly serious at the mention of his teacher. "My master taught. In a situation like this. In a situation like this. That's right. I remember now." Everyone around held their breath, waiting for some profound moral lesson. But the young man casually declared, "You side with whichever way the wind is blowing." This shamelessly pragmatic answer left Lu Mufeng stunned, while the head scholar was frozen in shock. Wei Yanhao continued clearly, "My master taught me that you can't eat morality. Just join whichever side has more grain." Lu Mufeng broke into a sweat, unable to believe his ears. What kind of master is that? But his shock quickly turned into delight, and he laughed sinisterly in agreement. "Yes, just as your master said. What's the use of morality or righteousness? My father is a man who knows how to reward those who help him." He immediately extended a powerful invitation. "What do you say? Want to work for my father?" Wei Yanhao tilted his head, asking doubtfully, "Work? Do I actually have to work?" Seeing that the fish was about to bite the hook, Lu Mufeng hurriedly promised easy work, high pay with free room and board and all the perks for life. "Trust me." Witnessing her teammate's betrayal, Wei Yanhao, who was behind them, could only scream in frustration. Hearing the words "for life," Wei Yanhao's eyes lit up. "Oh, a lifetime guarantee. Turns out I was the fool all along." Lu Mufeng added another powerful psychological blow. "If you don't want to, you don't have to do a thing. The promised reward will still be yours." Wei Yanhao asked excitedly, "Really?" The young man's attitude changed in an instant as he began to flatter him openly. "You are so generous, truly a great man." They both burst into raucous laughter like old friends. "Haha, you're not the first person to say that." Meanwhile, the group of scholars and Wei Yanhao watched the scene with utter contempt. They could only grit their teeth and mutter, "How despicable." Wei Yanhao didn't care in the slightest. He looked directly at the fat man and asked, "So, what do I have to do?" Lu Mufeng's face suddenly twisted into a vile and cruel expression. He leaned close to Wei Yanhao's ear and issued a bloody command. "First, send that bunch glaring at us on their way." Wei Yanhao asked, bewildered, "What?" Lu Mufeng coldly pointed towards the tied-up people, his voice harsh. "They are traitors plotting a rebellion. Exterminating their 9 generations is the natural course of action. The imperial law is written quite clearly. Pleading is useless." "Is that so?" Wei Yanhao frowned slightly, pointing a hand towards the utterly enraged crowd behind them. "Who said you were plotting a rebellion?" An enraged scholar screamed in protest. "We didn't plot any rebellion. He made it all up. You really believe that nonsense model?" Curses echoed in desperation. "Damn it, you bastard." Faced with the demand to kill someone to prove his loyalty, Wei Yanhao's demeanor suddenly changed. He waved his hands dismissively, a somewhat naive look on his face. "But, killing is out of the question. I've never killed anyone. This is going a bit too far, guys." Lu Mufeng snorted coldly, full of contempt. He glared at Yanhao and ordered, "Then step aside and let me do it. Bring me the sword." He took the sword from his subordinate and declared loudly, "I don't wish to dirty my own hands, but when enforcing the nation's laws, there can be no hesitation." Seeing the deadly blade about to be unsheathed, Wen Yuhuan panicked and begged, "Please stop. You are a man who understands loyalty and righteousness. How can you commit such a disloyal act while enjoying the country's favor?" Lu Mufeng didn't even flinch. He raised the sword high, which emanated a brilliant green aura, and let out a resounding roar. What I am doing is for justice. Who dares to stop me? The blade tore through the air as it descended. NG screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face. Father Wen Yuhuan squeezed his eyes shut, awaiting death, silently thinking, I'm sorry, NG. But then a sharp clang rang out. Wei Yanhao had appeared in the path of the sword at some point. He had stopped Lu Mufeng's attack with his bare hand and said coldly, let's stop this here, shall we? Lu Mufeng froze sweat, pouring down his face in terror. He wondered in shock. How can he be this powerful? Yanhao looked at him with a chilling gaze and asked casually, have you already forgotten our little chat just now? Even just going along with the crowd and applauding should stop here. Then Yanhao leisurely placed both hands behind his head. He smirked and asked, do you know, the first thing you need to live a lazy life? It might sound contradictory, but it makes perfect sense. Wei Yanhao looked directly into Lu Mufeng's eyes and coldly stated the prerequisite for living lazily. If you want to lie around and enjoy life, it's best not to stir up trouble. His memories suddenly flashed back to a haunting childhood. Once he had accidentally broken an inkstone that his father cherished dearly. At that exact moment, his father was away from home. He had to live in absolute terror during the entire wait. It took 3 days for his father to return. Those 3 days were truly hell for me. When his father finally came back, Yanhao was beaten half to death, but still felt relieved to be alive. Only after that could he live comfortably. To him, the constant anxiety of waiting for trouble was far more terrifying than the beating itself. It might have been better to just die right then. Listening to this story that seemed completely unrelated to the current situation, Li Wang and Anji could only break out in a nervous sweat, utterly bewildered. After hearing this, Lu Mufeng sneered, tilting his chin with a look of contempt. Hey, sage of the Hanlin Academy, what's with all this nonsensical rambling? Yanhao closed his eyes, his voice suddenly becoming deep and powerful. My master once told me, debts of gratitude and enmity must never be forgotten. He recalled the teachings of his master that debts of kindness and favor are even more important to remember. He who does not repay what he has received will one day have to pay it back many times over. In his mind, images appeared of the people at the academy who had taken care of him and treated him well all this time. Yanhao looked up at the night sky and declared firmly, being buried in debt is exhausting. So today I've decided to settle all my accounts at once to lighten the load. At his steely declaration, Wen Yuhuan was so stunned he couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Anji and the others around him stared in utter amazement. Lu Mufeng smirked sinisterly, nodding as if he understood the situation. So in short, you want to defy me to play the hero? Is that it? He suddenly burst into loud, hearty, and arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. My god, do you think you're the main character or something? If I were you, I'd be running for my life. His laughter echoed throughout the courtyard, as the fat man roared, mocking the naivety of the young man before him. But the laughter abruptly died. Lu Mufeng's face instantly darkened, filled with killing intent. He stared at Wei Yanhao with an incredibly terrifying expression. Did you think I was trying to get on your good side because I was afraid of you? His eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant, sinister purple light. Wei Yanhao maintained his nonchalant expression, replying casually, not really, I didn't see it that way. Lu Mufeng raised a hand covered in rings and growled, you get it now, don't you? Let me make it clear if I want to. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura erupted, forming thousands of grotesque spiritual arms that surrounded him. He roared savagely. Then killing someone is nothing at all. Standing before the surging, terrifying power, Lu Mufeng's face twisted into a hideous grin as he bellowed, consider it an honor to die at my hands. Witnessing this scene, Wen Yuhuan was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. Could it be that this Lu Mufeng also knows martial arts? Lu Mufeng concentrated all his power into his palm, launching a fatal blow from above. A gigantic hand formed from countless souls crushed down on Yanhao's position, creating an earth-shattering explosion. However, as swift as lightning, Yanhao had already darted out of the attack's range in an instant. Lu Mufeng had now gone completely mad. He let out a triumphant, cackling laugh and uttered a sarcastic remark. Remember to work harder in your next life. Being this lazy will only get you logged out early. Wei Yanhao landed on the ground, bowing his head slightly. His long hair fell forward, hiding his eyes, which were gradually turning incredibly cold. Witnessing the terrifying power of the attack, the surrounding crowd could only tremble in shock. Amidst the dust and smoke, Wei Yanhao remained strangely calm. He murmured softly, strange? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Lu Mufeng was now drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth, clenching a fist that radiated a brilliant golden energy. Humph, I knew it. He glared at Yanhao and growled arrogantly, you've got some skill. I used my ultimate move right from the start, and you couldn't even react. But before he could finish his sentence, Yanhao had already become a phantom, moving at a horrifying speed, creating illusory after-images within the encirclement of the golden aura. With a soft click, Yanhao effortlessly blocked his opponent's attack with his hand. Lu Mufeng's eyes bulged, his face contorting in shock. What are you kidding me? How could you block it so easily? Yanhao stared directly at the trembling man before him, his gaze as cold as ice. Is that all you've got? Lu Mufeng stammered in despair. No. How can this be? Yanhao replied nonchalantly. You clearly saw what happened, yet you still ask. Regardless, not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Yanhao spun around and delivered a thunderous kick. Lu Mufeng only had time to let out a piercing scream. Why wait before he was swept away by the brilliant green stream of qi? The fat man shot into the air, crashing through a series of roofs, creating a chain of explosions accompanied by a long, agonizing scream that echoed through the courtyard. Wei Yanhao stood proudly, his legs still blazing with qi. He coolly declared, I only meant to go easy on you with one blow, but my foot slipped and sent you flying a little too far. A deathly silence fell over the courtyard, leaving the scholars and Wen Enchi wide-eyed and frozen in utter shock at the overwhelming power of the usually lazy young man. From within the cloud of dust, Lu Mufeng staggered to his feet, his face battered and bruised, looking absolutely pathetic. Seeing his opponent could still move, Wei Yanhao casually dusted off his hands. Oh, you're still standing. How about another round to warm up? Seeing the Grim Reaper approach, Lu Mufeng's will to fight completely shattered. The portly man was drenched in sweat, his face contorted with fear. He swallowed hard and made a shameless proposal. How about we just delete everything that just happened and pretend it never occurred? The entire courtyard fell dead silent at the blatant treachery of the man who had just threatened to execute 9 generations of another's family. Lu Mufeng, now stripped of all arrogance, dropped to his knees and pleaded desperately to Prince Li Wen. Please let me go, Your Highness. But the Grand Censor merely glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, coldly retorting, Have you ever seen an imperial censor let a traitor go? Realizing that begging wouldn't work, Lu Mufeng's attitude shifted instantly. He gritted his teeth and issued a final threat. If I don't return, my father will assume this has failed. And then, he'll make his final gamble. Under the cold full moon, he growled a warning of disastrous consequences. No matter the outcome, the imperial family will suffer irreparable damage. Prince Li stared at the cunning man before him, smirking as he uttered a contemptuous remark. Truly a hopeless snake. Letting this guy escape is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. But it seems Prince Li has a deeper plan in mind. In the quiet of the night, Wei Yanhao suddenly called out after him. Let me offer some advice too. It's a service you probably won't get from anyone else. He casually pointed out a fatal weakness in his opponent's technique. The Du Clan technique is impressive, but when you use it simultaneously with the bamboo bone technique, its power is obviously diminished. If you really want to fight me, you'd better drop the disguise first. Lu Mufeng froze his face, twisting in shock as his secret appearance-altering technique was exposed. He gritted his teeth, leaving behind a hateful threat. I'll remember this. The next time we meet. Wei Yanhao stretched, yawned, and replied nonchalantly. I'd rather not see you again. I might have to start offering a discount beating service. He glanced after him and thought to himself, we'll meet again soon, at least in this form. Watching his enemy's silhouette disappear into the breaking dawn, Wei Yanhao smiled cryptically. Well, I guess that's a wrap, huh? He turned to the imperial censor and the others, speaking lethargically. All right, folks, I'm out. Witnessing such laziness right after a tense battle, Wen Enchi flew into a rage and yelled, You're going to sleep again. Wei Yanhao, ever the troll, raised a finger to make his point. Hey, hello, are you trying to back out of our all-inclusive eating and sleeping deal? Enchi could only click her tongue helpless against his shamelessness. Wei Yanhao shouted back as he scurried away. Don't wake me up, I'm warning you. I'm sleeping straight through till tomorrow. Don't wake me up. Enchi watched the lazy bum's retreating figure and could only sigh in exasperation. Do people like him really exist? The imperial censor and the other official simply looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Indeed. The next morning, Wei Yanhao groggily cracked open his eyes, mumbling in annoyance. What is it? Enchi informed him coldly. Father is summoning you. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao immediately started arguing, I have the right to choose my rest days. This attitude made her snap. She pointed right in his face and scolded him. Enough with the laziness. You've been sleeping for 7 days and 7 nights. Haven't you met your quota yet? Wei Yanhao stubbornly tried to bargain. It's such a pain. Can't I just see him later? Her last bit of patience finally ran out. Enchi let out a heaven-shaking roar, lunged forward, grabbed the edge of the blanket, and yanked it off with all her might. Left with no choice, Wei Yanhao trudged along with messy hair constantly scratching his head sleepily. Standing before the guest room door, Enchi announced clearly, Father, I've brought him. A deep voice echoed from within, Come in. As soon as he stepped inside, Wei Yanhao froze when he saw Wen Yuhuan sitting with Prince Li. Seeing the 2 big shots waiting for him, Wei Yanhao thought to himself, Oh crap, they're about to force another project on me. Wen Yuhuan smiled gently at his daughter. You've done well. You may leave now. Both Wei Yanhao and Enchi bowed. Wei Yanhao tried to take the opportunity to sneak out with Enchi, but a thundering shout made him freeze. You stay here. Prince Li had lost all his usual composure. His face was beet red, veins bulging on his neck from fury. He bellowed, You Wei Yanhao, asked confused. Me. The only reply was the powerful prince's face trembling with absolute rage. Wei Yanhao trudged into the room, clutching his head, which was still buzzing from lack of sleep. My head. My brain's running slower than public Wi-Fi right now. While he was still half asleep, Prince Li and Wen Youhuan were already waiting with extremely serious expressions. Suddenly, the prince reached out and took out an incredibly ornate item. It was a sword in a jet-black scabbard, adorned with glittering gold, dragon, and phoenix patterns. He stroked his beard, his eyes full of determination. I know. Immediately after, he decisively pushed the sword toward Wei Yanhao. Here. Curious, Wei Yanhao picked up the precious item to examine it. Prince Li asked in a low voice, Do you know what this is? The young man answered nonchalantly, Nope. His casual reply made the prince snap in fury. Then why did you dare to take it without asking? Right then, Wei Yanhao's mind was filled with images of gleaming gold ingots. He mumbled with a dreamy look, It looks valuable. I bet I could trade it for a whole cart of gold at the market. The young man started justifying his actions with his late master's teachings. Master always said, if you see something you can sell, grab it first and ask questions later. Wei Yanhao hugged the Shuqing sword to his chest, leaving Prince Li clutching his head in helplessness. He tried to explain, that sword, but Wei Yanhao immediately cut him off. Once a gift is given, there are no takebacks. A true gentleman would never do that. Despite the prince trying to clarify, no, that sword. The kid continued his moral lecture. You're a grand prince, why are you acting like a child, giving a gift and then wanting it back? No way. Wei Yanhao even did something incredibly unsanitary. He spat on the sword. Spits. See, I've spit on it to mark it. It's mine now. His last bit of patience finally snapped. Prince Li slammed the table and shot to his feet, bellowing in a fit of rage. Just listen to me, you damned clan-exterminating brat, he roared with authority. That sword is a sacred treasure of the imperial censorate. Wherever you are, just by drawing it, you will be treated as my equal. Hearing about the item's supreme power, Wei Yanhao looked incredibly disappointed. He stared at the sword with a lifeless expression. Prince Li asked bewildered, What is it? Is there a problem? Wei Yanhao retorted. That's it. The prince was stunned. The guy started whining about practicality. Can I trade this for food or a property deed? You're a big shot official, but you give such a useless gift. Wei Yanhao started talking down to him. I performed a great service, so trying to smooth it over with just this. Well, that's a bit awkward. When prompted, he boldly launched into a lecture on his life philosophy of mutual benefit. That's just life. People these days value practical benefits more. He let out a sigh. This is so awkward. It's not polite to be blunt, but my true nature will come out eventually. Just forget all this divine artifact crap. Let's be practical and just give me cold hard cash. Prince Li ground his teeth, his hand gripping the table so tightly it trembled. You want money. Seeing things were going south, Wei Yanhao immediately tried to salvage the situation with a deadpan expression. Well, it would be rude not to be direct about it. Of course I know all about etiquette. Wei Yanhao picked up the inkstone in the box, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just seen gold. But, is this really for me? It looks expensive, doesn't it? Take this to an auction and I'd be set for life, Prince Li awkwardly explained. Ahem, that is the precious inkstone. Seeing that this brat only cared about its material value, he cleared his throat and repeated sternly, that is a divine artifact of the censorate. In any government office you will be treated as my equal. Essentially I am granting you a position equivalent to a grand imperial censor. Hearing about a title, Wei Yanhao looked utterly bored. The thing I hate most is working, especially if I'm not getting paid in gold. Prince Li stressed. I said, I am bestowing upon you an official post. Wei Yanhao argued back stubbornly. Isn't that the same thing? The prince growled, asserting. It's different. Wei Yanhao shot back. How is it different? At a loss, the prince finally yelled. Because I said so. Fine. I have to respect my elders, so I'll take your word for it. Another official standing nearby calmly added to the explanation. The censorate has always sent supervisors throughout the Central Plains. The position has been vacant for a long time, and now it is yours. Wei Yanhao narrowed his eyes and asked, So, you mean this is my payment? Prince Li, absolutely furious, screamed, No, it's a reward. If I have to, I'll sell my entire estate to reward you. You absolute madman, Wei Yanhao muttered to himself. He's the one who said he'd sell it. Better not blame me later. The other official looked concerned, but Wei Yanhao quickly waved his hand. No, it's nothing. Right then, Wei Yanhao's mind was filled with images of glittering gold coins, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Prince Li saw right through him and bellowed, Are you really planning to sell it? Who are you? What family do you belong to? Master, who are you? Wei Yanhao turned away coldly, unable to answer. The prince pressed him. Is it that you don't trust me? And that's why you won't speak? Wei Yanhao silently nodded in confirmation. Prince Li roared. You know exactly who I am, yet you still don't trust me. You still hide your own identity. Wei Yanhao looked him straight in the eye, his voice suddenly growing serious. How can I trust you when you hide your martial arts and put on such a grand performance in front of me? The tension in the room instantly became palpable. Wei Yanhao suddenly posed a provocative question. To take down Lu Mufeng, how many seconds would you need? 5 seconds, 3 seconds, Wei Yanhao asserted in a low voice. What I hate most is being treated like a pawn and led around by the nose. A brilliant red aura erupted, forming a giant chessboard that enveloped the entire space. A dazzling blue aura radiated from Wei Yanhao's body, his eyes flashing with a powerful light. Being controlled like a piece on someone else's chessboard. That is what I despise the most. Wei Yanhao's cold declaration made Prince Li break out in a sweat. The prince asked in astonishment. You discovered that I was intentionally hiding my skills. Unfazed Wei Yanhao calmly analyzed the situation. You guys traveling thousands of miles just to play Go. That sounds like a load of crap. It's obvious you had a scheme from the start. He concluded, you all must have been plotting something, and I just happened to show up, becoming the perfect excuse for your plan. Whatever the reason in that situation, Lu Mufeng appeared, and the incident occurred. At that moment, I was forced to make a choice about which side I was on. Prince Li wondered. Wasn't it obvious you'd choose our side? What were you going to do, side with the bun seller at the front gate? But from what I observed, Lu Mufeng's words seemed more trustworthy, even if that joint indictment was a fake. It's a fact that someone of the royal family like you, Prince Li, was secretly gathering powerful people at this estate, and it's hard to believe you were doing it just to make friends. The most likely possibility is that no matter who said what, it was definitely a conspiracy. Prince Li mused. You thought of all that, and yet you still chose to help us. It's because that girl called out to me. Otherwise, I would have been long gone. I would have bolted faster than a dog hearing fireworks. He admitted that if he hadn't been spotted, he really had planned to run away. But because I realized that girl seemed completely oblivious to the adult's scheming, I couldn't just turn a blind eye. Wei Yanhao recalled what his master once taught him. Direction is important, world affairs are important, but if you can't see through a person's true nature, everything is meaningless. In the quiet room, the three of them sat around the Go board. So, your suspicious actions back then were just to test the reaction of us 4 princes, Prince Li asked, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Wei Yanhao replied casually. Sitting in the middle of a bunch of schemers without stirring the pot for fun, I'd die of boredom. The atmosphere suddenly froze when Wei Yanhao dropped a direct question. By the way, let me just ask you straight up. You're plotting treason, aren't you? The prince paused for a beat, then slowly growled. So what if I am? What will you do? In contrast to the other's tension, Wei Yanhao just thought to himself, great, now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Is Prince Li really plotting treason? Plotting treason, Wei Yanhao asked back nonchalantly. So, do you need me to wish you success in your new venture? The prince was stunned by the young man's indifferent attitude. Have you no loyalty to the imperial family? Wei Yanhao declared apathetically, I've never received anything from the emperor, so why would I be loyal? The brutally practical answer made Prince Li burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, he laughed. I swear on my life, we are not plotting treason. We are merely gathering forces to deal with Lu Ji. Wei Yanhao nodded slightly. I see. But this secret plan is no longer a secret. The problem is that Lu Ji has already found out. An image of the insidious Lu Ji, leader of the eunuch faction, came to mind. Prince Li revealed his opponent's cruel move. Do you know why Lu Ji sent Lu Mufeng here? Because he wanted Lu Mufeng to die at my hands. It turns out Lu Ji never intended to arrest me then and there. He wanted to use me to get rid of his own adopted son. He didn't want to arrest me. He wanted me to kill Lu Mufeng. If I had done that, Lu Ji would have used it as an excuse to accuse me of hiding my martial arts. Then, during the murder investigation, he would have a legitimate reason to expose my secret gathering of powerful figures here. Prince Li looked at Wei Yanhao sincerely. Thankfully, you came through for us just in time. He bowed his head slightly, admitting fault. If I have made you uncomfortable, this king apologizes. But the arranged game you spoke of was by no means intentional. He asserted that both he and Wen Yuhuan had risked their lives against Lu Mufeng and were not putting on an act. Yanhao softly replied, I understand. Seeing that Prince Li was still trying to persuade him, you have to trust me. The kid could only click his tongue in response. What a pain. I said, I get it, you keep talking. So are you going to accept the position of shadow surveillance supervisor? Prince Li got straight to the point with a weighty offer. Wei Yanhao, with a listless and weary expression, replied immediately. Let me say one thing first. I absolutely will not take on more work for myself. The prince smiled knowingly. That's fine, because even if you don't want to, the world won't leave you in peace. Yanhao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Are you cursing me? Prince Li calmly affirmed. No, that is the path of a great hero. Maintaining his trademark lazy demeanor, Yanhao stated firmly, in that case, I refuse. I'd rather just stay home and sleep. But the prince merely uttered a sentence, as if he had already seen the future. Destiny is not something you can refuse. Seeing no point in arguing further, Yanhao stood up. Then I shall take my leave. He walked away silently, leaving Prince Li and Wen Yuhuan at the tea table. The prince called after him, "Let's leave it at that then. This king will also be departing today." Yanhao muttered with disgust as he walked away. "I sincerely hope I never see you again. Every time we meet, there's always drama." Prince Li's lips curled into a slight smirk. For some reason, this king feels that we will meet again very soon. A cold chill ran down his spine, causing Yanhao to shudder and get goosebumps. He walked quickly past the two lords without a single glance back. Once Yanhao was out of sight, when Yuhuan asked in a low voice, "What do you think of him?" Prince Li's smile vanished, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp and profound, beyond my imagination. He admitted he'd expected Yanhao's martial arts to be exceptional, but he never thought the man would be so formidable as to see through his own skills. Prince Li assessed him inwardly with a sense of awe and caution. "I thought I'd picked up a dragon, but it turns out I brought home a monster. Let your guard down for a second, and it'll swallow you whole." However, that very danger only strengthened his resolve. That kind of danger is well worth the risk. When Yuhuan nodded in agreement, the old man added his own observation. If it were only his martial arts, that would be one thing. But his strategic mind is also far beyond that of an ordinary person. He understands everything, but doesn't act until the last moment. He is more than just a strong man. The two walked together in the quiet courtyard. The old scholar couldn't help but wonder, who on earth could have raised such a monster? Prince Li immediately ordered an investigation. In any case, investigate everything about him. Even if you can't find a trace of his deceased master, you must find out his family origins. Do you understand? Wen Yuhuan replied respectfully, "Yes." That night, under a brilliant full moon shining on the roof tiles of the Hanlin Academy, a figure was lounging about, enjoying the silence of the night. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility. "Are you planning to leave, Your Excellency?" Startled, Yanhao sat up and looked down. Seeing the head of the house standing there, he smiled softly, his eyes turning genuinely warm. "You've given me free room and board for so long, it would be strange to leave without a word of goodbye." Under the serene silver moonlight on the roof, Wen Yuhuan began to speak thoughtfully. "Even if not right now, you've likely intended to leave this place for a long time, haven't you?" Wei Yanhao nodded slightly in admission. "Yes." He gazed into the distant night and continued. "In any case, while I was here, I saw and felt many things before deciding to leave." When Yuhuan smiled faintly and asked, "And what did you feel?" Yanhao was silent for a long moment before answering slowly. One that the bookworms who are always preaching morality rarely live by what the books teach. Yanhao then added a second point. 2. This scholarly forest has far more terrifying drama than I ever imagined. The head of the house asked in surprise. "Terrifying? It's because I never thought that person would be in the scholarly forest. Of all the people I've met since entering the martial world, he is the #1 master. Prince Li's martial arts are truly extraordinary." Suddenly, he turned to Wen Yuhuan with a knowing smile. "If I were to ask you to stop your act, what would you think?" Faced with the young man's direct question, Wen Yuhuan was not the least bit flustered. His eyes suddenly became sharp and unusually authoritative. "So, you've noticed as well," Yanhao replied casually. "Yes, I noticed from the very beginning." Wen Yuhuan let out a soft sigh. That's a bit troublesome then." "May I ask a favor of you?" Yanhao said decisively. "I will not reveal your secret." Having received his promise, the head of the house bowed slightly. "Thank you. I wish to continue living as a simple scholar." Yanhao held up a finger. "In exchange, please tell me one thing." When Yuhuan nodded, "Please go ahead." Yanhao began to open up about his original purpose. "My master told me to come to the scholarly forest to observe the world. I thought that in the scholarly forest I would see things like justice, or the character of noble gentlemen. But what I seem to have found here are the darkest parts of the world." He remarked bitterly. "Everyone pursues their own studies and cherishes their own ideals. It's inevitable they'll end up fighting tooth and nail. When those ideals clash, people realize that to achieve their ideals, they must first overcome reality. Everyone knows they need to untangle the complicated knots of the times. But untangling them takes too much time, and there's no guarantee that time alone will be enough. In the end, the impatient ones will choose to simply cut the knot." He glanced towards the go board, now cleared of its stones. "That is what you see. Things like crushing the lives of others, or sending pawns to their deaths. That is the very nature of these dark, deceitful, and dirty schemes." Yanhao turned to the elder and asked, "Is the world always this flawed?" When Yuhuan replied gravely, "The imperial palace is even harsher, but other places aren't much different." Yanhao let out a long, aimless sigh. "My master wanted me to see the world, but I find it moves too quickly. This lazy man can't keep up." Hearing the Sword Emperor's disciple lament, Wen Yuhuan said gently, "Then isn't that for the better?" "Huh, what do you mean?" Yanhao asked, bewildered. The scholar looked out at the courtyard and offered a piece of profound advice. "If the world moves too quickly, then you should simply walk at a leisurely pace. A diligent person may see and learn many things, but perhaps a lazy person can see everything more clearly. If you decide beforehand what you will see and feel before you even experience it, then what meaning do those experiences have? He advised the young man to walk with his own 2 feet and see the world with his own eyes, because only by doing so will the world show you the path you must take. Yanhao murmured quietly, "You mean, as my true self, I should see the world for what it truly is." Sitting cross-legged on the roof in the silent night, he told himself that he had to use his own being to truly feel it all. Wei Yanhao formed a hand seal, and a surge of brilliant purple energy erupted from the internal core in his body, emitting a mystical glow. Under the full moon, a dazzling column of blue light shot straight into the sky from Wei Yanhao's body, enveloping him in a powerful spiritual aura. When Yuhuan stood behind, silently observing this astonishing transformation, his face etched with a solemn expression. After the meditation session ended, Wen Yuhuan approached and asked, "Have you understood anything yet, Sir Wei Yanhao?" Stretched and replied, "To be honest, I still feel like it's all a confusing joke." Hearing this, the clan head burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, that's good enough. As long as you feel it with your heart, that's all that matters." He walked away leisurely, leaving a final piece of advice. "I hope that one day you will find the answer." Wei Yanhao watched the senior's retreating figure before flopping down on the roof tiles, gazing up at the night sky. He felt a strange change in his chest and thought to himself, "I think I might have just felt something. Or maybe I'm just hungry, or has the internal core my master gave me finally kicked in?" As he dreamily gazed at the bright moon, the majestic image of his master, Bai Wuhan, appeared, asking, "My disciple, did you just achieve enlightenment? But I still don't quite understand, master." Wen Yuhuan looked at Wei Yanhao, sprawled out on the floor with a weary expression, and asked, "Didn't you say you were leaving soon?" Wei Yanhao sluggishly sat up. "Well, to be fair, it's a bit late today. I'll go tomorrow. My plan is to always put things off until tomorrow." Wen Yuhuan could only sigh helplessly. "It's been half a month already." Wei Yanhao nonchalantly argued back, "So what? It can be delayed a little longer." Wen Yuhuan clicked his tongue. He has a point. But just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Wen Enchi entered with the crew from the Guayong Escort Agency. She spoke coldly, "Thank you for calling the Guayong Escort Agency." The lead escort looked around and asked, "So, may I ask what goods we are supposed to be escorting?" Without a moment's hesitation, Enchi pointed directly at the bewildered Wei Yanhao. "That's it. Premium-grade lazy cargo. You don't even need to feed it much on the way." Wei Yanhao was startled and pointed at himself. "Me." The escort crew looked at Wei Yanhao doubtfully. One of them muttered, "He looks like a person." Enchi casually explained, as if talking about an object, "That's just its external appearance. It's just cargo, that's all." She added, "We do transport people, but in those cases, we prepare a separate horse-drawn carriage." The lead escort explained worriedly, "Besides, this trip is mainly for transporting goods. It would be difficult to bring a person along." Enchi immediately waved his concern away. "Don't worry. If the cart can carry oxen, chickens, and ducks, it can carry him. What's the difference?" She proposed a humiliating solution. "Just put him on top of the cargo cart and give him 3 meals a day. He won't complain or cause any trouble." Hearing this, Wei Yanhao could only bow his head speechless at the young lady's ruthlessness. To seal the deal, Enchi played her final card. "I'll pay the full fee for transporting a person." "No, wait. I'll pay double." "You know what, make it quadruple to get it done quickly. Just take this old man off my hands." Faced with such a large sum of money, the lead escort immediately shook hands and agreed. "Done, please, this way." It was only then that Wei Yanhao snapped out of his shock and shouted, "What did you say? You want to load me onto a cart like cargo and ship me away?" Wen Yuhuan, standing nearby, nodded slightly in approval. "She's quite sharp." Enchi looked at Wei Yanhao with an expression full of disgust. She turned to her father and said, "What is this about? I think we need to get rid of this useless freeloader quickly." Wei Yanhao cried out in frustration. "Good heavens, I've heard that the honor of the martial world has declined, but how could it come to this? I'm the one who saved you, and you're selling your savior off like a piece of merchandise." Wen Yuhuan turned away, muttering, "That's right, Enchi. No matter what we do, owe him a debt of gratitude. To repay his kindness, we should at least let him do as he pleases." This remark made Enchi look worriedly at Wei Yanhao, who was lying limply on the ground. "At this rate, he'll still be here next year." Enchi insisted that what she was doing was to help him, but Wei Yanhao immediately roared in protest. "Help me with what?" Enchi calmly explained. "You were planning to go to the main fortress city in Hubei, right? Since the route goes to Hubei, you can just travel with the escort agency that's delivering goods to Hubei. And aren't you too lazy to walk the whole way to Hubei anyway?" Wei Yanhao began to waver, scratching his head and thought, "Well, that does sound right." But Enchi's lips curled into a calculating smirk. "You get to ride in a cart, the escort agency makes money, and I conveniently get to send you away. It's a win-win for everyone." Faced with such sharp logic, Wei Yanhao broke into a cold sweat, silently admitting, "She's actually very persuasive." Though he was cornered, he still muttered hesitantly, "Stop talking." "But my mom told me not to go with strangers." At this point, Wen Yuhuan had to step in to reassure him. "It's all right, they are all trustworthy people, their identities are clear. You can go with them without any worries." Although still grumbling, Wei Yanhao finally clicked his tongue and accepted. Alright then, let's go. I can't believe I have to leave in such a hurry. I was sleeping and now I'm being forced to be delivered as cargo. Sitting comfortably on a pile of wooden crates on the escort agency's cart, he heard Wen Yuhuan's parting words. Have a safe journey. Take care of yourself. Seeing Enchi's undisguised radiant smile, Wei Yanhao said sarcastically, You look awfully happy about this. She didn't even bother to deny it, asking back, Is it that obvious? Wei Yanhao could only grunt in helpless defeat. The escort cart began to move, making a steady clattering sound. True to his lazy nature, Wei Yanhao immediately flopped down on the pile of goods to take a nap. As the cart passed through the city gates, Wen Yuhuan and his daughter still watched from a distance. Wei Yanhao lay on his back on the cart, his eyes lazily watching the maple leaves float by. Suddenly a voice called out from behind him. Hey! Wei Yanhao lifted himself up slightly and saw Enchi waving and calling after him. Take care. Witnessing this, his face twisted in confusion. He mumbled, She kicks me out, and then wishes me well. Enchi wasn't done yet, shouting her final message. And remember to fix that lazy attitude of yours. Wei Yanhao waved back half-heartedly. Yeah, I know. This laziness is my trademark. It's hard to fix. The escort cart gradually disappeared behind the forest of brilliant yellow leaves. With Wei Yanhao still stretched out waving goodbye, Wen Yuhuan softly told his daughter, Alright, let's go inside. And she replied respectfully, Yes, father. The two of them quietly walked into the manor, but just before the gate closed, Enchi glanced back one last time at the road, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Enchi watched Wei Yanhao's retreating figure, smiling softly as she said goodbye to this strange, lazy man. Meanwhile, back with the Guayong escort agency, caravan escort leader, Gu Bixiang, was staring at the new cargo with a look of utter disbelief. He growled, Hello, is this the shipment you were talking about? In front of him was Wei Yanhao, sleeping soundly on top of the cargo cart, oblivious to the world. Gu Bixiang yelled in frustration, Are you messing with me? Don't you get it? Taking on one more person for an escort mission means that much more preparation. A young escort quickly explained, We wanted to refuse. But since it was a request from the Hanlin Grand Academy, we couldn't turn it down. Gu Bixiang looked at the soulless corpse dozing off and asked curiously, But how long has he been like this? The escort replied, He's been this way ever since we left the Hanlin Grand Academy. Gu Bixiang thought to himself, Doesn't he feel uncomfortable at all? In a way, it was truly strange. The escort added a harsh comment. Just think of him as livestock. Give him 3 meals a day, and he's as obedient as a puppy. Don't worry, he won't cause any trouble. Gu Bixiang could only exclaim, I really don't get it. He walked closer, slammed his hand on the side of the carriage and shouted, Hey! Wei Yanhao groggily opened his eyes looking down from his high perch and asked, What is it? Gu Bixiang cleared his throat and introduced himself. Ahem, I am escort leader Gu Bixiang, the one in charge of this mission. Wei Yanhao replied nonchalantly. So, the escort leader explained the inconvenience of carrying an extra person on the cargo carriage. But Wei Yanhao immediately reassured him, Don't worry, old man. Don't even count me as a person. Just think of me as another piece of cargo on the list. Gu Bixiang was still worried about the trouble, but Wei Yanhao revealed his supreme laziness. I don't mind suffering a little. What could be better than lying still and having someone deliver you right to your destination? Witnessing this level of shamelessness, Gu Bixiang could only click his tongue. What a weirdly optimistic guy. Alright then, let's get moving. Wei Yanhao waved his hand in a half-hearted farewell. Yes, I'll be in your care. 5 days had passed since they left the Hanlin Academy, and life on the escort carriage seemed to be draining Wei Yanhao's patience. He let out an earth-shattering yawn and mumbled, This whole thing is so pointless. Wei Yanhao stretched lazily and sat up amidst the pile of goods. When he was awake, he was sleepy, and when he slept, that cunning old master of his would haunt his dreams. In his daze, the image of the white martial master appeared again, shouting, When facing multiple enemies, even if your sword energy is a bit thin, you have to swing faster. How many times have I told you? Wei Yanhao clutched his head in exhaustion, cursing to himself. Damn it, how much longer do I have to endure these training dreams? Finally, he clicked his tongue and gave up. Whatever. He then went back to lazing on the moving escort carriage. Suddenly, escort leader Gu Bixiang ordered the carriage to a halt. Hold on, he said, looking towards the dense forest and calling out loudly. Which hero is out there? I am Gu Bixiang of the Guilong Escort Agency. I pay my respects. Wei Yanhao groggily opened his eyes wondering, are those mountain bandits, or are they fans from the Jianghu here for my autograph? The silence was terrifying. Gu Bixiang frowned. No one was showing themselves, which was not a good sign. He analyzed the situation internally. If the enemy kept dragging this out, there were only 2 possibilities. 1, they were amateur bandits. 2, it was an extremely dangerous individual targeting the carriage. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. If it was the former, they might be lucky. But he couldn't sense any distinct aura from the forest. That meant their opponent was definitely not some rookie bandit. Gu Bixiang yelled once more. I'll say it again. I am escort leader Gu Bixiang of the Guilong Escort Agency. You who are hiding in the forest, come out now. Otherwise, I will consider this an attack on the Guilong Escort Agency. After the sound of rustling bushes, a large figure in red robes carrying a massive broadsword on his back stepped out majestically. Gu Bixiang exclaimed in surprise. Humph. The stranger landed with a heavy thud, then cupped his hands respectfully. I am Peng Daocheng of the Hebei Peng family. Peng Daocheng's face was filled with urgency. I am being hunted by my enemies. I can't escape them alone. Please lend me your aid. This matter could become a disaster for the entire Jianghu escort leader, Gu Bixiang asked worriedly. But what are we supposed to do? Peng Daocheng pleaded earnestly. Someone is after me. Just get me off this mountain and I guarantee the reward will not disappoint you. Seeing the critical situation, Gu Bixiang made a firm decision. I will help. First, please hide quickly among the cargo. Peng Daocheng nodded. All right, and quickly moved toward the back of the carriage. He froze when he saw Wei Yanhao lying there, sleeping nonchalantly. Peng Daocheng stared at the lazy young man with a tense expression. Gu Bixiang quickly opened the lid of a large crate. Please get in here. Peng Daocheng replied softly, thank you, and slipped inside. The escort leader didn't forget to give a strict warning. Absolute silence, you hear me. One loud breath and we're all dead meat. Lying on top, Wei Yanhao lazily replied, I got it. Looking at the escort leader's back, Wei Yanhao silently judged him. What a bunch of meddlers. But then again, good people like him were rare these days. The escort carriage began to rumble along the path once more. From inside the wooden crate, Peng Daocheng's apologetic voice could be heard. It is my fault for dragging you all into danger. I am truly sorry. If we get through this, I will definitely repay everyone here. Wei Yanhao immediately shot back with a sarcastic remark. What good is a reward if you're dead? From the crack in the crate, Peng Daocheng hissed through gritted teeth. Have you no conscience, putting all these people in danger? If you had any decency, you would at least pretend you didn't see anything. Wei Yanhao snapped, all right, stop fussing. I need to rest. Who saves, who can be decided later. Right now, my priority is saving my aching back. The escort leader could only sigh. Very well. As the convoy ventured deeper into the bamboo forest, Gu Bixiang was sweating bullets, praying silently. They were almost down the mountain now. Luckily, no one had tracked Peng Daocheng down yet. Did we make it through safely? But that glimmer of hope was instantly shattered by a thunderous shout that rang in his ears. Stop. Wei Yanhao shot up amidst the cargo, startled. A man with long hair and dark green robes stood blocking the front of the carriage. Instantly, a swarm of black-clad assassins leaped down from above, tightly surrounding the escort carriage. The leader, who had a long scar over his eye, coldly drew his sword from its sheath. A heavenly killing intent enveloped the entire forest. Seeing the group blocking their path, Gu Bixiang's face paled and sweat poured down his face in terror. What is that? The green forest. My luck must have run out. Though trembling, the escort leader tried to remain calm, cupping his hands in a salute. I am Gu Bixiang, escort leader of the Guilong Escort Agency. I pay my respects to the heroes of the Green Forest. The Green Forest leader with the long scar over his eye asked bluntly, have you seen a young man in red robes? Gu Bixiang immediately denied it. Red robes, we haven't seen anyone like that. The bandit's eyes turned sharp with suspicion. You'd better tell the truth. Try to play games with me and don't blame us for what happens next. Gu Bixiang hurriedly tried to explain. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have no reason to lie. The Guilong Escort Agency has long maintained a good relationship with the Green Forest. So why would we hide some stranger's whereabouts and risk making an enemy of the Green Forest for no reason? The leader squinted at the cart where Wei Yanhao was lounging and demanded, who is that guy? Gu Bixiang replied with a start, he's just a nobody. Seeing the Green Forest bandits were still suspicious, the escort leader leaned close to the leader's ear and whispered, don't mind him, sir. He's a bit touched in the head. I'm taking him to get treatment. The leader repeated, his voice full of scrutiny. So, you're saying you have no reason to make enemies? With the Green Forest, Gu Bixiang affirmed decisively. That's right. Why would we do something so foolish? He nodded slightly. Yeah, you really have no reason to. But the problem is, trouble has already started, and it's all because of that guy lying on the cart. He growled. I specifically asked if you'd seen someone in red clothes, didn't I? Just then, Wei Yanhao calmly sat up, pulled open his robe and said, huh, sir, since when am I wearing red clothes? Gu Bixiang stared at the inner layer of the boy's clothes and froze, stammering. What, it's really red? Fury erupted. The leader roared. So, you like messing with me, huh? I'll send you all to meet the king of hell, then you can mess around with him. He immediately drew his sword, pressing it against Gu Bixiang's neck, causing the old man's face to contort with fear. You knew everything from the start, didn't you? That you were hiding Peng Daocheng, he announced coldly. Then let's do it this way. I'll kill one of you. If no one's willing to talk, I'll kill another. One by one, you'll all fall. Let's see how tough you can be, I guarantee it. I won't even have to kill a third person before someone opens their mouth. Admit that you saw him. Gu Bixiang was stunned. What did you say? The leader's cold gaze swept over them. Alright, so who should I kill first? He pointed the tip of his sword directly at a trembling young escort. You, the young man was too terrified to speak. What? The leader moved closer, his voice a menacing growl. Answer me now. Did you see a young man in red clothes or not? The young man stammered. I. The sword was pressed against his face as the leader declared, this answer will decide whether you live or die. In a fit of desperation, the young man wailed, I didn't see anything. The leader swung his sword coldly. In that case, you can just disappear. The masked assassin lunged with lightning speed, and the escort could only let out a cry of terror. While the atmosphere was incredibly tense with shouts and screams, the assassin narrowed his eyes, his murderous gaze fixed on the escort cart. Wei Yanhao, still sitting calmly with his arms crossed on a pile of wooden crates, looked down at the masked man and asked coolly, what did you just say? I was half asleep, but I think I heard something. To the astonishment of the assassins, Yanhao suddenly kicked the wooden crate beneath him, sending it flying, then casually pointed and announced, he's right here, you can stop looking. The boss is hiding in this very crate. The young man didn't hesitate to reveal the secret. The person you're looking for is the young master of the Peng family. Hey, you've been caught. Come on out. There's nothing more foolish than dying for someone else, especially when that person hasn't even treated me to a single meal. Yanhao turned to look at the still silent wooden crate and snapped, what are you still standing in there for? Are you going to wait until everyone here is dead before you show your face? Instantly, the wooden crate shook violently and the lid flew off. Peng Daocheng with his sturdy build emerged imposingly from the crate, breathing heavily. Seeing this, the assassin leader let out a mocking sneer. If you had just stayed in there like a turtle in its shell, you might have lived a few more minutes. Delivering yourself like this, you must have a death wish. Peng Daocheng gritted his teeth and shot back. If I hadn't come out, you would have killed all these innocent people here. Veins popped on Peng Daocheng's face as he roared in fury. I, Peng Daocheng, may not be a righteous hero, but I'm not so cowardly as to watch innocent people die because of me. He turned and clasped his hands in apology to the escort agency. Thank you all for your help, but this is something I must handle myself. Please continue on your way. Peng Daocheng stated firmly, their only target is me. If I separate from you, the Guangdong escort agency will no longer be involved. Seeing the young hero intended to sacrifice himself, escort leader Gu Bixiang said worriedly, but young master, Peng Daocheng just replied calmly, I'll be fine. I can't escape them anyway. Gu Bixiang pondered for a moment, then decisively gave the order to his caravan. In that case, I wish you good fortune, young hero. Let's go. The escort cart began to roll away again, leaving Peng Daocheng alone to face the vicious assassins. However, just as the cart had gone a short distance, Gu Bixiang suddenly stopped. Wait, this won't work. The Green Forest leader narrowed his eyes menacingly. What do you mean, Wei Yanhao? Still looking listless casually, asked back. You guys are planning to head back towards the Green Forest, right? The bandit chief jerked his chin. So what if we are? He coldly warned that if the escort agency continued forward, the bandits would charge out with their blades and then they would all die. The escort leader's face paled in horror at his words. What you're saying, those Green Forest bandits will slaughter us too. Witnessing the leader's confusion, Yanhao sighed in exasperation. Oh, for heaven's sake, leader, how can you be so slow? He began to analyze the situation with a sharp gaze. No matter how aggressive the Green Forest bandits are, they don't want to get directly involved with the Peng family. What do you think would happen if we went back and spread rumors that a member of the Peng family was killed by the Green Forest bandits? He stated with certainty. At that point, the Peng family would surely draw their swords and tear this entire mountain apart for revenge. Faced with that, it's far better for them to just kill us all, to tie up loose ends. Hearing this, the Green Forest bandits could only stare with wide, horrified eyes. The leader broke out in a cold sweat and nodded in acknowledgement. Actually, I never thought that far ahead, but that does make sense. Yanhao, being his usual trollish self, taunted. Oh, so you guys never thought of that. That remark was like adding fuel to the fire, causing the leader to roar in fury. You lunatic. In the midst of the tension, Peng Daocheng unexpectedly stepped forward to intervene. Hey, let's settle this amicably. I started this, so I will resolve it. Let me stop them. Right here. Yanhao watched his back and scoffed internally. He's ridiculous. He's the one who hid in our caravan and caused this mess, and now he wants to settle things amicably. He silently compared him to someone who pushes a person off a cliff and then throws down a rope to act like a savior. He couldn't handle it and ran away in the first place, and now he thinks he can hold out for how long. He's no different from a water ghost dragging people down to die with him. Yanhao corrected his own thoughts. No, that's not right. A water ghost at least doesn't drag this many people down. So what should I call him? He realized that if they kept running, the reputation of the Guangdong escort agency would be ruined. And before the news could even reach the Peng family, this agency would have probably been crushed long ago. Seeing Yanhao lost in thought, the escort leader asked worriedly, so what should we do? Yanhao's eyes turned sharp as he made a firm decision. We have no choice but to fight. Running any further is a terrible idea. The leader was stunned. Fight. Yanhao explained that if they fled, only the escort agency's men would be left to resist, but if they fought right now they would have support from that drowned ghost Peng over there. Hearing this, the escort leader nodded in agreement. It certainly made sense. He turned to the Green Forest bandits and asked in a low voice, "Do you guys really have no intention of letting us leave?" The leader just sneered. "What's the point of stating the obvious?" Peng Daocheng let out a resounding roar. "If you die, don't blame us for it." As Peng Daocheng swung his blade to block the Green Forest leader's deadly sword strikes in a life-or-death struggle, bitter reflections on his life flashed through his mind. People say the martial world is vast. If he had known just how vast and dangerous it was, he never would have gotten caught up in this mess. One wrong mission, and it's game over. Ever since he was praised as a highly anticipated genius, a delusion had silently seeped into his mind like a deadly poison. Now surrounded by enemies, Peng Daocheng could only cry out in regret. It's all because of me. Everyone here is in this mess because of me. The Green Forest leader raised his cold blade and declared, "It's over." The naive Peng Daocheng squeezed his eyes shut, giving up. "I'm sorry for everything." Suddenly, a wretched scream from the Green Forest leader echoed as he was sent flying. His sword clattered to the ground. A stunned Peng Daocheng looked up at the roof of the escort carriage. Wei Yanhao was sitting there casually, his legs dangling as he gently swirled mystical blue streams of qi in his hand. He looked down at the chaotic scene below and uttered a single, arrogant sentence. "What a circus." Witnessing this bizarre scene, both Gu Bixiang and Peng Daocheng were stunned, only able to stammer out in bewilderment. "What was that? What's going on?" Peng Daocheng, drenched in sweat, stared forward in utter disbelief. On the ground, the assassin who had been so aggressive just moments ago was now laid out flat, completely unconscious. Right next to him, a ceramic bowl glowing with a mystical blue aura was spinning on the ground. Peng Daocheng realized with a shock, was he taken down by that bowl? On the roof of the carriage, Wei Yanhao still sat there with a bored look on his face, holding two ceramic bowls in his hands and staring down, listlessly lost in some daydream again. "Are you having a midlife crisis or something?" Below, the clash of weapons continued to ring out. Yanhao watched the drowned ghost, Peng Daocheng, struggling in the encirclement, and sneered to himself. He's the one who attracts all these enemies, and now he's just gonna daydream until he gets himself killed. What a drowned ghost in the truest sense of the word. The young man even shouted a reminder, "Hey uncle, you're gonna die like that. If you keep lagging, the whole team's gonna get wiped." Watching Yanhao waving his arms and showing off with two bowls from above, Peng Daocheng fought while wondering in confusion. Is he cheering me on up there? Or is he trying to cook porridge in the middle of a battlefield? He looked around at the wreckage as Long cried out in confusion, "What in the world is going on?" The masked assassins also started to sense that something was off, reminding each other, "Stay sharp, this is no time to get curious." A sharp purple aura suddenly erupted from Peng Daocheng's eyes. He growled with determination, "There's only one thing I can do now." A colossal tiger formed of spiritual energy appeared behind him, radiating an intimidating pressure. Peng Daocheng swung his blade, letting out a world-shaking roar. "I'm taking at least one of you down with me." A blast of white energy suddenly exploded, sending the Green Forest bandits flying back in shock. The ceramic bowls, glowing with brilliant blue qi, exploded one after another, like mortars wiping out the enemies in an instant. Seeing Yanhao still sitting there enjoying the show, Gu Bixiang snapped, "Hey you, how long are you gonna sit there and watch? Get down here and help carry the team." Yanhao replied blankly, "But I'm the cargo." His deadpan answer left Gu Bixiang speechless. He roared, "What are you nuts? What kind of cargo acts like this?" It turned out his greatest fear wasn't the Green Forest bandits, but that feisty young Miss Wen Enji. Before he came here, that vicious girl from the Wen family had warned him that if anything happened, he was not to cause trouble, and not to step off the cargo carriage. If he did anything reckless that got the people from the Great Kang Academy involved, she would chase him down to hell itself to torture him. As he was busy explaining, an assassin closed in on Peng Daocheng and put a sword to his neck. His face went pale as he begged Yanhao, I'll take responsibility. Please just lend us a hand." Yanhao hesitated, thinking, "This is tricky. I'm someone who always keeps his promises." Seeing Yanhao still hesitating, Peng Daocheng tried another psychological trick. "Hey, if we all die here, who's going to get you to Hubei safe and sound?" Yanhao muttered, "I'm not exactly comfortable right now either." Seizing the opportunity, Peng Daocheng played his final baiting card. Right. It can't be comfortable just sitting on the carriage like that. Help us get through this, and I'll treat you to a 2-day stay at an inn to relax." The moment he heard the word rest, Yanhao's attitude immediately changed. He asked with a look of great interest. 2 days, Peng Daocheng added, "and you can eat whatever you want as much as you want." Peng Daocheng yelled while struggling to block his enemy's sword. "So are you going to help us, or what? Get down here and carry the team, you donkey face." Witnessing this shameless haggling in the middle of a life-or-death battle, the Green Forest leader standing nearby could only break out in a cold sweat, wondering in shock. What the hell kind of conversation is this? Wei Yanhao, sitting on the carriage roof, muttered to himself, "I did make a promise, but I still have an ace up my sleeve." The wooden box beside him suddenly burst open. Yanhao focused his mind, his sharp eyes controlling the brilliant blue qi that enveloped the bowls, turning them into powerful hidden weapons that shot straight into the Green Forest bandits' formation, sending the assassins flying. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the Green Forest leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted in terror. He only had time to cry out, "What is this?" Looking at his comrades lying scattered on the ground amidst the broken shards of bowls, the leader trembled, his eyes wide with terror as he realized his opponent's true strength. An expert. The young man strode forward leisurely. "I haven't even had my afternoon nap, and now I have to clean up this mess." While Peng Daocheng was still dazed, Yanhao laid into him with a tirade. "You're the one who led them here, aren't you?" The young man looked at the young hero of the Peng family with a disappointed expression. "If you had even a shred of conscience, you'd at least try to help people, right?" Yanhao continued his lecture. "You cause trouble, drag everyone into it. And when the fighting starts, you can't do a single useful thing." He harshly criticized the other's sloppy fighting attitude. "What kind of fighting is that with your head in the clouds? You're on a battlefield, but your mind is on its lunch break. You almost got sliced and you're still not awake. You have a head on your shoulders. You should try using it too. Think. Hey, look here. You're the type who uses a heavy blade, which has a lot of power but is slow." Yanhao began analyzing his fighting technique like a master. Facing a whole group, you open with a swing as slow as Wi-Fi loading at an internet cafe. "Who are you trying to scare with?" That seeing Peng Daocheng just stammering. Yes," he continued, pointing out his mistakes. "No, that's not it. You have to wait for the right moment to strike. If you can't, then at least take down one of them for sure." Wei Yanhao added a harsh criticism. "That move you just used was the same. Why would you swing at empty air?" "To demonstrate," he declared decisively. "It should be like this." In a flash, with a swift movement, Wei Yanhao closed the distance and snatched the greatsword from his opponent's hands. Peng Daocheng froze, staring at his empty hands as sweat poured down his face. He cried out in astonishment, "You snatched the blade from my hand, faster than I could even react." Wei Yanhao gripped the blade, a multicolored aura exploding around it as he shouted, "That thing you just performed." He immediately swung the blade, unleashing a slash that tore through space. "Take this." An earth-shattering explosion rang out as a brilliant blue blade energy descended upon the forest, creating a massive gash. Witnessing this spectacle, Peng Daocheng was stunned, sweat pouring down his face in amazement. The Five Tigers decapitation blade. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy know the Five Tigers decapitation blade? Did he learn it just by watching me perform it once? Ignoring his opponent's shock, Wei Yanhao began his lecture. "When facing multiple enemies, your hands need to be as fast as lightning. It's okay if the blade energy is a little weaker." Peng Daocheng could only tremble as he replied, "You're right." Wei Yanhao continued his demonstration. The blade in his hand moved like a flash. Depending on the situation, you sometimes have to reduce power to swing faster, but other times you need to be slow and powerful. Swing decisively. Wei Yanhao got right in Peng Daocheng's face and snapped harshly. "Why can't you understand something so simple? Out in the martial world, you'd get a 0 for technique." Peng Daocheng was sweating buckets, stammering, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." But inside, he was utterly bewildered. "But why am I apologizing to this guy?" After the lesson, Wei Yanhao tossed the blade back to him and said, "Now do it right." Seeing Wei Yanhao's power, the assassins could only tremble in fear. Peng Daocheng gripped the hilt of his blade, focusing all his concentration. Even if he had to reduce the energy in his blade, he had to be faster, cleaner. He let out a roar. "All right, here I come." But before the fight even began, the other guy had already vanished. Wei Yanhao let out a long, bored yawn. Good grief, what an eyesore. The journey concluded, and Wei Yanhao clasped his hands to bid farewell to the escort agency. "Thanks for all your help over the past few days." The escort chief waved his hand in dismissal. "No need for thanks, we were just doing the job we were paid for." Wei Yanhao smiled. "In any case, thanks to you all, the trip was a peaceful one." The escort chief also expressed his sincere gratitude. "We owe you as well. We'll never forget that you saved our lives." Hearing this, Wei Yanhao suddenly stretched, glanced at the escort chief, and made a very practical comment. "Verbal thanks are a little hard to swallow, you know." The deadpan question made the escort chief freeze, unsure how to respond. Wei Yanhao waved his hand and laughed. "Just kidding. If I can't collect later, you can just tell that Peng guy to wire me the difference. We'll call it an honor-based installment plan." Hearing this, the old escort chief asked, "By the way, why are you being so kind to him? You didn't have to chase him off like he was some kind of water demon, you know?" Speaking of which, Wei Yanhao recalled the moment he'd bluntly and cruelly told the young hero named Peng to get lost. Seeing the escort chief's confusion, Wei Yanhao explained nonchalantly, "If I hadn't been there, old man, you'd be dead. The others too. All of you would be dead, and it would have all been because of that guy." The escort chief nodded in agreement. "You have a point." But from the looks of it, he seemed to be busy with something important. Wasn't that young man acting heroically? Isn't that why he ended up in that situation? Wei Yanhao furrowed his brow and asked, acting heroically. When he got a confirming nod from the escort chief, he questioned coldly, if you're acting heroically, does that mean you can disregard human lives? Or does flipping on hero mode suddenly turn human lives into side quest items? He recalled his master's teachings. His master used to say that there was nothing more foolish than risking your life for something that had nothing to do with you. He said, you have to live first before you can help others. Wei Yanhao continued to philosophize. Some people consider righteousness or heroism to be the ultimate virtue. It sounds cool, I'll admit. But if people have to be sacrificed for it, then it's better for that so-called great righteousness to not exist at all. I have to be happy first, only then can others be happy. Therefore, the top priority must be yourself. He turned his back to leave, not forgetting to add a practical remark. Besides, didn't your agency suffer heavy losses looking after him? The escort chief chuckled and waved his hand. Haha, it's all right. The Guangdong escort agency said they would compensate for the goods and send more escorts to accompany us. As for the matter with the Lulin bandits, I heard his Chongqian Zhengwu alliance will handle it. It's a powerful martial arts alliance established by the 5 great families and the 9 sects, 1 gang. Wei Yanhao nodded slightly. Well, that's good then. The escort chief clasped his hands in farewell. I hope we meet again. Wei Yanhao smiled faintly, but uttered a sentence that made the other man freeze. When martial arts brothers meet again, it usually means trouble's brewing. The escort chief's face was covered in sweat as he yelled, why would you say something so scary? Wei Yanhao gave a dismissive wave. Well, farewell then. Then he sauntered off into the red-leafed forest. The escort chief watched his retreating figure and could only sigh. If only he'd be a little more serious, he'd be so much better. After a long journey, Wei Yanhao finally stood before a majestic mansion. He mumbled to himself, if I hadn't slept in the carriage on such a long trip, I probably would have collapsed halfway through. This was the Xingshou Manor, the headquarters of the Wei family in Guangdong. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was incredibly gloomy. The elderly family head and his wife sighed sadly. Still no sign of him this time. He must still be alive somewhere. Where on earth are you? Wei Yanhao. Suddenly a servant rushed in, panting and shouting, Master, Master. The startled family head snapped. What is it? The trembling servant presented a letter. An urgent letter has arrived. Young Master Wei Yanhao has sent a letter home, hearing the name of his long-lost son. The family head's eyes went wide with shock. He roared with overwhelming emotion. Wei Yanhao. In a dark room, a man with long, flowing purple hair sat in silence, his sharp, cold eyes revealing his displeasure. He rested his chin on his hand and spoke with powerful reproach. Humph, you failed even a simple plan like that. Below, a subordinate was kneeling, not daring to lift his head under the suffocating pressure. The purple-haired lord asked coldly, Are you that afraid of death? The kneeling man replied, trembling, No, my lord. If I had died at the hands of King Li, it would have at least meant something. But I ended up fighting someone else. So even if I had died, it wouldn't have harmed King Li in any way. Beads of sweat rolled down his remorseful face. He continued, I don't fear death, but I fear a meaningless one. I want to offer my life where it can still be of use, father. Hearing the word father, the purple-haired lord's expression remained ice-cold. He growled, a warning. Remember this carefully, I don't keep useless dogs. If you want to stay by my side, you must have some ability, even if it's just fetching a bone. Because if you're just scenery like an NPC, you'll be erased in an instant. Faced with the stern warning, the subordinate kowtowed respectfully. I will carve this into my very soul. Seeing this, the lord uttered a single short phrase, go, and received a bow of obedience in return. Yes, my lord. When the purple-haired lord was finally alone, a faint smirk appeared on his lips. A blazing dark green aura erupted around his body. He schemed with a venomous look in his eyes. In the end, they'll all just become fuel for my fire anyway. Feeding this lot must be quite expensive. Outside in the hallway, the man who had just left the room ground his teeth in fury, his face contorted with resentment. He cursed inwardly, that fool truly doesn't know his place. Lu Ji still has his uses. A masked assassin suddenly appeared from the shadows, reminding him that the man's life must be spared. The other man paused and asked coldly, So, you've arrived. The two began to discuss their next moves. The guide frowned and asked Crown Prince Li Wang. With his forces exposed like that, what can he possibly do? The assassin calmly explained. You said his mere existence is enough to keep the royal family in check. However, this explanation only angered his companion. He snapped. Isn't that something I could do? Why should I have to keep tolerating and flattering that worthless piece of trash? The assassin immediately stopped him. The Grand Duke has been assigned a different task. A silence fell between them as the assassin delivered a crucial piece of information. There's a summons from the main city. The order is to return to the main city as soon as possible. Hearing this, the man looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with excitement. If that's the case, then I can finally shed this disgusting facade. He smirked his words, dripping with contempt. Lu Ji is just someone to be eliminated once his value is used up anyway. Use him, and then erase him. Let him live as long as he's useful. After that, everything that belonged to Lu Ji will be mine. He walked leisurely through the night, completely self-assured. The royal family is probably in no hurry. I wonder what my dear elder brothers are up to. The subordinate, walking behind him, reported, I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard that recently he's been making moves against the second family. His footsteps suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he repeated the name. The second family, you say? In the distance, the magnificent grand hall, brilliantly lit by lanterns, seemed to bear witness to the dark conspiracies about to unfold. Standing in an apothecary named Calculating Hand, Wei Yanhao was bewildered when the old manager made a blunt statement. Young man, this isn't the place you're looking for. The young man could only utter in astonishment. The old man held the letter in his hand, squinting as he explained, this is a letter of introduction to the Sacred Hand Manor. But this place is the Calculating Hand Manor. Yanhao froze, recalling the confident instructions the Lord had given him earlier. He had asserted with certainty, you said you wanted to join a medical house, right? In Hubei, there is the Sacred Hand Manor, a place renowned throughout the world in the medical community. As it happens, the current young master of the Sacred Hand Manor is an old acquaintance of mine. Take this letter of introduction, and they will surely treat you well. And yet reality had just hit him like a splash of cold water. Yanhao stammered, so, this isn't the real Sacred Hand Manor? Did I really come all this way to the wrong address? The old manager sighed. It used to be the Sacred Hand Manor, but the place you're looking for has fallen into ruin. It's not here. Cross the street, turn into the small alley, and go to the real Sacred Hand Manor. But even if you go there, you'll probably just be disappointed. Walking through the silent night, Yanhao looked at the letter of introduction with a sense of dread. What is this? As he wandered on, he suddenly heard desperate cries for help coming from a magnificent estate nearby. My lord. It was a scene of poor destitute people kneeling on the ground begging a physician dressed in luxurious robes. They pleaded tearfully, we will definitely pay you. If you don't help, our father will die. In response to their desperation, the physician's attitude was nothing but cruel indifference. I've already told you, if you have no money, I can't help. This is a medical practice, not a charity, you understand. Witnessing this scene, Yanhao's eyes narrowed and his mood suddenly turned grim. He had thought medicine was a field dedicated to saving people unconditionally. But it turns out you have to swipe your card first before they'll unlock their healing skills. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the heart-wrenching cries and pleas behind him. Yanhao thought bitterly to himself. As expected in the end, a person's life still revolves around money. Following the old man's directions, he muttered, anyway, he said to cross the street and turn into the alley over there. Yanhao walked on, looking around frantically, until he finally stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden sign. It was covered in dust and cobwebs with the words Sacred Hand Manor carved into it. He wondered, in shock, so this is the Sacred Hand Manor, with a 500-year tradition of renowned physicians. It looks more like an abandoned shop. Stepping into the silent and desolate courtyard, Yanhao called out, is anyone here? Immediately, a young boy peeked his head out from a doorway and asked innocently, what's the matter? Yanhao paused for a moment, then asked directly, I have business with the manor master. Is he here? The boy replied decisively, yes he is. Yanhao requested an audience with the manor master, but the boy just said calmly, please just tell me. This casualness started to test Yanhao's patience. He looked around frantically and then snapped. What do you mean? Tell you when I want to see the manor master. Is your father not here? The boy suddenly fell silent, his eyes revealing a serious and sad expression. My father passed away last year. I am now the manor master of the Sacred Hand Manor. What, you're the manor master? A kid version manor master? Wei Yanhao screamed in utter frustration. I knew it. My luck is too rotten to ever get a decent reception. I'm lucky I haven't been struck by lightning just walking down the street. The young man held his head and lamented with deep regret. Heavens, that damned master of mine. Why did he make me do something like this? This is no different than being scammed into some pyramid scheme. While Yanhao was having his meltdown, the little boy Qin Xiaoya asked in confusion, is something wrong? The boy turned inside and called out, Sister, we have a guest. He says he wants to see father. At his call, a woman slowly walked out. She asked softly, You've come to see my father. The moment he saw the woman's face, Yanhao froze. The girl with her ethereal and refined beauty spoke softly. Do you have some business with my father? Qin Ruilan of the Sacred Hand Manor. Yanhao stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Ah yes. He then awkwardly presented the letter. This is… Qin Ruilan took it and read it carefully. After a moment she looked up and said, From this letter of introduction, it seems you've come here to try and join our medical house. Yanhao scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. That's more or less it. Ruilan explained thoughtfully. As you can see, our Sacred Hand Manor is not what it once was. But since you were introduced by Wen Shufu, how could we possibly let you leave empty-handed? She looked around the desolate courtyard and extended a sincere invitation. Although this place is humble, I hope you'll stay for a little while. Wei Yanhao waved his hand dismissively, feeling awkward. No, I'm fine. I can just find another place. If I'm troubling you, I'll leave right away. I can't impose like this, but she was insistent. If I were to turn away a guest who came seeking my father, the entire world would mock our sacred hand manor. Faced with the beautiful woman's determination, Wei Yanhao could only stand there awkwardly. Well, if it's really inconvenient, it's no problem, Ruilan stated firmly. Absolutely not. That night, Wei Yanhao sat alone in the old worn-out room. He sighed to himself. I should have been suspicious when I heard that scholar knew them. Oh well, whatever. It's a place to rest, so staying here is fine. Just as he finished that thought, he flopped onto the floor, ready to get some sleep. Suddenly, a knock 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 echoed at the door. Wei Yanhao groggily answered. Yes, Qin Ruilan entered with a lavish tray, overflowing with roasted chicken and other delicacies. She said softly, You looked hungry, so I prepared a meal. It's not much, but please help yourself. Wei Yanhao's eyes went wide, staring at the humble meal she mentioned. He screamed internally, Not much. He quickly invited her to join him. Hey, come eat with me. If I try to finish all this by myself, it'll turn into a mukbang livestream. Ruilan just smiled faintly and turned to leave. I've already eaten. Please enjoy your meal. Sitting before the splendid overflowing tray of food, Wei Yanhao thought to himself, well, it seems they aren't as poor as the rumors say. If this is poverty, maybe I should ask to marry into the family. But just then, his ears twitched as he overheard whispers from an inner room. A young male voice asked worriedly, Sister, what about all that food? Qin Ruilan's soft voice replied, Be quiet. The guest is eating. The boy was still puzzled. We're so far away. How could the guest possibly hear? We're out of rice too. Where did you buy all that? Wei Yanhao started to break out in a cold sweat as he heard her scolding reply. Men shouldn't meddle in household affairs. Just focus on finishing your food. The boy couldn't let it go. I don't want to meddle, but sister. What about your necklace? Ruilan answered curtly. It's just put away for now. Her answer made the boy frantic. That's mother's heirloom, the one you've never taken off for even a moment. How could you pawn it? Don't tell me you sold it. Wei Yanhao froze his mind in turmoil. Her mother's heirloom. This meal is way too stressful. It turned out that to afford the feast, Ruilan had to pawn her mother's treasure. She reassured her brother, I just left it at the pawn shop to borrow a little silver. When things get better, we can go get it back. The boy was still indignant. Even if he's an honored guest, how could you sell mother's heirloom just for a feast? Ruilan snapped. What are you talking about? He is a guest who came looking for father. Are you saying I shouldn't properly host someone like that? Hearing this, the food in Wei Yanhao's mouth suddenly tasted bitter. He lamented inwardly. That's it, I can't swallow another bite. Just then, the sound of a sliding door was heard. Qin Ruilan entered, looking concerned. Oh, is the food not to your liking? Wait a moment, I'll make something else right away. Wei Yanhao frantically waved his hands. No, it's not that the food isn't delicious, but after hearing your conversation, I suddenly feel so indebted. He squeezed his eyes shut and stuffed the food into his mouth, thinking to himself, I wonder if I can exchange this food back for money now. After cleaning his plate so as not to disappoint his host, Wei Yanhao wandered the streets with a full stomach. I finally finished it all. Truly a meal eaten out of obligation. He couldn't help but feel guilty. That young lady. If she doesn't have the means, why host such a grand feast? My stomach feels so heavy. Recalling what the boy had said, Wei Yanhao began to search around. She said it was the Silver River pawn shop, right? He headed to the Silver River pawn shop with a determined look on his face. The manager stepped out and asked, How may I help you, sir? Wei Yanhao said decisively, I've come to retrieve a pawned item. When asked what it was, he answered immediately, the jade necklace that was pawned yesterday from the Sacred Hand Manor. Hearing the name Sacred Hand Manor, the manager invited him inside to talk. In the reception room, the branch manager of the Silver River pawn shop, Shadowy, appeared, his oily face radiating cunning. The old man coldly announced, Unfortunately, that item wasn't sold to us, it was pawned. Therefore, unless someone from the Sacred Hand Manor comes, I cannot release it. Wei Yanhao, sitting opposite him, calmly replied, I am from the Sacred Hand Manor. Shadowy narrowed his eyes, sizing him up. You seem to be new there. He nodded. I just arrived yesterday. Wei Yanhao decisively placed a pouch of money on the table which landed with a heavy metallic clink. Is this enough? Wei Yanhao even glanced around before adding, Hear that clinking sound. That's real money, not some sound effect I downloaded from the internet. The fat old man opened the pouch, examined its contents, and then shook his head slightly. This is still a bit short. Wei Yanhao frowned. There are over 2 taels of silver in here. Xiadapeng smirked smugly. Of course, the amount the other person took was only 1 tael. Wei Yanhao pressed, and so, the old man simply held up 2 fingers, a greedy glint in his eyes. Xiadapeng narrowed his eyes and casually stated an exorbitant price. When a customer comes to redeem an item, the payment is triple the amount borrowed. If it's not redeemed within 3 months, the price triples again. Wei Yanhao's eyes widened. Hello. How is that any different from a payday loan app? Just hearing that makes my wallet tremble. Wei Yanhao frowned and confronted him directly. Isn't this usury? The fat man laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Oh my, not at all. It's just the official rule of our pawn shop. He then added with a sinister suggestion, if you don't like it, you could always just sell the item outright. Wei Yanhao stared at him and pressed again. Are you saying I can't redeem the item with this amount of money? Xiaodapeng nodded slowly in confirmation. Unfortunately, that's correct. Wei Yanhao fell silent, thinking about the Qin siblings' situation. The Sacred Hand Manor is struggling just to get by day to day. There's no way they'd ever have the money to get this necklace back. But he also recognized Miss Qin's sacrifice. But surely Miss Qin must have known about this and still pawned it anyway. Wei Yanhao sighed softly and muttered, how tragic. She pawns her things to survive, while this guy has clearly pawned his conscience. Deciding to take action, Wei Yanhao asked, so, will you accept something of mine to pawn? The fat man's face lit up. Of course, as long as you pay back triple the amount within 3 months. Wei Yanhao reached into his robe and pulled out a glittering cylindrical object. I'll use this to cover the rest. It's gold, so it should be quite valuable. Xiaodapeng took the item, his eyes gleaming. Oh, it really is gold, a fine item indeed. All right then, with this I can lend you 1 tael of gold. The old man started his swindle again. But when you return, you'll have to pay back 3 taels of gold. Suddenly, the old man froze, his eyes bulging in terror. Xiaodapeng broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color as he looked closer at the item in his hand. This is. Under the bright light, the exquisitely carved characters for censorate on the golden tablet were crystal clear. The fat old man trembled uncontrollably and shrieked, oh my god, the censorate. Wei Yanhao leaned in close to the old man's face and asked coldly, oh, did you just say 3 taels of gold? You seemed so confident with your offer a moment ago, didn't you? Holding the sacred object of the censorate in his hand, he looked at the deceitful man who was now scared out of his wits. Xiaodapeng could only scream in despair. I'm done for. In the dead of night, a tense conversation was taking place between 2 figures. The leader, a man with a silver beard, spoke in a low voice. There's been a problem. Our plan to take control of the imperial palace has failed. Hearing the shocking news, the subordinate exclaimed in disbelief. The imperial palace, don't tell me Lu Qi, failed his mission. He quickly reported the details of the situation. The Grand Censor has taken a firm stance which has weakened Lu Qi's influence. We may have to abandon the entire plan to seize the palace. The leader sighed softly. Furthermore, we've also run into some trouble with the Lulin faction. While we were taking control, a few of Lu Ping's men interfered and caused a disturbance. The subordinate asked worriedly, did Master Ping catch on to our plan? But after careful consideration, he concluded, looking at the situation, it doesn't seem to be Master Ping, but rather our own government officials. They weren't intentionally sent because they knew our plan. They probably just ran into our men by chance while they were out dealing with bandits. Faced with these unexpected variables, the leader remained calm and composed. When a great cause is set in motion, 100 complications like this are bound to arise. What's important is how we handle them. That's just part of playing the long game. The subordinate bowed his head respectfully. I will remember your words. The silver-bearded old man gazed into the distance, his voice filled with confidence about his other plans. The matter concerning the Yi family is proceeding smoothly, and our other affairs are just as favorable. The time to reap our rewards is near. He recalled the difficult times with emotion. Ever since he went into seclusion, we have endured so much hardship. But now I have gathered enough strength to be worthy of carrying on his will. Soon, this world will know us as the ones who will crush everything in our path. The world will break into a cold sweat just hearing my name. Let them understand just how terrifying my sword can be. Back at the Galaxy pawn shop, Xiaodapeng's eyes were bulging, his face contorted in utter shock. He stammered, unable to form words. This is... He clutched the item, sweat pouring down his face, and then shrieked. Ooh. The censorate. With an ice-cold expression, Wei Yanhao shoved the token right in the fat man's face and casually asked, did you say this was simple gold ore? Xiaodapeng, completely terrified, could only cry out in despair, I'm a dead man. He immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for his life. Sir, please spare me. I secretly borrowed the money and I dared to speak so arrogantly to you. Wei Yanhao maintained his listless expression, resting his chin on his hand as he looked down at the trembling man at his feet. Then he coldly listed his crimes. Now what should I deal with first? The matter of the 10 taels of silver being melted down into a 1-tael necklace. Drenched in sweat, Xiaodapeng didn't dare to look up. Wei Yanhao continued to press him. Or, the fact that the interest on a 3-month loan has tripled, the fat man wailed, trying to explain himself out of pure terror. Sir, I know the interest I charge is a little high, but it's because so many people pawn their items and never come back for them. The fat Xiaodapeng, sweating bullets, tried to justify his predatory practices, so I have to do this to cover my losses. If you factor in compound interest, our profit is barely 4.5%. Wei Yanhao narrowed his eyes and repeated sarcastically, 4.5%, huh? If you compound 4.5% every month, what's the annual interest rate? The fat man began to tremble, forcing an awkward smile. Oh, it's not that much, sir. At most it's only 600%. Borrow one tael and you'd have to sell your house to pay it back. Wei Yanhao's face suddenly darkened, and he growled, 600% a year, not 4.5%, but 600%. 60 times the principal. I've never heard of such an interest rate in my entire life. Seeing things were going south, Shadapeng quickly tried to defend himself. But if you consider the value of the pawned item, that number isn't so unreasonable. Even as scrap silver, it's worth 10 taels. So a 60% interest rate is perfectly reasonable. Wei Yanhao glared, delivering the final blow that left the fat man frozen. A moment ago, you said it was only worth 1 tael of silver, and now it's 10. With investment skills like these, even Wall Street would have to call you master. Xia Dapeng stammered in terror. That's because... Before the old man could explain further, Wei Yanhao roared, lock the door. Today I'm settling this right here, right now. From inside, only pathetic pleas could be heard. Please, sir, spare me, my lord, but Wei Yanhao was in no mood to calm down. Go get ready to meet your ancestors. Meanwhile, in her chambers, Qin Ruilan was engrossed at her writing desk when she suddenly paused. Who would be here at this time of night? She stepped out onto the balcony and looked around, spotting a strange object on the floor. It was a scroll tied with a red string and an exquisite green jade pendant. Ruilan's hands trembled as she picked it up, clutching it tightly to her chest with tear-filled eyes. Mother, she murmured, looking around blankly into the night. But who put this here? Up on the roof, Wei Yanhao was lounging, observing everything. He smirked, feeling relieved. At least that's enough to cover my food expenses, he thought to himself. The scene changes to the Grand Marshal's Hall of the Shengtian Zhengwu Alliance. In the middle of the solemn hall, a burly man in red robes stood before a map, his face etched with worry. Sweat poured down his forehead as he trembled and muttered to himself. Standing in this great hall, my heart is beating faster than when a loan shark is chasing me. Why am I here? Did I do something wrong? When he saw someone approaching, he immediately bowed his head respectfully. A deep voice rang out. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. The man in red trembled hastily and fearfully replying. Yes, sir. You say to make myself comfortable, but if I get too comfortable, I'm afraid my head might comfortably roll off my neck. He sat down timidly, not daring to look up at the person across from him. Zhao Xian, the Grand Marshal of the Zhengwu Alliance, and the one holding the powerful title of Divine Emissary, thoughtfully opened a fan in his hand. Across from him was Peng Daocheng, the burly young man, who now appeared extremely respectful and somewhat anxious. He spoke softly. Why would the Divine Emissary himself summon me here? Zhao Xian looked him straight in the eye and got right to the point. I've heard everything about what happened in Lulin. You said you encountered the 10 swords of Lulin. The moment he heard that name, Peng Daocheng's face contorted in terror. Sweat poured down his face as he shrieked, What, the 10 swords of Lulin? I'm so screwed. Zhao Xian nodded, his expression unchanging. The thugs chasing you. They were members of the 10 swords of Lulin. The fact that you're still alive must be a blessing from the heavens. This statement sent a shiver down Peng Daocheng's spine. He thought to himself in fear, no wonder I found them so terrifying back then. Zhao Xian continued his instructions. I will investigate the matter concerning the Guayong escort agency myself. Thanks to you, I might be able to uncover something big. However, the strategist's eyes suddenly darkened as he mentioned a crucial factor. The problem, however, is the young man who saved you there. In Zhao Xian's mind, the image of Lulin's elite assassins resurfaced, feeling the pressure. He silently assessed, the 10 swords of Lulin are the very best of their ranks. Even though Peng Daocheng was considered a rare talent, dealing with even one of them would have been difficult. And yet he was able to take down so many of them. He turned to ask Peng Daocheng what was his name. After getting the answer, he said his name was Wei Yanhao Zhao. Xian narrowed his eyes and thought. The name reminded him of an important report. Wei Yanhao. I've seen that name before in a report from the beggar's sect. A spark of astonishment flashed in the strategist's eyes. Has the second young master of the Guangdong Wei family really returned? After 5 years he's causing such a stir, I can already smell the Jianghu drama brewing. Both the sect master of the Iron Horse Sword Wei Shanhao and his younger brother Wei Yanhao are the same. Looking at the map of the martial world spread across the table, Zhao Xian concluded that the Guangdong Wei family would likely become the eye of the storm once again. He pressed further. Where did he say he was going? Peng Daocheng replied immediately. He said he was going to the Sacred Hand Manor. Zhao Xian stared pensively at Hubei's location on the map, his heart filled with doubt. Someone who vanished for 5 whole years suddenly reappears, but instead of going home, he heads to Hubei. He's definitely planning something big. It seems I need more information on that young man. Zhao Xian suddenly stepped forward, placing a hand on Peng Daocheng's shoulder with a very serious expression. Right now you are the only one who has seen his face. Can you lend me a hand? I'm entrusting this task to you. Before the divine strategist's command, Peng Daocheng immediately dropped to his knees, declaring firmly, this subordinate understands. Although his words were resolute deep down, Peng Daocheng couldn't help but tremble at the thought of their upcoming reunion. His face was drenched in sweat, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. Do I really have to meet you again? Meanwhile, in a corner of the Sacred Hand Manor, our protagonist Wei Yanhao was sound asleep on the steps, drooling with an expression of absolute leisure. Wei Yanhao was casually snoring on the roof without a ladder, which astonished the young boy Qin Xiaoya, standing in the courtyard below. He wondered, climbing onto the roof without a ladder, could he be a martial artist? But then, looking at the ragged state of the snoring young man, Xiaoya frowned skeptically. But with those tattered clothes, I doubt he's learned any decent martial arts. He looks more like a high-ranking member of the beggar sect than a master of the martial world. Just as he finished his thought, a desperate cry and a series of loud thuds from the main gate shattered the quiet atmosphere. A group of frantic miners cried out as they carried blood-soaked, injured men into the manor. Desperate pleas for help filled the air. They're workers from the quarry. A rockslide caused many serious injuries. The scene was pure chaos, thick with dust. Some were carried on backs, others lay on stretchers with life-threatening wounds, groaning in agony. One miner choking back tears said, "We only managed to pull out the ones who were still breathing. Please miss, you have to save them, or we're all going to be goners." Facing the stunned boy Xiaoya, who was frozen in shock, they pleaded desperately. "We don't have any money, so we had to come here. Please save us." Looking at the blood-drenched bodies and disfigured faces of the patients, Xiaoya trembled, sweat pouring down his face in confusion. "Wait, hold on, there are so many. How am I supposed to handle all of them? I think I'm having a heart attack." Just when the boy was at his most panicked, a powerful and stern voice rang out from behind him. "What are you just standing there for?" Qin Xiaoya. Qin Ruilan appeared like a savior, her robes billowing with authority. She commanded decisively. "Get the patients inside now, hurry," Xiaoya exclaimed with relief. "Big sis." Without a moment's hesitation, Ruilan took charge professionally, coordinating the scene. "Quick triage the patients. Those who are not in critical condition, move them to the outer courtyard immediately. As for those showing critical signs, assess their condition right away," she ordered, pointing at the miners. "You two take these two patients to the outer courtyard and prepare some hot water." On the roof, Wei Yanhao had woken up at some point and was quietly observing the entire event with a thoughtful gaze. He muttered to himself, "What the hell, I just woke up, and now the manor's courtyard looks like a freaking field hospital." Down in the courtyard, Ruilan shouted, "Lay the critical patients on the ground now." She quickly approached one, checking the pulse and condition of a patient who was barely breathing. Immediately, Ruilan drew out a long silver needle, its steel tip glinting sharply in the sunlight. Her hands moved like lightning, performing a masterful acupuncture technique with incredibly precise strikes on the major acupoints. A series of whooshing sounds could be heard as the needles were thrown with astonishing speed. Qin Ruilan, while frantically performing acupuncture, yelled with urgency, "Hurry up, can't you see the others are dying too? Are you two just going to let them all die?" Qin Xiaoya, drenched in sweat, hastily replied, "Yes, I understand." Seeing the chaotic scene filled with the pained groans of the patients, the boy worriedly realized they didn't have enough people to help. In his desperation, Xiaoya looked up at the roof where Wei Yanhao was sitting and watching. The boy pleaded earnestly, "Please lend us a hand." Seeing Yanhao, still looking dazed, Xiaoya pressed, "You're a martial artist, aren't you?" The boy pointed to a dying patient and urged, "Please seal his acupoint to stop the bleeding. Hurry up. Any slower and this patient is going to kick the bucket." Yanhao jumped down into the courtyard with a reluctant look on his face. He scratched his head and tried to explain, "I only know a little bit of medicine I picked up here and there. I'm not very skilled. What do I need to do?" Xiaoya immediately ordered, "Press lightly on the Tiantu acupoint, then use half your strength to press the Zhongfu acupoint." Yanhao, while doing as told, tried to confirm just to be sure. "So half pressure on Tiantu and full pressure on Zhongfu, right? If I mess this up, he's a goner." But as soon as Yanhao made his move, the patient began to convulse violently, letting out strange noises. The young man muttered in confusion, Something seems really wrong with this guy." Witnessing the scene, Xiaoya flew into a rage. He shouted, "Was it half pressure on Tiantu and full pressure on Zhongfu or not?" Yanhao pointed blankly and asked, "Isn't this the spot?" Xiaoya was furious and cursed him out. "You useless oaf. Is that the Zhongfu acupoint? Zhongfu is lower. Do it again now." As Yanhao scrambled to do it again, he grumbled resentfully, "I told you I don't know what I'm doing." Suddenly, the patient started to breathe again, wisps of air escaping from his mouth. Qin Xiaoya cried out joyfully, He's starting to breathe again. That's a good sign. His blood vessels are clearing. The patient is about to wake up. This is a critical moment. You have to suck out the stagnant blood with your mouth quickly." Yanhao froze his eyes wide with shock. What did you say?" Horrifying scenarios immediately flashed through his mind. He asked in a panic, "You mean I have to give this old man mouth to mouth? I came here to be a doctor, not to star in some romance novel." Qin Xiaoya urged him on fiercely. "There's no other way. Hurry up and do it, or he'll die." Wei Yanhao grimaced with disgust, muttering, "Don't I just need to get the thing stuck in his throat out?" He snapped in frustration. "Then you should have just said so sooner. I thought I was going to have to activate my emergency life-saving kiss skill." Yanhao decisively placed his hand over the patient's mouth. Qin Xiaoya stared bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, he shouted, What What are you doing? Without a word of explanation, Yanhao channeled his internal energy, and a brilliant red aura exploded around his arm. He struck down with a powerful force, causing all the stagnant blood and the foreign object in the patient's throat to be expelled, right before Qin Xiaoya's astonished eyes. The scene changes to Wei Yanhao, standing under the quiet silver moon, staring silently at the letter in his hand, his eyes filled with shock as he whispered, "Mother." "This is a letter addressed to Wei Yanhao, my older brother, who is in Molin." Yanhao's hands trembled as he read his mother's urgent words. "My dearest son, Shenhao, my dear, I wanted to ask how you are first, but since this matter is so urgent, I'll get straight to the point." Yanhao's expression changed. Sweat trickled down his face as he read the fateful line, "Yanhao is still alive." A letter from Yanhao had arrived home after 5 long years. Her letter continued, "The heavy burden in my heart can finally be lifted a little." As he said, he was put under a golden seal and couldn't return. Immediately, images of his parents appeared in his mind. His father had been furious when he found out. He roared, "How dare they place a golden seal on my son?" His mother, though worried, remained calm enough to urge him on. "Now is not the time to be angry. Let's hurry and pack our things." The mother is always the most level-headed one in the house. Faced with his wife's decisiveness, his father replied firmly, "Yes." The letter concluded with the announcement of their journey. "So, your father and I have decided to set out immediately to find Yanhao. Before leaving, I rushed to send this letter to you. Yanhao's letter was sent from the Kaifeng branch of the Hao sect, so we will go to Kaifeng." Back in the present, Yanhao clenched the letter in his hand. He whispered, his voice choked with emotion, "So, I'm still alive to them." But he quickly regained his composure, pushing his feelings aside. "No, now is not the time to be lost in emotion." He turned his gaze, becoming sharp and determined. "Kaifeng, huh? That's where Zhang Yi, the submaster of the beggar sect, is located. Something big is about to happen." A blazing green aura of internal energy erupted around Yanhao as he channeled power into his fist, ready for a new, turbulent journey. Late at night, at the Sacred Hand courtyard, a young servant gently knocked on Yanhao's door. "Are you resting, my lord?" Inside, Yanhao replied wearily, "I'm asleep." The young servant thought to himself, "But it doesn't sound like you're in a deep sleep." The boy entered and saw Yanhao sprawled on the floor, exhausted after a long day of saving people. The young servant gently chided him, "How can you be a doctor if you don't know how to trust others' words?" Yanhao groggily opened his eyes and replied humbly, "You all worked hard today. I only helped a little." Hearing this, the young servant immediately protested gratefully. "A little? You sucked out so much, poisoned blood, and saved that patient's life. You really helped a lot." Qin Xiaoya looked at Wei Yanhao and asked curiously, "Master Wei, what kind of sect do you think our Hao sect is?" Yanhao, still lying on the floor, answered casually, "Whoa, that's a tough question. Why the sudden intense interview? Is the Hao sect a martial arts sect, or a club for people who like to save others for free?" The boy suddenly became serious, expressing his wish, "I want to restore my ancestors' medical legacy. But first, I want to hear the honest opinion of an outsider, Master Wei." Yanhao sat up, pondered for a moment, and then bluntly pointed out the biggest problem: money. "Let's just be direct. Without money, even a divine doctor becomes a medicine delivery boy." The pragmatic answer left Qin Xiaoya stunned into silence. "Huh," Yanhao confirmed it again. "I said money." Qin Xiaoya retorted in confusion. "In a medical hall, skill is obviously the most important thing. Isn't money just a secondary matter?" Yanhao smirked slightly and began to question him about the past. "Alright, let me ask you from the beginning. Why did your family fall? I heard that the big medical hall out front originally belonged to you." "Right." Qin Xiaoya lowered his head and sighed, beginning to tell the story of his late father. "My father was a sage among sages. He never made an enemy of anyone in the world. Just like us now, he taught medicine for free to the poor. Even if he was offered thousands in gold, my father wouldn't take a single coin from the needy. Fortunately, at that time, the family still had some ancestral wealth, so we could maintain that generosity. But by the time I was born, the treasury was gradually running dry, and by the time I grew up, it was completely empty. The doctors in the medical hall also left one by one. The money just vanished. It's nothing like it is now. However, the debt was still manageable thanks to my father's reputation and high skill. But then came a time when my father realized he couldn't go on like that and started to think of a way to pay off all the debt at once." Hearing this, Yanhao made a guess. "And then what, he got scammed or assassinated?" Qin Xiaoya's face flushed as he snapped. "What are you talking about? Have you been reading too many novels?" The boy hesitantly admitted to the quick but risky way to change one's fortunes. "Well, there was one. It was a method that could easily lead to bankruptcy, but if you won, you could change your life in an instant. It was gambling." Upon hearing this, Yanhao could only shake his head in dismay. "So to pay off his debts, your father threw himself into gambling and went bankrupt, dreaming of a single game to change his life, a one nation 1,000 gold prize. He went all in and lost the house." Qin Xiaoya sadly confirmed. "Yes, my father continuously threw himself into bets. During those days, he wouldn't eat anything. only turning to wine, and eventually he succumbed to physical exhaustion and alcohol poisoning. Wei Yanhao looked directly at Qin Xiaoya, getting to the heart of the matter. So what do you need to do to restore the Sacred Hand courtyard? Seeing the boy's bewildered look, he smirked. What kind of person do you think I am, to be asked something like that? In Qin Xiaoya's eyes, a person who came with a letter of recommendation from the great scholar Wen Yuhuan certainly couldn't be an ordinary person. Yet Yanhao just laughed casually. Yeah, but you're wrong. I'm just an ordinary guy. So for something like this, you need to ask a specialist. He started his analysis with cold hard facts. For medicine, you ask a pharmacist. For a diagnosis, you see a doctor. And for money, he immediately pointed the boy towards Xia Dapeng, the portly manager of the Renhe Bank. Are you suggesting I invest in the Sacred Hand Manor? This sounds an awful lot like a business deal. Exactly. You catch on quick. Just think about it. If you were running the Sacred Hand Manor, it wouldn't be in this state of decline. How could that be? We have the medical skills, but none of the business acumen. So what if we combine them with your management skills? Hearing this, Xia Dapeng's eyes lit up. Now that sounds like it could make a lot of money. Even though the portly man seemed excited, Wei Yanhao turned to Qin Xiaoya and said, "But I have no interest in working with that man." He coldly dashed the boy's hopes. "You're in no position to choose right now. All you can do is wait and see if we're even willing to help you. Who do you think you are to be so picky?" Qin Xiaoya asked resentfully. "What did I do wrong?" Wei Yanhao uttered a cruel line. "Being poor is the crime. It's hard to get things done when your wallet is thin." The boy, whose surname was Qin, trembled with wounded pride and gritted his teeth, saying, "No matter what, my family has a reputation built over generations, and now we have to work with a loan shark." This remark sent Xia Dapeng into a rage. He shouted, "What? A loan shark? Those guys just burn through their own money. When money gets into my hands, it works overtime. It doesn't just sleep in a vault." Wei Yanhao didn't hold back either. "That reputation you're so proud of, you think you just dug it out of the ground. Where did that illustrious reputation come from, huh?" he asked, pointing out the harsh truth. "If your ancestors had been as charitable as you are now, giving everything away, do you think the name Sacred Hand Manor would have even lasted 10 years? Looking around the solemn hall that praised righteousness, Wei Yanhao scoffed, "I see your hall is filled with praise for righteousness. But in the end, didn't the very ancestors you're so proud of build their legacy by treating patients for money?" Qin Xiaoya stammered in shock. "Can you really put it that way?" Wei Yanhao stated firmly, "Of course. You're proud of your family lineage, aren't you? Isn't it because they were famous physicians? Well, they had to make money. People only praise you when there's something to gain. Your family was truly successful." He continued to lecture on the ways of the world. "All the other great renowned medical families in the world are wealthy too. So rich, it's staggering. When a life hangs by a thread, do you think a patient is going to haggle over the price?" Faced with Wei Yanhao's irrefutable logic, Qin Xiaoya could only accept it sorrowfully. But deep down, one question still troubled the boy. But isn't the art of healing meant to be an act of compassion? Seeing the child's crestfallen expression, Wei Yanhao sighed softly. He thought to himself, maybe being too honest just crushes a person's spirit, huh? From that day on, Wei Yanhao lay around listlessly, his mind restless. He tried to reassure himself, just forget it. It's not my problem to deal with tomorrow anyway. But just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, Wei Yanhao frowned in annoyance. What now? What's all this commotion? The moment I try to get some sleep, drama comes knocking. Outside in the courtyard, a group of aggressive thugs was causing a ruckus. A burly man had grabbed another man by the collar, yelling arrogantly, "Where's the owner? Get out here! Where is Qin Ruilan? Where did your master disappear to, huh?" The leader was a tall man with a long scar across his face, radiating a body, cold, murderous aura. He was the Black Branch Master of the Evil Judgment Hall. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Qin Ruilan immediately appeared. She shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this insolence? How dare you drag a patient from his room?" The Black Branch Master smirked, a wicked smile on his face. So you're Qin Ruilan." Ruilan, unafraid, looked him straight in the eye and demanded, "Do you have no conscience?" He burst out laughing mockingly. "Conscience? Isn't that what you use to squeeze money out of everyone?" Seeing a clear opportunity to stir up trouble, he laid his cards on the table, revealing the purpose of his visit. "Your father borrowed money under the name of the Sacred Hand Manor, so either you take down the sign, or you pay back the debt." Ruilan remained firm in protecting the patient. "If you have a problem, take it up with me. I'm in charge here. The patients have done nothing wrong." The Black Branch Master sneered. "Humph, take it up with the one in charge, you say?" He yanked her close, leaning his disgusting face to her ear and whispering, "I didn't want to have to play the villain like this." He glared, threatening her. "You want to resist? Then I'll just throw you into a brothel. We can call the debt settled then." He stared at Ruilan's face with a beastly gaze. "With a face like this, it won't even take you 10 years to pay it all back. I'll even set you up with a 0% interest installment plan." Just then, a shout rang out, "Let her go!" Qin Xiaoya rushed in from out of nowhere, but a child's blow was nothing more than an itch. Ruilan screamed in terror. Qin Xiaoya, the Black Branch Master, smirked at the trembling girl, taunting her cruelly. That terrified look on your face is quite fetching. You'll probably pay off that debt even faster now, eh? The leader let out a sinister smile, his voice a low threat. Instead of worrying about your little brother, you'd better worry about keeping your own head. The manor grounds instantly descended into chaos as the thugs rushed in to subdue everyone. Shouts echoed from all sides. Stop. You bastard. How dare you touch the lady physician? Seize him. The indignant townspeople cursed helplessly. That damned animal. In the heat of the moment, a patient recklessly charged forward. He roared in desperation. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to the underworld with me. Witnessing the powerless common folk fighting back to the death, the Black Branch Master just frowned in annoyance. These damn pests just won't give up. At that moment, Qin Ruilan resolutely stood up and shouted, "Stop." She looked directly at the crowd, risking their lives for her, and declared coldly, "This is not for you to interfere in." To end the useless bloodshed, Ruilan decided to sacrifice herself. She pleaded, "Don't hurt the patients," then turned to the leader and announced, "Clearly I will go with you on my own 2 feet." Desperate cries of Lady Physician echoed throughout the courtyard. The Black Branch Master let out a triumphant, disgusting laugh. "Ha. Good. That's a good girl." Qin Xiaoya, stunned, screamed with tears streaming down his face. "But what do you mean by that?" Sister Ruilan suppressed her grief to leave her younger brother with some final words. "I can handle this debt. Don't you worry about me. Just take care of things at home." With that said, the leader roughly dragged Ruilan away from the manor. Behind them, the heart-wrenching cries of Qin Xiaoya and the loyal townspeople echoed throughout the area. Just when it seemed everything was settled, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. "Whoa, hold on a minute." The Black Branch Master froze, looking around in confusion as a figure nonchalantly strolled out from the shadows, casually blocking their path. "You're not going anywhere." The leader narrowed his eyes menacingly and growled, "And who the hell are you?" Under the moonlight, the man wrapped in a thin blanket slowly looked up at his enemy and answered coldly, "I am Wei Yanhao." Seeing his opponent's disheveled state, the leader clicked his tongue in contempt, thinking to himself, "Did this guy escape from a mental asylum or something? He looks like a total mess." He paid him no mind and continued to grip the young lady's shoulder, ordering his men, "Let's go." But Wei Yanhao spoke up again, stopping them with an incredibly firm tone. "I told you. You're not taking her." The leader was losing his patience, veins popping on his forehead. He yelled, "What kind of game is this punk playing now?" he growled. In response, Wei Yanhao nonchalantly gave a reason that left everyone dumbfounded. "Who's going to cook my food? You can't just let a guest starve, you know." The leader was so stunned he could only say, "What?" Yanhao continued to argue with a completely serious expression. "If that young lady leaves, who's going to cook for me?" The leader's anger began to boil over, and he asked again just to confirm the absurdity of the situation. "Are you saying she cooks for you?" Yanhao nodded curtly. "Yes." The man asked, "Why?" The blanket-wrapped young man replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, "Because I'm a guest. If I don't get fed, I'll leave a 1-star review immediately." Seeing the other's disdainful look, Yanhao added, "Why do you keep talking, like I'm the crazy one?" At this point, the leader's patience completely snapped. He ground his teeth, his killing intent flaring. "You've got a real smart mouth, kid." He swung a massive fist toward Yanhao and roared, "Fine then. From this day on, you can starve. No more meals for you." The young lady standing beside him screamed in terror. "Stop." Despite still being wrapped tightly in the blanket, the boy's slight movement created an immense pressure, completely deflecting the punch and sending the leader flying into the ground. The earth shattered, forming a deep crater from the incredible force. The leader lay crumpled in the wreckage, completely unable to fight back, knocked out cold. The young lady and the surrounding henchmen could only stand there frozen, their eyes wide with shock and horror. "Are you all right?" "I didn't mean to do that. I don't really know what happened either." Wei Yanhao scratched his head as he looked at the defeated leader, his face full of remorse, as if he himself was surprised by his own strength. How'd he fly so far?" The leader spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his chest aching. He thought in terror, "He's a master." He immediately jumped back to create distance, his eyes fixed warily on the blanket-wrapped man before him. He asked urgently, "Where has this esteemed master come from?" Yanhao, casually adjusting his blanket, replied nonchalantly, "I'm no master." Seeing that his opponent had no intention of finishing him off, the leader regained some composure and warned in a strained voice, "Don't interfere in my private affairs. Besides, we have a contract regarding the debt. It's all clear and above board. Even the authorities will side with us." Yanhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, admitting that it seemed to be the case. The leader continued, "So I hope you'll stay out of this." But Yanhao casually refused. "I can't do that. If you take her away now, who's going to cook for me?" The leader gritted his teeth, thinking, the food is just an excuse. He asked, his voice full of killing intent. "So you intend to help the Sacred Hand House, is that it? Does that mean you plan to obstruct the business of the Black Branch Hall?" Yanhao asked with a blank look. "The Black Branch Hall?" the leader explained loudly. It's the clan I belong to, and the one the Sacred Hand House is indebted to. Our clan will absolutely not stand by and let this happen. Hearing this, Yanhao remained indifferent. I have no intention of interfering. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of money, right? Why get so worked up? The leader was stunned, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. So you're saying you'll pay the debt for them? I don't have the money now, but I'll get it to pay you back, so let it go for now. He decisively set a deadline. I will pay you in full within half a month. Witnessing this scene, the people of the Sacred Hand House could only stand there speechless with amazement. After a long, tense stare down, the leader finally conceded. He said in a low voice, I trust that you will keep your promise. Then he muttered to himself, whatever. If I push this any further, I might end up as the second crater in this courtyard. In another dark room, so a master has appeared at the Sacred Hand House. The scarred leader bowed his head respectfully and reported, yes, that's right. According to him, he's just a guest. A guest. Guo Dushan, the leader of the Black Branch Hall, who was leisurely holding 2 large pieces of grilled meat, raised an eyebrow at the report. He sat at a banquet table laden with delicacies. A guest, you say? Guys who call themselves passing guests are always hidden bosses. Guo Dushan stared down at the subordinate kneeling before him and asked coldly, so you're saying you saw this master and just ran away? The subordinate, terrified, quickly tried to explain himself. No, absolutely not. I'm not that kind of coward. He stammered, sweating. That master said he'd pay the money within half a month, so I thought I should assess the situation first. The moment he heard that, Guo Dushan flew into a rage, shouting, You idiot! Did I tell you to go collect money? He slammed his pipe down on the table, sending food flying. We were supposed to use the debt as an excuse to tear down the Sacred Hand House's sign, to make sure they could never rise again, and you believed his story, and came back empty-handed. The subordinate trembled, clutching his head, where he'd been hit. Yeah, yes sir. I thought we should investigate his background first. Stop beating around the bush. Dushan roared, his eyes bulging menacingly. Do you want me to cut out your tongue? If I get any angrier, this is about to turn into a live-streamed beatdown. The clan leader shot to his feet, emanating a cold, murderous aura. If this goes wrong, they will be furious, and then will be nothing but dust. The subordinate, shaking, asked, so, should we take care of him? Dushan narrowed his eyes, regaining his usual sinister composure. No. That could lead to unforeseen consequences. There's no need to be hasty. For now, let's just wait and see. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Hand House, Wei Yanhao was lounging lazily in bed. The young boy Qin Xiaoya sat beside him and asked worriedly, What are you planning to do, sir? Yanhao replied with a blank look. Huh. The boy pressed on his face full of anxiety. You said you would pay the debt within half a month, right? Yanhao nonchalantly asked back. Did I say that? Whoops, guess I was just showing off. The boy cried out in panic. But don't you have a plan? You have to write a plan. Oh, of course I do. This is the best method passed down since ancient times. His eyes suddenly became sharp and mysterious. When you're hounded by a creditor, there's nothing more effective than this. The boy Qin Xiaoya swallowed hard and asked with a tremor in his voice, What is it? If you can't pay, then obviously. You turn on stealth mode when you see the creditor. Run first, figure it out later, my friend. Wei Yanhao's nonchalant reply sent the young boy Qin Xiaoya into a frenzy as he started punching and kicking wildly. You call that a plan? I can't believe I actually trusted someone like you. Yanhao calmly asked back, so how much is it exactly? How much do you owe? The boy sighed and replied, I don't know the exact amount. I just heard it's around a few thousand taels of gold. Hearing the enormous sum, Yanhao was stunned. One person owing thousands of taels. He's basically a VIP client for loan sharks at this point. The boy could only sigh in hopeless silence. Actually, it was over 100 taels more at first. After selling all their assets, this was all that was left of the debt, and there was no other way. Let's go, the boy asked blankly. Huh, go. Where Yanhao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Where else? To a place where we can make some money, of course. That's right, a casino. The very place that caused the boy's father to lose his home and fortune. At a secret gambling den known as the Golden Flower Hall, the crisp clacking of tiles echoed endlessly in an atmosphere thick with the greed of cutthroat gamblers. The owner of this establishment, Kang Tianlin, was lounging around smugly. Cleaned out again today. The rumors that I fleeced these idiots must have spread too far, huh? He took a sip of tea, silently plotting his dirty schemes. Still, the fact that I intercepted a debt payment from the saintly hand hallmaster is a bit of a problem. While he was lost in his dark thoughts, a subordinate burst frantically into the room. Hall. Master Tianlin jolted upright, his face changing color. What are the authorities here for money again? Why the panic? The subordinate, out of breath, stammered out the news. He's appeared. He's here. Tianlin's eyes widened as he shouted. Who's here? That fool. He's here, sir. An announcement rang out signaling the arrival of a special guest. Stepping into the bustling Golden Flower Hall, the clacking of tiles echoed through the space, which was thick with the scent of gambling. Wei Yanhao looked around, bewildered, and asked, So this is a casino? The boy Qin Xiaoya walking beside him flushed bright red with embarrassment and quickly reminded him, Yes, that's right. Please stop looking around like that. While Yanhao was still muttering, "Is this really okay?" the boy was secretly worrying about this big brother's true intentions. Just then, a tout with a beaming smile rushed over, spreading his arms in welcome. "Well, well, young master, what brings you to grace our humble establishment?" Yanhao asked in surprise. "You know who I am." The man rubbed his hands together fawningly. "A distinguished guest like you. One look, and I knew a god of wealth had arrived to change our fortunes." Yanhao didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "What games do you play here?" The blunt question in the middle of the crowd startled the tout. He quickly made a hushing gesture. "Goodness, young master, please lower your voice a bit." Seeing his guest was still curious, he began to rattle off a list of all sorts of games. From Pai Gao and Bone Tiles to Dice Tong Chi Hu Yang, Pai, and many others. He asserted firmly, "As long as you can place a bet and win money, we can play any game." He warmly led the two deeper inside. "This way, young master, please come over here. You have to see this game with your own eyes to understand. This is it." Yanhao leaned down to look at the tiny iron balls on the table and wondered, "What's this? It looks like dice." The tout laughed it off and explained, "This is yin yang, our casino's specialty." He quickly picked up a porcelain cup and began to demonstrate with professional skill. The rules are extremely simple. You put these iron balls into the cup and shake it well. The clacking sound of the balls echoed crisply with the rhythm of his hand. He continued to explain the rule of division. When the iron balls are shaken between two cups, they will be divided evenly between them. With that said, he slammed one cup down on the table with a decisive thud. When you place one cup on the table, you have to guess whether the number in the remaining cup is odd or even. As he spoke, the tout quickly lifted the porcelain cup to reveal the small iron balls rolling underneath. Wei Yanhao stared at the betting table and then exclaimed with a look of disdain, "Too easy. You call this gambling? This seems even easier than a multiple-choice test." The tout let out a hearty laugh, looking smug. "It's because it's easy that people love to play it." The flatterer continued to whisper sweet nothings in his ear. "Complex gambling games have their own fun, but with this one you bet fast, win fast, and the odds are 50-50. It suits a straightforward and decisive young master like you very much." Hearing this, Yanhao just smirked, a look of utter boredom on his face. "Humph. I don't like drawn-out games. When I play, it has to be quick and clean. If I win, I celebrate. If I lose, I just pretend I was never here." Seeing his prey starting to take the bait, the tout enthusiastically invited him. "Excellent. In that case, why not give this game a try?" Watching the entire scene from the upper floor, the owner Kang Tianlin curled his lips into a sinister smirk, feeling pleased with himself. "Nicely done. It's not hard to reel in a fool like this." He leisurely strolled down the stairs, his mind filled with dirty calculations. Let him win and lose just enough, trick him into thinking he's about to win big, and just keep repeating it. Before long, he'll be addicted without even realizing it. His laughter rang out with delight as he watched Yanhao get sucked deeper into the betting table. He thought smugly to himself, "Looks like he's getting fired up. The more you lose, the more desperate you get. And the more desperate you get, the more money you'll put down right." However, just a moment later, the atmosphere in the Golden Flower Hall was completely turned upside down. Shocked whispers echoed throughout the hall. "How much money is in that pile? The Golden Flower Hall is definitely going bankrupt today." Amidst the chaotic crowd, Wei Yanhao sat with his head resting on his hand, completely at ease. In front of him were stacks of silver piled sky-high, proof of his consecutive wins. The tout from before was now as pale as a ghost, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he faced this so-called foolish guest. Yanhao didn't even glance his way, casually uttering a single word, "Odd." The dry clack of the porcelain cup hitting the table echoed amidst the complete astonishment of everyone present. Facing their stunned gazes, Yanhao's lips curled into an arrogant smirk, his hands still toying with the porcelain cup that radiated the brilliant light of a victor. Chapter 1. The branch master of the beggars sect was enjoying some moments of peace now that the troublemaker Wei Yanhao had disappeared, allowing his revenue to return to its usual trajectory. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the coming winter would surely be a cozy one. Just then, Zhang Yi accidentally discovered a forgotten door. He excitedly approached it, thinking today was his lucky day. But his luck turned into a nightmare as a loud explosion erupted, the wall shattering from a terrifying aura. The person who had just appeared, his face filled with killing intent, was none other than the demon-cleaving sword Wei Yanhao's older brother. He growled a single powerful question. "Is it true?" Zhang Yi was so terrified his face drained of all color, managing only to stammer, "Huh, it's you." Without giving his opponent a chance to compose himself, Wei Yanhao lunged forward, grabbing Zhang Yi tightly by the collar and roaring impatiently. "Zhang Yi, speak up. Is it true? Is my brother still alive?" Choked by the collar, Zhang Yi struggled and begged, "It's true. Calm down, you maniac. Let go, and I'll tell you everything." Seeing the confirmatory nod, Wei Yanhao released his grip, an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. So he really is still alive. But his patience was limited, and he immediately demanded his whereabouts. "Where is Wei Yanhao now?" Zhang Yi, coughing violently, pointed the way. "That information came from the Hao Gate. You'll get a clearer answer if you go ask them." Learning his brother was still alive after all these years, Wei Yanhao told himself to stay calm. He dragged Zhang Yi along and commanded, "Let's go, to the Hao Gate, and don't you dare try to get us lost. I'm not in a good mood today." At the Kaifeng branch of the Hao Gate, the air instantly thickened with killing intent. The powerful woman of the Hao Gate saw Zhang Yi leading a demon to her doorstep and flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth in fury. "Zhang Yi, you bastard, how dare you bring the demonic sword to the Hao Gate?" One of the strongest masters of the orthodox sects. Despite Zhang Yi's frantic explanations that he didn't mean to, she refused to calm down, screaming, "Shut your mouth, today I'll settle this with you once and for all." A terrifying crash echoed as Zhang Yi was thrown outside, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, in another turn of events, a massive gambling match was underway, leaving everyone holding their breath. The crowd buzzed with talk of the prize money, a staggering 1,000 silver taels for the winner. The whispers were non-stop. 1,000 taels, isn't that 10 gold taels? The gamblers standing around could only gape. Damn, if I lose this bet, I'll have to sell my sleeping mat, boys. Even the veteran gamblers had to admit this level of betting was insane. This was probably the biggest game they had ever witnessed. Inside the Golden Flower Casino, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The housemaster was frantically shaking a porcelain cup, sweat pouring down his face. Opposite him, Wei Yanhao maintained a sleepy expression, propping his chin on his hand and looking bored as he thought to himself, "Who is this guy, anyway? He's shaking that cup like he's in a martial arts tournament." Around them, the crowd began to whisper in amazement. "He's already won 9 rounds in a row." The housemaster's heart pounded as if it would leap out of his chest. He trembled, wondering, is he going to win this time too? As soon as the cup was lifted, a resounding shout tore through the air. 4 evens, it's evens. The whole casino erupted in cheers. "Oh my god, 1,000 silver taels. The god of gamblers has returned, everyone. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a classic sweep." The young attendant following Yanhao sobbed with joy, gripping his hand and shouting, "Young master, you won, you really won." But Yanhao just smirked slightly. In reality, the secret behind these unbelievable wins was Yanhao's superhuman hearing. Since he was a child, he could dodge flying rocks even in his sleep just by hearing them. For him, a simple game of chance like this was as easy as flipping his hand. By just concentrating on the sound of the iron balls clattering inside the cup, he knew for sure whether the result was odd or even. Gazing at the mountain of silver, Yanhao leisurely stretched. "What a shame, I guess I have to stop. One more win would have been enough to reach 20 gold taels." Just then, a large figure approached, causing the crowd to part on both sides. It was Kang Tianlin, the owner of the Golden Flower Casino. He clasped his hands and greeted him with a fake smile. "Oh, what an honor to be visited by such a distinguished guest. I was unaware of your identity. Forgive my discourtesy." Yanhao glanced at him disdainfully. "Distinguished guest, I'm no such thing." Though he was boiling with rage at having lost 1,000 silver taels, Tianlin managed to maintain his polite facade. "Ha ha ha, in this casino isn't someone who brings such an exciting match, a distinguished guest." Yanhao shot him down cold. "I didn't find it that interesting." The remark made a vein throb on Tianlin's forehead. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. "You bastard, you sit there and win 1,000 taels and dare say you're not happy." However, he still forced a smile. "Indeed, your disposition is unlike that of ordinary people. Winning money with a face as calm as if you were strolling through a market." Tianlin started to dangle a new bait. "A distinguished guest should have distinguished stakes. Would you like to try your luck in a bigger game?" Seeing Yanhao seemed interested, he waved his hand excitedly, and glittering gold coins appeared like an illusion. "That's right. Not these petty little rounds, but a truly grand match. This will be the real fight, something that will shake the entire casino." Yanhao let out a soft ooh, but then he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving behind a blunt statement. "I'm not interested." Tianlin was frozen to the spot, his face contorted with shock and anger. Watching as Qin Xiaoya swiftly gathered all the silver and quietly left, Kang Tianlin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he saw his prey about to slip away at the climax. He roared, "You think you can just walk away after winning 10 gold taels? You think I'll let you leave that easily?" But just as quickly, the casino owner changed his tune, putting on a fake smile and placing a hand on Yanhao's shoulder to plead. "Hey, now young master, stay and play one more round to heat things up." Wei Yanhao tilted his head, thinking, "Did you say you'd give me 5 gold taels?" Tianlin confirmed firmly. "Yes, that's correct." Seeing his opponent seem to be persuaded, Yanhao immediately haggled. "How about 10 taels?" The question made the casino owner freeze for a moment at the kid's greed. But then he burst into manic laughter. He cursed internally. "What is with this crazy kid?" Then he declared loudly, "I will add another 10 gold taels, but in return the match won't end until one side is completely out of money." Yanhao's gaze suddenly turned serious. He stated decisively, "If you give me 10 gold taels, I'll play." Tianlin exclaimed with joy. "Excellent, a wise decision." In his heart he smirked smugly. He took the bait, the fool. He turned and gestured with his hand. "The opponent has accepted the challenge. Come on out." From the shadows, a gaunt figure exuding a chilling killing intent slowly emerged. The surrounding crowd immediately cried out in terror. It's the Viper. The Viper has appeared. The Viper, the one-armed king of gamblers who had just appeared, had a face full of scars, sharp eyes, and freakishly long fingers that were skillfully caressing some dice. Yanhao observed his opponent with a look of doubt. That guy came out of the shadows all alone. He doesn't look like a gambler at all. The Viper coldly sat down, his voice low. Well, in a casino the winner is the only real gambler. Enough said. Yanhao asked directly, so you're my opponent. After receiving a nod of confirmation from the Viper, he continued, so what are we playing? The Viper suddenly swung his hand, slamming it on the table and sending the dice scattering. For the bet, I propose. It's this. The crowd began to murmur. Dice. Isn't that a bit too simple? But Dubai insisted that it was the most straightforward game. Dice is the game that best showcases a player's true skill. Despite Yanhao yawning endlessly with a look of utter boredom, the murmurs from the gamblers around them didn't stop. How could that kid possibly beat Dubai? Is there any game of chance where Dubai isn't the master? Dubai continued to explain. Compared to other complicated gambling games, dice is much fairer. To put it simply, the side with the higher total score wins. He stared intently at Yanhao and asked, any objections? Yanhao simply gave a short no. Kang Tianlin laughed with delight and loudly finalized the rules. The bet doubles after each round. If you lose all your money, you can still add more, but the right to continue or stop belongs to the winning side. He spread his arms wide, continuing his calculated explanation. In that case, the previous winner gets to choose. They can decide whether to continue or not. How does that sound? Faced with the casino owner's provocation, Wei Yanhao maintained his sleepy expression and casually replied, sounds fun. It's been a while since I played a game where I could feel my wallet getting lighter this clearly. Seeing his prey had taken the bait, Kang Tianlin excitedly roared, then let's begin. Amidst the wild cheers of the crowd surrounding the betting table, Yanhao was currently sitting amidst a mountain of silver he had won earlier, but the situation didn't look very promising. The young Qin Xiaoya stood worriedly behind him, massaging his shoulders and asking with a trembling voice, can you do this? Yanhao still appeared extremely confident. He glanced back and asked in return, have you ever seen me lose? But the boy immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him that left him stunned. You've already lost 10 rounds in a row. Yanhao could only stare blankly and mutter, oh right. Qin Xiaoya went crazy, screaming right in Yanhao's face in the middle of the casino. You lunatic, you've lost everything, and you're just sitting there like nothing's wrong. Despite the boy's desperate screams, Yanhao could only stare blankly and reply, oh right. On the opposite side, Dubai began to make his move. He coldly gathered the dice and declared, it seems this will be the final round. The bet for this round is 2,000 taels. The surrounding crowd began to whisper mockingly, he's lost half the pot already. Isn't he already in debt for 10 taels of gold? He's done for. Yanhao rested his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowed in concentration, observing his opponent's every move. Dubai smirked sinisterly. Then I'll roll again. He swung his arm, and the dice flew into the air before landing on the wooden table, making a series of dry clattering sounds. When the dice stopped, the entire casino seemed to explode with gasps of astonishment. Wow, they're all sixes. 2 sixes, that's incredible. 6 dice, all showing the maximum value, as expected of Dubai. With this perfect result, Dubai held out his hand in an arrogant, challenging gesture. Well, do you wish to continue? Faced with a situation hanging by a thread, Yanhao calmly replied, is there any reason not to? Dubai was stunned and asked again. This match seems to be decided already. But Yanhao just gave a faint smile. Not necessarily. Who knows? This made young Qin Xiaoya cry out to the heavens. Young Master Yanhao suddenly turned to look straight into Qin Xiaoya's eyes. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, but his gaze was incredibly serious. Do you trust me? The boy nodded furiously, affirming loudly. Of course I trust you. Who else can I trust if not you, young master? Yanhao smiled faintly, patting the boy's head before saying in a low voice, from the day I was born until now, I've never heard anyone say that to me. Wei Yanhao let out a soft sigh, his gaze intensely focused on the fateful game. He calculated silently in his head, if I win this round, I'll have 40 taels of gold. His eyes narrowed with a sharp glint. Then he decisively flung his arm, sending the dice flying into the air. The dice spun and landed on the table to everyone's utter astonishment. His opponent froze, sweat pouring down like rain in terror. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? What is this? They're all ones. The lowest possible score. Amidst the thick atmosphere of amazement, Wei Yanhao could only mutter in confusion. What in the world? I don't even understand what just happened. Meanwhile, his opponent roared in fury, you goddamn bastard. At the same time, in a dark secret chamber, a powerful figure sat on a high throne and spoke in a cold voice. Who? The subordinate knelt on the ground, reporting with a trembling voice. We still haven't been able to identify who he is. The mysterious leader's lips curled into a slight smile, his voice filled with killing intent. A young expert whose origins cannot be verified. Just hearing about it sounds troublesome. Without a moment's hesitation, the death sentence was issued. Kill him. The subordinate broke out in a cold sweat, but the leader coldly added, leave no loose ends. Kill them all. Seeing his subordinate still hesitating, but we still don't know how strong he is. The leader's voice dripped with disappointment. How disappointing. Entrusting matters to useless people like you is just a waste of time. Killing intent erupted as the leader roared his command. Go in right now and kill him. Don't let him pull any more tricks. Back at the casino, amidst the terrified screams of the crowd, Wei Yanhao stood with an air of composure, his hand mysteriously extended. The dice rolled across the table and came to a stop, revealing an unbelievable result, all ones the lowest possible score. In the thick, astonished silence of the crowd, Wei Yanhao could only let out a stunned aha, while young Qin Xiaoya, who was with him, screamed in despair. It's over, young master. We're done for. Witnessing this, Kang Tianlin laughed smugly, convinced that luck was on his side. Tough break. Wei Yanhao turned to the casino master and asked, so what now? Young Qin Xiaoya's face was a mask of despair as he lamented internally. Ah, we're screwed. Kang Tianlin waved his hand, putting on a show of generosity that was laced with cunning. If you're out of money, that's fine. Just pay me back the 10 taels of gold you borrowed earlier, and I'll let you go home and retire. But then Wei Yanhao suddenly rested his chin on his hand, his gaze turning razor sharp. No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, how much money do I need to continue the game? Kang Tianlin was a bit surprised. He blurted out, you need 40 taels. Yanhao looked straight at his opponent to confirm, so, you're saying as long as I have 40 taels, I can play again, right? The casino owner flashed another sinister smile. He announced loudly, the right to restart the match belongs to us, but I'll give you a chance. If you bring enough money, we'll start a new game. He was celebrating inwardly, thinking, finally got greedy, have you? I'm going to strip you clean. Yanhao calmly asked again, so, can you promise that Kang Tianlin spread his arms wide, affirming resolutely in front of everyone? Of course. A casino can't survive without its reputation. Everyone here is a witness. As soon as he received the promise, a meaningful smile appeared on Wei Yanhao's lips. He gave a quiet command, come in. Model, to Kang. Tianlin's astonishment, 2 burly men walked in carrying heavy chests full of money. Leading them was a gentleman with an incredibly wealthy air about him. This guest said with a laugh, oh dear, I'm late, young master. Yanhao immediately started complaining, fussing about the slow service. I was about to be stripped clean and sold into servitude, you know. The wealthy gentleman just laughed it off in response. Oh, you're quite the kidder, young master, as if you'd ever let yourself fall into such a situation. The moment he saw the newcomer, all the color drained from Kang Tianlin's face, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Uncle Xia of the Galaxy Bank, what are you doing here? Xia Depeng greeted him respectfully. A pleasure to see you, Guildmaster Kang. I was on my way to deliver the wager my client requested, but since it had to be prepared in gold, it took a little while. Wei Yanhao now stood with his arms crossed, reminding him with an air of arrogance. You promised that, as long as I brought the money, the game would continue. And the minimum bet is double the last round, right? His gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the casino master, who was frozen to the spot. I'll raise it a little more. Kang Tianlin exclaimed in shock. What Yanhao raised a finger, declaring loud and clear. The next round's bet will be 100 taels of gold. The staggering number, once spoken, sent the entire casino into a dead silence. Kang Tianlin, drenched in sweat, stammered, Did you just say 100 taels? Seeing the casino master's trembling state, Yanhao taunted. What's the matter? Scared already? Kang Tianlin screamed internally with a mix of anger and fear. Of course I'm scared, you lunatic. He quickly turned to whisper to his ace. Dubi, what do you think? Can you win? In response to his worry was the sharp, conceited glare of the one-eyed man. Are you doubting the skills of this dice king? Kang Tianlin hurriedly forced a sycophantic smile to appease him. Doubt you nonsense. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. Then I'll put my faith in you. Regaining his usual authoritative demeanor, Kang Tianlin announced loudly to the crowd. Then, we shall resume the game. Meanwhile, Dubi couldn't stop observing, Yanhao, a deep sense of suspicion rising within him, to suddenly raise the stakes so high. You brat, was this also part of your plan? He stared intently at the young man's nonchalant face and pressed. Did you lose the previous rounds on purpose? Yanhao feigned innocence in his reply. What are you talking about? Yanhao chuckled. Who would do something so crazy? It's not like money grows on trees. Dubi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then why did you call the master of the Galaxy Bank here beforehand? Yanhao answered leisurely. My mother always told me, if you're going to gamble or show off, you have to have a lot of money to look impressive. So I just called him over to be safe. Faced with his opponent's unpredictable, ambiguous attitude, Dubi could only remain silent in tense concentration. Yanhao stood up and declared decisively, It's my turn, right? He flicked his wrist in an incredibly skillful motion. The surrounding crowd held their breath, their eyes wide with amazement at the aura of the man before them. The dice rattled and clattered, then came to a stop one by one to everyone's utter astonishment. 6666. The calls rang out rapidly. That's 5 sixes, and the last one is a 5 for a total of 35. The whole casino erupted in a mix of regret and admiration. So close it should have been all sixes. But still, that's incredibly lucky. The crowd cheered wildly. This is going to be a tense one. Let's see if Dubai can beat a score of 35. Dubai stared intently at the result on the table, his eyes flashing with a dangerous and sinister light. He muttered under his breath. Just a little short. If this is all you've got, it's a real waste of 100 tael bet, wouldn't you say? Dubai spoke coldly. I've already told you I have no idea what you've been talking about. And buddy, 35 is a very high number. He smirked sinisterly, the scars on his face twitching. Whatever. Whether the bet gets called off or not, nothing changes. But you've severely underestimated me. I'll show you why they call me the Dice King. Immediately, Dubai swung his arm, performing a masterful dice-throwing technique. The dice flew through the air before landing on the table, making crisp, clattering sounds. The crowd around them held their breath, counting each face as it was revealed. 6, 6, another 6. The first 5 dice all landed on 6. Everyone was absolutely stunned. The final die was still spinning furiously on the table. All eyes were fixed on it as people anxiously exclaimed, "Could it be another 6? He truly is the Dice King Dubai. This wager is on a whole other level." As the tension became suffocating, the young attendant Qin Xiaoya began to panic. "Young master, snap out of it. Are you just going to stand there and watch the show? If we lose this round, we'll really be living on the streets. Please, for my sake, at least pretend to be confident." In contrast to everyone's anxiety, Wei Yanhao remained perfectly calm. "Hey my dear, do you think the casino master is a good singer and dancer? It would be such a waste if he lost everything and had to sell his wife to a brothel." This bizarre comment made his young attendant's eyes go wide as he froze and shouted back, "What in the world are you talking about?" Just then, the final die stopped with a faint click. The entire crowd leaned in to see the result that would decide the match. A silence fell over the whole casino as the face of the die revealed the number 4. Total score 34. Cheers erupted throughout the Golden Flower Casino. 34. 100 taels of gold. Someone actually won 100 taels of gold. The crowd surrounding the betting table was ecstatic. To think I'd get to see a match like this in my lifetime. Incredible, this will become a legend. Young Master Wei, oh young Master Wei, I won. 100 taels of gold are all mine. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Kang Tianlin stood frozen to the spot. Clutching his head with both hands, his face contorted by the immense shock, he muttered in hopeless disbelief, "A good match. I lost, I can't accept this. This is brutal. Dubai, you said you could win." In response to that fury, the Dice King just bowed his head in helpless silence. The casino master cried out in anguish, "On this side we have the Dice King. On the other side today must be the god of gamblers himself." He gritted his teeth in resentment. Tianlin collapsed, tearing at his hair in agony. Damn it all. He understood that this fateful game had just swept away the entire fortune of the Golden Flower Casino that he had worked so hard to build. At that moment, Xiaodapeng stepped into the middle of the hall, announcing loudly for all to hear. And with that, the financial matters between the Golden Flower Casino and young Master Wei Yanhao have been settled. He spread his arms wide, affirming with authority, "For this thrilling match, Xiaodapeng and everyone here shall be the witnesses." The crowd roared in unison. "That's right, we all bear witness." Dubai slowly approached Wei Yanhao, clasping his hands and bowing his head with deep respect. A good match. Acknowledging his opponent's respect, Yanhao also bowed politely in return. Xiaodapeng walked over to Yanhao's side, patting the heavy chest of gold before making a suggestion. "All right then, just leave the money at the casino," Wei Yanhao said casually, completely unfazed. Stepping out of the casino, Wei Yanhao heaved a long sigh, his face showing clear exhaustion. "Looks like gambling really isn't my thing." The boy Qin Xiaoya walking beside him wasn't any better, panting as he said, "I was just watching, but even that took all my energy." "Young master, are you all right?" Wei Yanhao replied wearily. "I'm just a little tired." The young boy tried to reassure him. "Manager Xia will take care of the money matters. Let's just go home, have a delicious meal, and get a good night's sleep. Speaking of food, I know this place that's amazing. Looks like Song Tinglo is in for a busy night." However, as he was excitedly running off, young Qin Xiaoya accidentally slammed into a stranger. The boy tumbled to the ground and quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The air suddenly grew thick with killing intent as a group of men in black radiating danger unexpectedly blocked their path. A huge man let out a threatening growl. Wei Yanhao narrowed his eyes, recognizing the distinctive pattern on their outfits. Judging by the pattern on their clothes, they seemed to be from the Blackfinger Wharf Gang. Behind them, Xiaodapeng's face also turned pale, blurting out the name, the Blackfinger Wharf Gang. A man with a long scar across his face curled his lip into a sinister smirk and asked in a gravelly voice, "Which one of you bastards is Wei Yanhao?" Meanwhile, in another location under the hazy moonlight, a young woman was completely stunned to hear a familiar name, Wei Yanhao. Standing opposite her was Wei Shanhao. "I heard that you are young Master Wei Yanhao's older brother." "Yes, that's right. Where is that brat now?" The young woman answered truthfully, "He is not here. He went to Hubei with an escort from the Swift Dragon Escort Agency. Hearing her answer, Wei Yanhao clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you. He immediately turned and gave a decisive order to his subordinate. Let's go. The subordinate scurried after him, asking, Where are we going, sir? Wei Yanhao gazed toward the distant horizon, his voice gravelly as he answered with just 2 words, to Hubei. What? Who gave you permission? A furious shout suddenly rang out, shattering the silent atmosphere. One of the men in the group couldn't hide his exhaustion and cried out in frustration. I ran all the way from Kaifeng to here, without even a sip of water, and now you're telling us to go to Hubei tonight. He threw himself on the ground, thrashing about like a child. This mad dash is giving me vertigo. If I go any further, I'll just check out completely. Just kill me now. Faced with this over-the-top tantrum, the woman opposite them let out a helpless sigh. She gently advised, the 2 of you should rest before you continue on your way. Seeing that his companion was still hesitant, worried about imposing, the man on the ground immediately shot up and pleaded. Why not? Please let us impose on you for just a little while. I'm begging you. The woman maintained her calm and hospitable demeanor. To have guests arrive at this hour and let them leave immediately. People would curse my name. I will prepare a meal and a bath. Please rest before you depart. Despite this, the lazy man continued his act, rolling around on the floor. I won't go, even if it kills me. You might as well just kill me now. I'm going to die either way. Witnessing this absurd scene, the group leader could only click his tongue, seeing no other option. Very well then. We apologize for the imposition. The group was led to an incredibly luxurious bathhouse with steam billowing everywhere. Looking around at the magnificent architecture, the subordinate couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, the beggar's sect lives in a penthouse like this. At this point, who cares about pride? Hey brothers, sign me up for a spot. Just then, a man with rippling muscles slowly stood up, revealing a bare back covered in terrifying scars. The subordinate squinted at him and asked with concern, Your body, are you all right? Is that a wound from when you captured the 9-tailed demon? The man nodded slightly. Yes, I heard you almost died that time. But then his voice suddenly dropped to a low tone, revealing a horrifying truth. The old scars are just mosquito bites. This one was my true great trial. His words made the subordinate's limbs tremble as he stammered, What was that? Who was it that wounded you? What kind of monster in this world could drag the wielder of the Crimson Demon Sword to death's door? The man slowly closed, his eyes, his expression darkening as he uttered 2 haunting words. A demon. In his mind, fragments of painful memories suddenly rushed back, the sound of a child wailing desperately. Brother, snap out of it. Brother, tears streamed down his face in utter desperation. Meanwhile, back at the casino, Manager Xia was cowering behind Wei Yanhao, his face filled with fear. The leader of the Blackfinger Wharf Gang ground his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he roared with murderous intent. Which one of you is Wei Yanhao? Faced with such aggression, Wei Yanhao maintained his listless expression and replied casually, That's me. The gang leader squinted at the young man with utter contempt. He turned to his henchman and asked, That's the kid, right? He received a nod of confirmation. Yes, sir. The leader suddenly burst out into derisive laughter. You're telling me this baby-faced punk is a master. Folks, what do you think of this gang leader's eye for talent? I have a feeling something big is about to happen. The henchman, dripping with sweat, quickly tried to make excuses for his previously embellished report. That's why I reported that he was just a kid. You're the one who was going on about him being some kind of master or expert, so I reported it like that. I never expected him to be just a little tyke like this. The gang leader let out a cold snort. Even if he's just a little punk, if he's messed with our gang, he'll pay the price for it right now. Surrounded, Wei Yanhao held up a hand. Wait a minute. He nonchalantly picked up a brush and signed the contract with a swift stroke, as a very worried Qin Xiaoya looked on. Wei Yanhao handed the paper to the boy and ordered, Sign it. Xiaoya asked blankly. Sign my name, Wei Yanhao replied succinctly. Just sign it. I'll explain later. After taking care of the paperwork, Wei Yanhao turned to the creditors and asked calmly, By the way, what's the exact amount that the Sacred Hand owes you people? One of the henchmen arrogantly shot back, 20 taels of gold, and 50 taels of silver. It's a pretty hefty sum, isn't it? However, the moment the chest lid flew open, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth, leaving the leader frozen in place, stammering in shock. What is this? Wei Yanhao declared coldly. This is the debt the Sacred Hand owes you. As of today, this debt is settled. Please write a receipt confirming the payment has been made, and then take your money. The gang leader stared at the pile of glittering gold and scoffed doubtfully. You think you can play mind games with me by bringing out a few spare coins? Wei Yanhao smirked in response. That's why I put more than the original debt in there. The leader picked up a gold ingot to examine it, admitting to himself, at a glance it seems he's right. Just then, a henchman leaned close to the leader's ear and whispered with a calculating tone. Boss, get a grip. Money is temporary, but that piece of land. That's prime real estate. The gang leader's eyes suddenly widened in realization. He immediately changed his tune, roaring viciously. Hey, you little punk, we'll settle the debt between us and the Sacred Hand later. What's more important is that you've interfered with our gang's important business. How can we possibly let that slide? Wei Yanhao looked straight at his enemy and asked coldly, so let's get this straight. Do you want to take the money or do you want a one-way ticket to meet your ancestors? The gang leader flashed, a sinister grin, his killing intent flaring. A fight. This is what we call punishment. Go bring me that bastard's head. His subordinates roared in unison. Sir. The men from the Black Branch Master's Hall drew their swords and lunged at Wei Yanhao from all sides, their murderous aura overwhelming. Surrounded by a ring of sharp blades, Yanhao stood tall, his expression unchanging. To the utter amazement of the crowd, he used his bare hands to stop every single blade that swarmed him. Yanhao looked coldly at the gang leader who was frozen in shock and declared, "You'd better prepare yourself. Soon it'll be too late for regrets." Without giving his opponents a moment to recover, he launched a counterattack with lightning-fast moves. In a mere instant, the entire courtyard was littered with his defeated foes. The gang leader was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. What is this?" A subordinate beside him stammered out. "I told you he was a martial arts master," the boss roared through gritted teeth filled with frustration. "Damn it." Just then, Yanhao called out coldly, "I want to get this over with quickly. All of you hiding in the bushes, why don't you come out and join the party all at once? Why bother hiding and tiring yourselves out?" His words stunned the gang leader who stammered, "How? How did you know?" Realizing you can't hide anymore, the old man roared, "CA, get out here and help us." Immediately, a group of mysterious assassins in black robes and conical hats emerged from the shadows surrounding Yanhao. Looking at the newcomers, Yanhao narrowed his eyes and mumbled, "What's this? You all look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Suddenly, one of the assassins lunged forward with his sword, which blazed with a brilliant green aura, letting out a sharp whoosh as it cut through the air. Yanhao swiftly dodged, exclaiming under his breath, "Whoa, that was a close one. My lazy butt was almost a goner." Yanhao began to reevaluate his opponents. He had thought they had no real presence, that he could just have a half-hearted fight and be done with it. But for them to draw their swords in a flash, he wondered to himself, could that be what they call an assassination blade? In his mind, the teachings of his master Bai Wuhan suddenly surfaced. In this world, there are sword arts designed purely for killing. They are often used by assassins with the sole purpose of killing an opponent without revealing any movement. The image of his stern master looked at him and posed a final question. So what must you do? The ones who use such a blade are murderers who have killed countless people. You must show absolutely no mercy, nor can you ever underestimate them. Etch this into your very soul the moment you see them, take them out for good, no second chances. So do you guys find the old master's teachings heartwarming? Because I'm personally feeling the pressure right about now. Back in the present, Yanhao was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, that old geezer made it pretty clear. I guess I can't handle this half-heartedly, can I? What a pain. He turned to the attendant beside him and said, "Hey, let me borrow a sword." As soon as he had the sword, he strode forward majestically, not forgetting to warn the crowd. "Just borrowing this toy for a bit, it's about to get loud, so you all should step back unless you want a piece of the mess flying your way." A brilliant blue aura of true energy erupted from Yanhao's entire body. The assassins narrowed their eyes, watching him closely. Their leader made a silent assessment. He dodged that attack. He's definitely no ordinary fighter. Realizing the danger, he roared an order to his comrades. "This guy is way out of our league, everyone. Forget your honor and jump him now." Immediately, the squad of assassins swung their swords and charged at Yanhao from all directions, creating a dense, crisscrossing web of green light. Standing in the center of this lethal encirclement, Yanhao closed his eyes, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword to focus his mind. The assassins' eyes widened in shock as all their attempts to get close were effortlessly repelled. In Yanhao's mind, his master's voice echoed once more. "Don't be fixated on techniques," he replied softly in his head. "I know." The image of his master continued to guide him. "It begins with an unmoving heart. Even when the enemy's sword is right upon you, your heart must not waver." Yanhao maintained a terrifying calm. He slowly exhaled a mystical green mist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he recalled the final piece of advice. "Your mind has to be as cold as ice to outclass these guys." Stomping one foot hard on the ground, Wei Yanhao gathered all his strength. The sword in his hand exploded with a brilliant green light tearing through the darkness. He told himself, "Next, I must pour my very heart into the sword. After all, it's just a piece of steel like any other. But a sword without a soul is just scrap metal. To make it count, you have to pour your entire spirit into it." Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the sharp clang of colliding weapons rang out, and shrapnel flew everywhere as Yanhao carved a path through his enemies. With his will now part of the blade, his sword could cleave Mount Tai in two. He moved gracefully through the ring of assassins, thinking, once the rage meter is full, it's time to unleash my ultimate. Let's send these guys to meet their ancestors and fast. Like a river that follows the contours of the land, he let the natural flow of power disperse into every sword stroke, creating mesmerizing afterimages that left his enemies completely disoriented. In the eerie silence, his master's teachings once again echoed in his mind. "The things I've taught you are not techniques. They are seeds that you still do not know how to receive and nurture. A brilliantly shining magic circle suddenly appeared before Yanhao's chest, radiating a terrifying soul-crushing pressure that enveloped the entire courtyard. The conical-hatted assassin's eyes bulged in terror as they witnessed the power exploding right in front of them. In the center of the halo, the sword in Wei Yanhao's hand began to transform, radiating a vibrant green spiritual energy, as if it were a living being. A deep, gruff voice echoed through the space. A sword's worth is determined by the character of its wielder. Only with a calm mind can the weapon truly fight. Yanhao focused his entire spirit, his eyes blazing amidst a myriad of blue lightning flashes. He was performing the final step to forge a sword that belonged solely to him. With a powerful roar, Yanhao swung the sword down in a fatal strike. A single light slash fell from the sky, and a massive cross-shaped attack instantly wiped out the entire enemy squad. Behind Yanhao, the giant majestic spirit of his master appeared, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. When the dust settled, the wooden floor had been sliced into a deep cross. Streams of green smoke still billowed from the cracks. The assassins lay scattered on the ground, their breaths shallow, completely unable to resist. Yanhao stood there imposingly, his cold gaze fixed on his defeated foes. He declared icily, "It's over. Your accounts are permanently banned. From now on, you guys should just retire and go raise ducks. You're not cut out for this martial arts world." Looking at the people writhing on the ground, he added his final judgment. "No matter what kind of lives you've lived until now, from this day forward, you will never be able to harm another person again. Now, pay the price for a lifetime spent using your strength to oppress others." Wei Yanhao sheathed his sword, glanced at the pained faces, and muttered in confusion. "These people look kind of familiar, don't they? Oh well, I'm sure I'll find out who they are soon enough." He casually turned and walked away, heading straight for Guo Dushan. The gang leader's face was drained of all color, his entire body trembling violently like a leaf sweat pouring down from absolute terror. He stammered incoherently, in utter shock. "Hey now, weren't you all high and mighty dishing out punishments earlier? Why do you look like you're about to log off from life now?" Wei Yanhao coldly commanded the trembling subordinate before him. "Then lead the way." The man was so terrified he was drenched in sweat, stammering as he asked back, Where do you wish to go, sir?" Wei Yanhao casually replied, "Lead the way to your den. Let me just clear out the rest of the trash." And from that day on, the Black Spider Clan, an organization that once proudly claimed to be the largest in Hubei, was completely annihilated after a world-shaking sweep. Meanwhile, at the Sacred Hand Manor, the older sister stood on the balcony with a worried expression, thinking to herself, where could my little brother have gone? Suddenly the door slammed open. Big Sis, his face beaming, unable to hide his excitement. "Do you have any idea what I did today?" Seeing her brother causing a commotion, the sister frowned and asked, "What's all this noise about?" Qin Xiaoya jumped for joy. "I've paid off all the debts for our Sacred Hand Manor." His older sister couldn't believe her ears, staring at her brother with a look of disbelief. "Oh, stop talking nonsense. With a mountain of debt like that, if you say it's all paid off, you must be dreaming." Qin Xiaoya quickly tried to explain. "It's not like that, Big Sis. This is what happened." After hearing the entire story under the dim moonlight, the older sister was stunned, her eyes wide with shock. "Is that true?" Qin Xiaoya confirmed with certainty. "Yes, it is, Big Sis. We're free now, and it's all thanks to young Master Wei." Hearing this, his sister let out a soft sigh, her heart filling with gratitude. "Ah, so that's how it is. How incredibly fortunate. We owe him a great debt." But in the next moment her expression turned serious, her sharp eyes fixed on Qin Xiaoya. "But Qin Xiaoya, using gambling to pay off a debt, is wrong." The boy recoiled in fear, stammering Big Sis. His sister warned in a stern voice, "You're lucky you didn't get caught up in that life of chance, or I would have erased you. Don't you all think this sister is being a bit too harsh? The money's in the bag, and she's still hitting him with a lecture on morals this intense." Faced with his sister's scolding, he asked softly, his voice full of bitterness, "Does the method really matter that much?" His sister maintained her cold and stern expression. She thought to herself, "A gentleman walks the path of righteousness. Anyone who doesn't follow the righteous path will surely face obstacles one day." She looked straight at her brother and snapped, "You saw what happened to father, and you still want to rely on blind luck from gambling." Unable to suppress his frustration any longer, Qin Xiaoya lifted his head and yelled, "But Big Sis, you were almost sold to a brothel." His face twisted in anger as he shouted in his sister's face, "Sis, snap out of it. You were this close to being thrown to the wolves, and you're sitting here analyzing theories." Despite his fierce protest, his sister remained unshaken, stating cruelly, "That's right. A physician must walk the righteous path. My sister is just so stubborn." Standing in the silent moonlit garden, he uttered bitterly, "I did everything I could for you, and yet all you do is find excuses to blame me." His sister replied softly, her voice tinged with sadness, "It's all for your own good." He pointed at the Sacred Hand Manor sign and roared, "Take a good look at this Sacred Hand Manor. If I live by your words, I'll spend my entire life stuck here just treating people's illnesses." Is that really the best path for me? He placed a hand on his chest and declared loudly, meeting. Young Master Wei this time made me realize a lot of things. I don't want to live the life you expect of me. He stared straight ahead, affirming his own will. I want to be the master of my own life. I don't want to be the good little boy in this box anymore. Got it. The two siblings stood in silence under the perfectly round moon in the quiet solitude of the manor. The scene shifts to the Hanlin Pine Forest Grand Academy, a magnificent structure reflecting in the calm water. A man in elegant blue robes leisurely gestured for his guest to enter. Please come in. The mysterious guest with long, jet-black hair was clad in a striking black and red martial arts uniform that radiated charisma. He smiled faintly, clasping his hands in greeting. For an uninvited guest like myself to be received so warmly, I am truly at a loss for words. The host gently explained the reason for the thorough reception. I heard that you, young master, are the elder brother of the young hero Wei Yanhao. When an esteemed guest arrives, of course they must be treated with due respect. They walked deeper into the academy together. As his elder brother, I must apologize on my younger brother's behalf for his rude behavior. The old man in the blue robes gently waved his hand. Not at all, young master. You are too polite. I heard you are looking for your younger brother. Then, he observed him thoughtfully, before continuing. In that case, would this old scholar be permitted to say a few words? Receiving a nod, the old man asked in return, Young master, are you familiar with the term great vessel? He began to explain. A great vessel is called such, because it cannot be constrained. Judging by your personality, you would likely try to force your younger brother into a mold. In his mind, an image of a black steed frantically struggling against its reins appeared, but doing so will only destroy your brother. Caging a warhorse in a 15-square-meter room is only going to hurt both of you, boss. The ropes snapped, and the horse galloped off swift as the wind across the vast plains. Therefore, please leave him be and grant him his freedom. One day you will get to see a magnificent steed galloping across the plains. The older brother was silent for a moment, his gaze lowering in deep thought. Then he spoke in a low voice. Thank you, elder, for the enlightenment. I'll go back and update my management style for my little brother. After leaving the Hanlin Academy, the two of them walked through the quiet forest. You've had your fill of food and wine, so why the long face, boss? Was the meal not to your liking? He didn't answer immediately, just gazed into the distance before asking a question. Chang Yi, what do you think of my younger brother? Chang Yi answered bluntly without holding anything back. Your younger brother. Honestly, the only reason I even consider him a person is because he's your brother. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't even give him a second glance. He began to list a long string of flaws with a look of utter disdain. He's lazy as a slug and hopelessly ignorant. His manners are atrocious. All in all, he's a lost cause, boss. He stared into the void, thinking to himself, that's a normal reaction. An ordinary person can't possibly see Wei Yanhao's extraordinariness. Or perhaps Wei Yanhao has truly changed and is no longer the person he once was. In the dead of night, Wei Yanhao's snores echoed, shattering the silence. He stretched, let out a long, satisfying yawn and mumbled, How long was I asleep? Standing on the eaves, Wei Yanhao gently massaged his shoulder, a look of annoyance on his face. I dreamed I was fighting and woke up. Model, my body aches like I've been comboed for real. This is seriously unreal. While I was lost in my complaining, a warm, deep female voice suddenly spoke from right behind me. The grace of rebirth, a kindness as deep as the vast sea. Wei Yanhao jumped, letting out a startled cry. That scared me. Turning around, he saw the elder sister from the Sacred Hand Manor, kneeling on the ground, performing a deep, respectful kowtow. I can never repay the great kindness you have bestowed upon me in this lifetime. Wei Yanhao grew flustered and quickly waved his hands. Hey miss, why are you being so intense? Get up and talk, don't be so extra, you're scaring me. Although this is a bit sudden, may this humble girl ask a favor of you, young hero? Wei Yanhao raised an eyebrow suspiciously. What is it? In his heart he sighed wearily. Did my ancestors owe them something? The woman got straight to the point. I ask that you, young hero, help Qin Xiaoya see the light. Seeing Wei Yanhao's confused look, she earnestly explained Qin Xiaoya must inherit the Sacred Hand Manor. He is the one who must carry the family to restore its former glory. A child like him is wavering right now. Please, young hero Wei, help Qin Xiaoya see the light. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao scratched his head in confusion. I don't really get it. Reviving the Sacred Hand Manor and becoming a skilled physician are two different things, aren't they? He looked directly at her and asked a very practical question. Being a good doctor and being a CEO who revives the family business are two completely different jobs. You know, sis. The elder sister's gaze suddenly turned ice cold. She stated firmly that the revival of the Sacred Hand Manor was paramount. Even if Qin Xiaoya becomes a brilliant physician, if he cannot save the Sacred Hand Manor, he cannot fulfill the last wishes. We must restore the Sacred Hand Manor brand first. The next generation can focus on being skilled physicians later. I understand what you mean now. His assessment was sharp, so that means the top priority is to revive the Sacred Hand Manor. And there's a very easy way to do that. Meanwhile, at a branch hall of the Black Crow Gate, the air was thick with gunpowder. Guiling Lang, the beautiful but hot-tempered hallmaster, was grinding her teeth, cursing inwardly. I knew I should have just kicked him out earlier. Looking at that infuriatingly smug face of his is seriously giving me a migraine. Hey, well then I'll be heading back, Hallmaster Gui. Go on, my fine friend. Thinking about how he dared to threaten her with the demon-slaying sword, Gui Linglang silently swore she would make him pay if there was a next time. While she was stewing in her anger, a subordinate rushed in frantically to report. Hallmaster, something big has happened, Gui Linglang barked in annoyance. What is it now? Before the subordinate could finish, an imposing figure had already stepped inside. It was an old man with gray hair and an extraordinary aura. He looked directly at her and asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" Seeing a stranger barge in unannounced, Gui Linglang thought with contempt, "Do they let any stray dog or cat in here now?" She jutted out her chin and replied defiantly, "Huh, so what if I am?" However, the moment the old man declared in a clear voice, "I am Wei Zhengshuan," Gui Linglang's expression changed completely. Her eyes widened in terror, and her mind reeled in shock. What? The martial arts world's idol Wei Zhengshuan, in the flesh? Oh, I am so screwed now. The old man stroked his beard and confirmed with pride. That's right, I am indeed Wei Zhengshuan. It's easier to talk since you know who I am. He got straight to the point. We are looking for our son. But just as the renowned swordsman's heroic aura was reaching its peak, a hand suddenly shoved his head to the side, accompanied by a shout, "Move it." We're in a hurry. What are you doing, standing there posing with your aura? Get out of the way, will you? But I have a reputation. Can that reputation be exchanged for money right now? Wei Zhengshuan deflated, bowing his head and answering with a single word, "No ma'am." You're right about everything. Gui Linglang stared at the old man before her breaking out in a cold sweat as she realized his true identity. That is the righteous sword. I heard Wei Yanhao sent a letter from here. Can you explain everything? If you're talking about your young master, you must be referring to young master Wei Yanhao. Correct. Gui Linglang spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere of the night. Wei Zhengshuan, standing opposite her, confirmed with a decisive, yes. The young lady smiled knowingly. The young master has probably already arrived at the Sacred Hand Manor by now. Hearing this name, Wei Zhengshuan couldn't help but wonder. The Sacred Hand Manor, Gui Linglang explained further. Yes, before that, the young master was at the Hanlin Great Archive. Wei Zhengshuan fell into deep thought, stroking his chin with worry. The Sacred Hand Manor is a place of medicine. Could it be that he's sick somewhere? I haven't heard of any health problems. But then his eyes suddenly turned sharp, staring at her with suspicion. But thinking about it, this is really strange. My son is lazy as hell. With his personality, he'd slide into a girl's DMs. Tell me the truth, young lady. Is there something going on between you two? He pressed his voice low. How do you know so much? The question was, like a bucket of cold water, freezing Gui Linglang to the spot as she broke out in a sweat, realizing she'd been caught. She stammered in fear. That is, while inwardly screaming at her own carelessness. Damn it, I got carried away by the atmosphere, and blurted it out. Isn't he basically asking if I've been spying on the young master? Seeing him step closer with a menacing aura emanating from his body, she knew she had no way out. If I try to play dumb now, I'm definitely going to get hurt. Better to just confess and save myself the trouble. Meanwhile, the reconstruction of the Sacred Hand Manor was actually the responsibility of the Black Branch's main office. They used the main office's architecture to establish a foothold, and then used the money earned from that place to cover their deficits. However, Wei Yanhao used the fact that he had paid the debt for them as leverage to threaten the young boy Qin Xiaoya. The boy asked in shock, "What is this?" Wei Yanhao nonchalantly pointed at the paper. "It's a debt contract. You have to pay back 20 taels of gold, right?" Qin Xiaoya looked tremblingly at his own signature and stammered. "Was this the thing I signed last time? Didn't you pay it for me?" "There's no such thing as a free lunch, kid. A debt still has to be paid." He sat with his legs crossed and began to present the slave contract. "Me paying off your debt, that was a type of investment. You just focus on rebuilding that unbelievable Sacred Hand Manor with all your might, and I'll even pay you a salary. 1 tael of gold per year, so in 20 years, you'll be all paid up, right?" The figure of 20 years made Qin Xiaoya almost faint, and he cried out in horror. "Would I have to slave away for 20 years just to pay off the debt?" Wei Yanhao maintained his cheerful expression, pressuring the boy. "If you understand, then sign it. If you don't like it, you can just pay me back 20 taels of gold at once." The boy could only weep in despair as he realized the bitter truth. So this was a slave contract, just disguised as a loan document. Qin Xiaoya sobbed helplessly as he officially fell into Wei Yanhao's inescapable trap. Holding the contract in his hand, Qin Xiaoya walked away sullenly, his face filled with resentment. The boy muttered under his breath, "I've been tricked big time. People's hearts really are fickle." Behind him, young hero Wei calmly sat and enjoyed his tea. His eyes followed that small figure as he silently affirmed to himself, just like that he had the lifeblood of the Sacred Hand Manor in his grasp. Seeing the young master's strange actions, the wealthy tycoon sitting opposite him couldn't help but be puzzled. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "But why would you do that?" Young Master Wei kept a straight face, took a sip of tea, and threw the question back at him. What do you mean? Look, a stupid contract like this will never happen again. The man lowered his voice and asked again, why did you grant such a favor to young Master Qin? From the perspective of a seasoned merchant, he analyzed that the conditions were far too good. Even if young Master Qin tried his best all by himself, he couldn't possibly revive the Sacred Hand Manor within 20 years. That much was true. The tycoon was growing more and more confused. He frowned. This deal looked like a heavy loss at first glance. Why was he being so charitable? Just then, young Master Wei put down his teacup, his gaze becoming profound. It's just fate. To the other's astonishment, he looked at his own reflection in the teacup and began to explain. The boy may be young, but he has the spirit to carry great responsibilities in the future. If he can restore the Sacred Hand Manor and become an outstanding physician, he could save countless people. Therefore, I want to keep my faith and watch over him. Consider it giving the kid a winning ticket to change his life. Hiding behind a screen, Qin Xiaoya heard every single one of those heartfelt words. The boy was stunned, his eyes welling up with emotion, his heart tightening with shame. Wow, so all this time I was totally overthinking things about him. He's such a good person and I thought he was just some corporate player. Qin Xiaoya gritted his teeth, his hands clenched with determination. The only thing I can do is try my best to repay him. Immediately the boy turned and dashed off his will, burning brightly. In the room, the tycoon watched the fleeting figure and quietly uttered, "Get a grip." Only then did young Master Wei lazily ask, "Is he gone?" Upon receiving confirmation, "Yes, sir, he's gone." The dignified facade he had just put on instantly vanished. Young Master Wei revealed an incredibly sinister and twisted smile. A wicked laugh, heh, echoed with satisfaction. It was as if a dark scheme had just been perfectly executed. I thought it'd be harder, but fooling a kid like this is a piece of cake. Heh. Sha Dapeng laughed smugly as he calculated in his head. It's not like I intentionally deceived him. Isn't that right? He and Wei Yanhao looked at each other and laughed gleefully, like two old foxes who had just pulled off a lucrative deal. In his role as the new general manager of the Sacred Hand Manor, Xia Dapeng quickly got to work preparing for the grand opening. The opening day was so bustling, it was chaotic. The place was packed, shouts of direction echoed everywhere, and there wasn't enough food. Go get more part-timers. If we're short-staffed, drag all your acquaintances here and tell them to lend a hand. The situation was so tense that there were no seats left. Xia Dapeng had to order all the unused patient rooms to be opened, even spreading mats in the main hall to accommodate all the guests. When a subordinate breathlessly reported that the ingredients were almost gone, the general manager just waved his hand dismissively. If we're out, place a rush order. What are you waiting for? Money is no object right now. The important thing is to flex on everyone and blow their minds. In the middle of the noisy crowd, Qin Xiaoya, the young master of the Sacred Hand Manor, stood still to compose himself. The boy tried to tell himself, "Get your trembling under control, ya. Don't choke now." His appearance immediately attracted whispers from the guests. "I heard he's the direct heir of the Sacred Hand Manor, right? So that child has grown up this much already." Many were hopeful. If he's even half as skilled as his father, he's worthy of carrying the Sacred Hand Manor's name. At the same time, there was no shortage of gossip about the fate of the fake Sacred Hand Manor, with everyone certain it would be destroyed. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, heralding the arrival of a high-profile figure. A procession of guards entered majestically, and the people on both sides of the road hastily made way. Qin Xiaoya and Xia Dapeng stood waiting with serious expressions. From the carriage, a pair of legs stepped down firmly. The high-ranking official, in a bright red court robe, exuded an overwhelming aura as he slowly advanced amidst gasps of admiration. The prefect has arrived. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone simultaneously knelt to the ground in respect. Xia Dapeng was no exception. He bowed his head respectfully. The prefect has arrived. The prefect stroked his beard and cleared his throat. Ahem. He glanced around his gaze, pausing to scrutinize Wei Yanhao, who was standing behind them. Finally, the prefect stood before Qin Xiaoya, his face showing clear emotion. He declared in a deep voice, "Seeing the Sacred Hand Manor rebuilt after such a long wait, this official is overjoyed beyond words. Are you the son of the previous master of the Sacred Hand Manor?" The prefect stared at Qin Xiaoya, who was kneeling at his feet. The boy trembled, sweating profusely, and stammered in reply, "Why, yes, that's right." The prefect was pleased. He waved his hand and declared resoundingly to the entire populace, "From now on, continue your business just like this. Don't let me down." He looked at Qin Xiaoya with eyes full of expectation. "From this day forward, I trust that the master of the Sacred Hand Manor will devote himself to the people." Qin Xiaoya kowtowed in gratitude. "I would not dare disobey your command." Earth-shaking cheers erupted from everywhere. The people excitedly whispered to each other, "The Sacred Hand Manor has truly risen again." The prefect continued to hype up the atmosphere. He announced loudly, "Why call this the pride of Wuhan? It should be the pride of all Hubei. Everyone come to the Sacred Hand Manor often. A healthy populace keeps the nation balanced, folks." The crowd responded in unison. "Yes, sir, please do not worry, prefect." Many were surprised to see the prefect himself attending the opening of a small medical clinic. but they quickly realized this was the lineage of the famed physicians of the Sacred Hand Manor. Amidst the excitement, Qin Xiaoya looked up at the sky, where the image of his late father seemed to be smiling down at him. The boy clenched his hands and vowed silently, "Father, can you hear me? I will do my best. Please watch over me." However, right after that glamorous act in a private room, the prefect's true face was completely exposed. He was trembling, drenched in sweat, as he asked the person lounging across from him, "Was that good enough?" Wei Yanhao casually flipped through a notebook in his hand and smiled faintly. "Yes, it was perfect." The prefect pleaded, "Then please keep your promise." Yanhao smirked. "Of course. But I'll be keeping this little album of evidence as a souvenir. If you even think about backing out or unfollowing me, I'll post the clip online." The prefect could only grit his teeth in silent fury, unable to do anything else. As Yanhao left, he even waved a mocking goodbye. "Be careful on your way." The prefect bitterly took a drag from his pipe, thinking to himself, "The ledgers from the Black Branch Head's room have fallen into the censorate's hands. It seems I'll have to lie low for a while." The next morning, Qin Xiaoya opened the door and froze in astonishment. Before him was a sea of people pushing and shoving one another. The coordinating shouts echoed without end. "Hey, I said no, pushing, get in line, get in line," witnessing the incredibly long line of people waiting for their turn to be examined. Xia Dapeng couldn't help but be stunned, his mouth stammering. Just how far does this line go? To Qin Xiaoya's amazement, the old manager's eyes suddenly turned into two glittering gold bars. He laughed gleefully, smelling the sweet scent of money. "Boss, at this rate, we'll be closing deals until our hands get tired. We're gonna empty everyone's pockets." Seeing his perversely greedy expression, Qin Xiaoya could only snap back, fed up. "What in the world are you talking about?" While things were heating up at the Sacred Hand Hall, the atmosphere at a rival clinic across the street was just as gloomy. The hallmaster stood in the middle of his silent hall, roaring in frustration. "Why isn't there a single patient?" a subordinate reported with a tremble. "It's because the new Sacred Hand Hall has opened. I heard everyone is flocking over there." The hallmaster was stunned, his cloudy eyes showing clear disbelief. "What, that worthless Sacred Hand Hall dares to hang up a fancy sign? Where did those brats get the capital to open such a grand establishment?" The subordinate hurriedly explained, "I heard the kids set up a clinic." The hallmaster was extremely curious about his rival's source of funding. Just how much did his father owe in gambling debts? Where did he get the money to dare open a clinic? He pondered, recalling a dirty deal from years ago. "Ever since I caused that bald guy Chen to get hooked on gambling and ruin his life, everything was going so smoothly." Seeing his master lost in thought, the subordinate asked worriedly, "So what should we do now?" The hallmaster growled. This was a task given by the young master before he left. "If things keep going this badly, it will all become my responsibility." The subordinate sighed helplessly. "But isn't it true that there's nothing we can do? If we had known earlier, things would be different, but the milk is already spilt." The hallmaster's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, filled with killing intent. He slowly declared, "If this game's too tough, then it's time to cheat. If you can't untangle a knot, just cut it with scissors and be done with it." He swung a knife and sliced through a bundle of bamboo slips on the table, to his subordinate's horror. He smirked sinisterly. What a real shame. The young hallmaster of the Sacred Hand Hall just managed to get back on his feet. The rival hallmaster silently plotted a cruel scenario, attacked by robbers last night, and tragically died from the shock. Wouldn't that be a terrible pity? He coldly ordered Go prepare enough funeral money for the wake. Meanwhile, under an oil lamp, Qin Xiaoya was still intently examining the silver needle in his hand, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was closing in. At the same time, at the Chongtian Righteous Martial Alliance, the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense. The alliance leader Quan Ji, Sima Tianqi, asked in a low voice, "Oh, I heard a rumor that the Lu Lin have just befriended the Iron Bloodgate. What do you all think? Is this news reliable?" "Yes, a young man from the Peng family named Peng." Dao Cheng confirmed it. "He was being hunted by the 10 swords of Lu Lin, but by a stroke of heavenly luck, he defeated them and escaped." Sima Tianqi narrowed his eyes, calculating, "Even the 10 swords of Lu Lin. If it's a matter taken that seriously, then I fear the Lu Lin and the Iron Bloodgate have already joined forces. The martial world is in utter chaos right now. 20 years of hibernation is more than enough. Now is the time for the idols of the martial arts world to go all out, preparing for a world-shaking battle. With the Righteous Martial Alliance in the east and the Heavenly Righteousness League in the west as the centers, even the smallest clashes can erupt into major bloody battles. A sect being wiped out over a minor conflict has become commonplace." Tianqi pressed, "What about the Heavenly Righteousness League's side?" A subordinate replied, "If this coordination with the Lu Lin is happening under the protection of the Heavenly Righteousness League, then I'm afraid the situation will become even bigger." Sima Tianqi clicked his tongue softly. If we have to face the Heavenly Righteousness League, I wonder how much blood will have to be spilled." He returned to the main topic. "Let's set that aside. Did that kid named Peng Dao Cheng really defeat the 10 swords of Lu Lin and escape?" The answer he received was completely unexpected. It said a young man named Wei Yanhao stepped in to help. Wei Yanhao. Tianqi mumbled, full of doubt. The subordinate continued to provide information. It seems he's the second son of Wei Zhengshuan of the Guangdong Wei family. He disappeared for 5 years and has only recently reappeared. Hearing this name, Sima Tianchi suddenly burst out laughing with delight. Wei Zhengshuan, the righteous sword. Ah, so that's how it is. That's right, the father is a legend, so the son is a superstar. The apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. He nodded smugly, his eyes showing clear admiration. That guy was hard to find 5 years ago. Turns out he was busy forging his son into a dragon. The subordinate bowed his head slightly and added another important piece of information in a low voice. Not only that, the eldest son is Wei Yanhao, famous by the nickname Demon-Slaying Sword. He believes that in 10 years, the Guangdong Wei family could become the #1 family under heaven. In response to that praise, the person opposite him couldn't help but nod in agreement. That is indeed joyous news. The Wei family has produced a dragon. They will surely accomplish great things for the martial world. The resounding praise sounded like a proclamation of a righteous young hero about to shake the martial world. However, the reality was a hard slap in the face, because at that very moment, the Wei family's dragon, Wei Yanhao, was sprawled out on a roof, snoring his head off without a care in the world. The sound of his snores echoed through the quiet night until he woke with a start. From below the window, Manager Ha looked up and asked, "Young master, how are you?" Yanhao replied wearily, "Like a phoenix, recharging its batteries on the roof over there." Manager Ha advised, "You must take care of your body. It wouldn't be good if you fell. I've already prepared some herbal medicine for him to drink." Hearing this, Yanhao suddenly became unusually alert. He smirked and reminded him, "Hey boss, isn't it about time to settle our little bet from earlier? It's about time to collect." Manager Ha was stunned. Instantly, mysterious dark figures suddenly appeared, darting across the rooftops, emanating a thick, killing intent. Manager Ha gestured to Yanhao. "See, I told you he would come today no matter what." The old man coughed lightly and continued, "He's far too impatient. I thought it would take at least 3 days." Yanhao calmly took something from the manager's hand, and the old man retorted, "If you predicted this, you must have prepared a countermeasure, right?" Yanhao slung a broom over his shoulder. "Damn, these loser assassins. 1 broom is all I need to sweep them all away. Of all the people to mess with, you dare to mess with my passive income source. You're asking for a beating." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight into the encirclement of assassins who were brandishing their weapons. He roared with excitement, "Die!" His face showed a crazed expression as he swept away those who stood in his way. At the Haomen's Kaifeng branch hall, under the dim moonlight, Gui Linglang stood, rooted to the spot in terror, before the aura of Wei Zhengshuan. The old man looked deep into her eyes, his voice low but full of power. "My son is naturally lazy. He's not the type to go out of his way to contact a young lady like yourself. So how do you know so much?" Milady Wei Zhengshuan's question hit Gui Linglang like a bucket of cold water, causing her to freeze up as sweat poured down her back. In her mind, she was screaming, "Crap, my mouth slipped and I spoiled way too much personal information." Amidst the suffocating murderous aura, Wei Zhengshuan pressed her with a growl, "You'd better give me a straight answer." The pressure from a great master made Gui Linglang tremble. She knew that even the slightest slip-up would surely lead to disaster. However, just as the tension reached its peak, the dignified old man suddenly cried out, "Arg, it hurts," I said, "it hurts. How many times have I told you people not to interfere?" Regaining his composure, Wei Zhengshuan pressed for confirmation. "So my son Yanhao is in Hubei." Gui Linglang gave a slight nod. "Yes, that's right." She quickly tried to change the subject. "So, could you tell me where the Sacred Hand Manor is?" Gui Linglang suddenly stopped her mind, starting to piece things together. Wait a minute. The righteous hero sword Wei Zhengshuan. The demon-slaying sword Wei Yanhao. And now, Wei Yanhao too. A formidable truth dawned on her. What's with all these superstars gathered in one family? At this rate, the title of the #1 family under heaven is definitely in the Wei family's pocket, no doubt about it. A calculating smile appeared on Gui Linglang's lips. "I'll be right back as soon as I'm ready. Please wait a moment." "All right, hurry up and go." "In your opinion, can Yanhao get married?" Wei Zhengshuan answered bluntly. "No. It was one thing when he was missing, but now that he's back, we have to start preparing. He's at that age," she thought, and began to plot. If there's no affection, you just have to tie them together. If they see each other enough, feelings will develop. If they work together more, the chances are very high. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she gloated to herself. This calls for the slow and steady approach. Just lock them up in the same place, and sooner or later, they're bound to start showing off their romance to the world. A ghostly ho-ho-ho-ho laugh rang out, making Wei Zhengshuan shudder in fear as he lamented to himself, "Women are terrifying. Truly terrifying." Back at the residence, a young attendant ran in frantically to inform Qin Xiaoya. "A woman is here looking for you." The boy just looked back with a confused expression. Standing before Qin Xiaoya now was an incredibly beautiful woman with an exquisite butterfly pin in her black hair, but her eyes radiated a stern, cold demeanor. Recognizing a relative, Qin Xiaoya stammered sister. But instead of a warm reunion, his sister glanced around the clinic and coldly interrogated him. Hey, where'd this fake-looking clinic come from, little brother? Explain yourself and fast before I make this whole place disappear. Standing on a stone bridge, his sister gave a firm order. First of all, stop everything immediately and come back. She looked Qin Xiaoya straight in the eyes, her lecture sharp and severe. Doctors are meant to save people, not to hit sales targets, little brother. And yet here you are using your medical skills to do business. Seeing her brother still standing there rooted to the spot, she grew even angrier. What in the world do you think you're doing? Aren't you going to pack your bags? Qin Xiaoya hung his head, sweat pouring down from the pressure, but then he suddenly looked up and asked a bitter question. So are doctors not human beings? He roared in resentment. Hey, how come everyone else is allowed to get rich, but doctors have to accept a life of poverty? Sis, shouldn't a good reputation be backed by financial stability? His sister gritted her teeth and shouted, have you forgotten the teachings of our great predecessor? He shot back with his own evidence. That great predecessor lived in a massive mansion. Didn't he also use his medical skills to make money and live a comfortable life? She enunciated every word with force. That was because he saved people, and the money naturally followed. It wasn't because he wanted to make money that he went looking for patients. Why can't you understand? Unable to endure this restriction any longer, Qin Xiaoya shouted right in his sister's face. You're the one who doesn't understand. I don't claim to be on the righteous path right now, but at least I'm not as arrogant or tyrannical as you are. Qin Xiaoya roared with determination. If we do things your way, following your wishes, the name of the Sacred Hand Manor will never be known to the world in this lifetime. Why do you still not get it? He brushed aside her old-fashioned teachings. I'm not a puppet who just does what you say. You go your own way. He left his sister standing there stunned, calling after the brat. Qin Xiaoya stormed off resolutely and declared, I will use my own methods to make the Sacred Hand Manor known throughout the land. Having witnessed the entire family drama, Wei Yanhao casually stepped out from behind a corner. He watched Qin Xiaoya's retreating figure and clicked his tongue teasingly. Well now, did the little kid grow a spine or something, talking back to the big boss so fiercely like that? Noticing the woman's sharp glare now fixed on him, Yanhao could only ask innocently, what is it? It's all because of that young master that my entire plan fell apart. He's a real menace to my heart. The woman stared at her opponent, her eyes filled with resentment. In the dead of night, under a perfectly full moon, a horse-drawn carriage rolled silently through the forest. To be on the safe side, give the order to erase all traces of our stay at the Sacred Hand Manor. Receiving the command, he replied respectfully, as you wish, my lord. However, the man couldn't help but ask with a hint of regret. But my lady, to abandon the entire foundation we've built in Wuhan. Isn't that a terrible waste? The woman inside the carriage replied in a low voice, beginning to explain her extreme caution. The moment a young man of unknown origin interfered, it was already a problem. From ancient times, it hasn't been rare for small omens to turn into great disasters. Her face was hidden in the shadows, her red lips curling into a calculating smile. Even if I were to punish him myself, a master of his caliber couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. He must have some backing, therefore it's better to let it go. Whether we win or lose, it would cause a huge commotion. And that would attract the world's attention. Her subordinate bowed his head. I understand your meaning, my lady. She continued her analysis. My older brother has long been accumulating merits, and this incompetent younger brother is also doing his part. Wasting time is the biggest problem. Her mind was racing with questions about this new obstacle. I have to report this superpowered guy to the big boss immediately. I can already see the future of our great enterprise shaking violently. Under the mystical blue moonlight, clear wine was poured from a porcelain flask into a cup, making a soft gurgling sound. In the quiet courtyard, the older sister was sitting alone on the veranda, holding a cup of wine filled with her thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Drinking alone is bad for your stomach, you know. She looked over in surprise and saw Wei Yanhao standing there with a relaxed air, scratching his head and smiling. If your anger has subsided a bit, do you think I could trouble you for a cup? Yanhao looked at her with sincere eyes, waiting for an answer. Seeing that she remained silent, he made a ridiculous offer. Well, I could just lie down. That way you won't have to see my face. His cheeky joke made the young lady smile softly. That was truly young Master Wei's way of handling things. Suddenly, the young lady dropped to her knees before Wei Yanhao. I'm sorry, young Master Wei. This sudden action startled him, and he exclaimed, Hey, you're really pouring your heart out. Wei Yanhao waved his hand reassuringly. Think nothing of it. The young lady stared silently into space and sighed with sorrow. The Sacred Hand Manor and Qin Xiaoya, none of it is easy. Wei Yanhao casually took a sip of wine and replied, To be honest, I don't really get it. I don't understand what Qin Xiaoya is so worried about. He recalled his old master's teachings. My master once said, if you want something, you have to get it with your own hands. He looked out at the tranquil courtyard, continuing to encourage her. The same goes for the Sacred Hand Manor, doesn't it? Just let the world say what it wants. What's important is that you're the one digging the well for future generations. This statement stunned the young lady. She looked up and asked, Are you telling me to step up and revive the Sacred Hand Manor? Wei Yanhao looked straight into her eyes and shot back a heavy question. Isn't that what you want? The direct heir of the Sacred Hand Manor is Qin Xiaoya, but the heir isn't the only one who can build up a sect. She lowered her head, her voice filled with sadness and insecurity. I'm a woman. Wei Yanhao immediately and firmly refuted her. Hello, what era are we living in, Sister He, that you're still discriminating between men and women? He looked deeply into her wavering eyes and added, and when it comes to saving people, do those things even matter? His sincere gaze and sharp words seemed to strike a chord deep within her, making her heart skip a beat. She looked at him, her eyes shining with a newfound hope, and whispered, Can I do it? No one knows the answer to that. Being a good doctor is one thing, but managing the entire Sacred Hand Manor brand is a whole other story. Sister, you thought only Qin Xiaoya was torturing himself, which is why you kept clinging to him. If you want to rebuild the Sacred Hand Manor into the ideal clinic you envision, you have to do it yourself. The young lady was stunned, her lips trembling as she asked why. She watched the young man's retreating back, marveling to herself that young Master Wei was truly a strange person. Hearing this, Wei Yanhao smiled faintly, replying with his usual nonchalant air. I've heard that one a lot. The young lady couldn't help but smile along, repeating with amusement. I have to admit you really are a strange one. Wei Yanhao slowly took a sip of wine, his tone turning more serious. Those who refuse to take a step, those who refuse to try, who only think about charging ahead, will never accomplish anything. The young lady chuckled and teased back. So, it's self-torture. Wei Yanhao just let out a hearty laugh in response. The two of them sat at the wine table under the moonlight, the atmosphere suddenly lighter than ever. He leaned back casually, opening up about his way of life. I'm someone who's content with living like this. I have no ambition to build some grand legacy. Wei Yanhao glanced over at the young lady, a slight smirk on his lips. Just do what you love, and you'll automatically be happy. If you keep straining under the weight of family obligations, you'll just end up depressed. So, what do you all think? Doesn't Wei Yanhao's life philosophy deserve a like for how chill it is? He sighed softly, took another sip of wine, and continued. Of course, for my master's sake, there are things I don't like that I still have to do. Hearing this, the young lady looked at Wei Yanhao with flushed cheeks, her eyes filled with admiration. Young Master Wei's master must be a good person. They both looked up at the night sky where a full, brilliant moon was shining brightly. Wei Yanhao quietly replied, Perhaps. The scene changes to a deserted street late at night. Wei Yanhao suddenly appears at an outdoor wine table where a mysterious man is sitting alone. Wei Yanhao casually walked over, slapped the table and asked, Mind if I have a cup? The man jumped in fright, his eyes wide as he asked, How did you know I was here? Wei Yanhao sat down opposite him and answered coolly, Oh, you thought you were. Well hidden. How could you escape my human intelligence network? The man narrowed his eyes warily and pressed, What are your ties to the Hao sect? Wei Yanhao didn't answer. This is my second cup today. I don't even know why I'm drinking this stuff. It just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Dupai muttered in frustration as he took a sip of wine sitting opposite the infamous Poison King. Wei Yanhao observed him calmly before suddenly asking, Why did you do it? In the silence of the night, Wei Yanhao stated with certainty, Come on, cut the act, old man. With your skills, you expect me to believe you'd lose so fakely. Hearing this, Dupai closed his eyes and gave a knowing smile. How interesting. Are you suggesting that I, Dupai, intentionally lost that game? Wei Yanhao didn't flinch. He exposed his opponent's technique. With your skill on the final turn, you could have easily made a 6-6, couldn't you? He looked straight into Dupai's eyes and demanded. But you deliberately chose not to. By all rights, I should have been the loser. I want to know why you did that. Dupai pondered for a moment before asking in return, What do you think gambling is? He began to philosophize about the world of chance. Gambling is about determining a winner and a loser. Gamblers use all their skills, putting everything on the line to bet on a single outcome. He stared into the void, declaring firmly, But lately there's been too much unnecessary stuff getting mixed in at the tables. Plans, schemes. I never intended to lose. It's just that my luck ran out. He smirked slightly. Well, thanks to that, there won't be any more bankruptcies at the Jinhua Manor, and new tables will open and the old stories will just repeat themselves. But until that time comes, a gambler still has to gamble, right? Wei Yanhao remained unconvinced, pressing him, and for that, you're okay with losing everything. Never mind the money, but what about your reputation and your backing? Dupai leisurely picked up his wine cup, making a profound analogy. If you lose everything, you just start a new game. What's important is that your foundation is still there, so why fear you won't have a glorious comeback? Faced with this stubborn yet philosophical reasoning, Wei Yanhao thought to himself, that sounds like a bunch of excuses. Looking at the Poison King before him, Wei Yanhao couldn't help but marvel the Poison King Dupai. Living in a world where winning and losing is everything, yet you don't see a single game as the be-all and end-all. He murmured, It's truly strange, isn't it? Dupai asked blankly. What's strange about it? Wei Yanhao began to open up about what he had experienced. These past few days I've probably been with some of the kindest people in the world, and yet, I felt nothing from them. Wei Yanhao looked up at Dupai with respectful eyes. But talking with you, senior, I feel as if someone has lit a lamp within my heart. In response to this sincerity, Dupai simply gazed into the distance and uttered a contemplative sigh. Everyone has their own path. The important thing is whether you dare to go all in on your choice, and then bet your entire life on the path you've chosen. In the quiet space, the strong wine was poured a reflection on life itself. Isn't that just what life is? The next morning, the peaceful atmosphere at the clinic was suddenly shattered by the blood-curdling scream of the chief steward. The old man's face twisted in horror, sweat pouring down as he held the letter, stammering incoherently. This. A young attendant rushed over, asking worriedly, "What's wrong?" The general manager tremblingly held out the letter. That great hero. He just left this letter and vanished. The letter's contents were revealed in a script that was bold, yet full of indifference. Yo, consider this my official notice. I'm clocking out. Staying here for so long felt like I was chained down, living the life of a 1,000-year office slave, and I don't feel like I'm helping the Sacred Hand Hall much anyway. Reading this far, the general manager could only exclaim helplessly, "What the hell is this? Where did he just up and go?" The letter continued with some practical advice. As for the clinic, you guys handle it and manage it properly. Don't focus so much on money. Qin Xiaoya will become a great doctor, and I trust the general manager will handle things just fine. But what nearly made the old manager faint was the postscript at the end, which reeked of money. Oh, but hold on, when it comes to money we have to be clear. Qin Xiaoya, standing nearby, suddenly became very determined. He pointed and ordered manager send people to find him now. He can't have gotten far from the Sacred Hand Hall yet. He's probably still nearby. Find him for me. How dare he dump everything on us and try to run off? While the entire clinic was in an uproar searching for him in a remote, secluded village, the atmosphere was incredibly warm. Patients were resting on mats spread outdoors. One villager said gratefully, "This is good enough. For a doctor to travel all the way to a remote place like this, to treat us, we are truly grateful." The female doctor smiled gently, her eyes revealing a kind nature. "I'm a doctor after all. I didn't understand that before either. What's there to thank me for? I'll leave this plaster here. Just apply it whenever it hurts." Watching the scene from a distance, Wei Yanhao, with a staff over his shoulder and a simple travel bag, thought to himself, "She's really one of a kind." He slowly walked forward, breaking the silence with an interesting proposition. "If it's that effective, I'd like to see for myself." His sudden appearance startled the female doctor. "Oh, young Master Wei." Amidst the majestic mountains and the rushing white waterfall, Wei Yanhao's new journey began. Wei Yanhao looked at Qin Ruilan, who was diligently saving people, and scoffed coldly, "Traveling all this way to treat people for free. Do you have any idea how much money I've had to spend out of pocket?" Standing by the rushing waterfall, Qin Ruilan turned slightly and asked with a puzzled look, "In the end, why do you go to such lengths? You don't have to walk such a thorny path, do you? Is it because of something you call a mission?" "It's not really about a mission. Young Master Wei had already said so." Qin Ruilan smiled gently, her eyes showing clear determination. "At this point, it's about practical application, not just sitting around overthinking things." Yanhao took out a small bundle and handed it to her. "Take it. I've bought back these accessories for you. From now on, don't go around pawning them off, okay? Promise me. You see, isn't our man just a total charmer?" Opening the bundle, Qin Ruilan was stunned to see the exquisite hairpins and jewelry she once had to sell to make ends meet. "Oh, these things. Was it the same last time too?" Yanhao instructed her seriously. "From now on, don't sell them again. Can you promise me that?" Qin Ruilan clutched the bundle of jewelry to her chest and nodded softly. "I promise." Seeing that everything was settled, Yanhao turned to leave. "Well, I'm off," Qin Ruilan called after him, bewildered. Young Master Wei, where are you going?" he explained in a low voice. "Because of my master's teachings, I can't stay in one place for too long. If fate brings us together, we'll meet again. If not, don't overthink it. Bye-bye." "Wait a moment," Qin Ruilan hurriedly called out, and offered him a blue silk ribbon for his hair. Yanhao took the gift, tied his hair back himself, and smiled. "I'll put it to good use." Qin Ruilan's farewell echoed through the mountains and forests. "Thank you, young Master Wei." Watching her small figure recede into the distance, Yanhao thought to himself, so in the end, she's determined to walk that difficult path. Qin Xiaoya has his path, Qin Ruilan has hers, and I must continue on mine. However, the moment he was out of Qin Ruilan's sight, Yanhao's image as a noble master completely shattered. He cried out in agony, his face contorted with laziness. "I'm so tired of acting like a master. Who cares about dignity at this point? Please, sir, let me hitch a ride." Just then, a horse-drawn carriage belonging to an old gentleman passed by. Yanhao immediately collapsed onto the road and rolled right up to the carriage wheel. The old gentleman was terrified, sweat pouring down his face as he saw the stranger lying flat on the ground. With a pathetic look on his face, Yanhao pleaded weakly, "Please, sir, just this once. Please give me a lift for a little while." The old driver looked at the strange young man with suspicion. "You want a ride?" Yanhao remained motionless on the ground, replying cleverly, "Take me anywhere you're going, sir. As long as I don't have to walk, I'm good." Faced with this strange but sincere request, the old man clicked his tongue. Such odd words. Fine, get on. As soon as he heard the approval, Yanhao instantly sprang up, leaped into the back of the carriage and didn't forget to add a word. Much appreciated. He stretched out on the wooden planks, enjoying the absolute bliss as he thought, not having to walk myself. This is so convenient. Night fell, and the carriage continued to trundle along under the hazy blue moonlight. In the back, Wei Yanhao was dead asleep, even drooling. Seeing the time was right, the old driver called out softly, "Hey, hey, wake up." Hearing the call, Yanhao groggily opened his eyes as the old man stood by the carriage and announced in a low voice, "Perhaps we should part ways here." Yanhao rubbed his eyes and yawned widely. "Ah, I slept for too long." Looking around at the desolate scenery in the dead of night, the old driver couldn't help but worry. Are you sure this is okay? There's nothing around here." In response to the concern, Yanhao let out a cheerful, carefree laugh. "You could drop me anywhere and I'd be fine. Sleeping rough is my style after all." He jumped down from the carriage and bowed gratefully. "Just bringing me this far is more than enough. I'm very grateful." Seeing the young man's firm attitude, the old man could only advise him. "Well then, be careful on your way." Yanhao waved goodbye. "Yes, I'm off then." The carriage continued on its journey, leaving Yanhao's solitary figure standing on the dark road. Watching the strange young man in the middle of the night, the old driver smiled to himself and remarked, "What an interesting fellow." Red Moon. The white-bearded old man with a deep scar over his eye called out in a low voice. Kneeling behind him, the one-eyed assassin immediately responded, "Yes, please elaborate, sir." Suddenly, the old man's hands went to his face, revealing his true identity, a silver-haired man with a sharp aura and a long scar running across his face. He coldly declared, "That kid has detected your presence." Red Moon was horrified, breaking into a cold sweat in disbelief. He detected my presence. Go investigate. About that kid's identity. Red Moon bowed his head respectfully and accepted the order. Meanwhile, Wei Yanhao was standing leisurely under a large ancient tree. Looking up at the dense canopy in the darkness, he lazily thought to himself, well, maybe I'll just crash up there for the night. Meanwhile, a female ninja was dashing through the deep forest with all her might. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her face etched with exhaustion. Both her physical and internal energy were at their limits. "I can't run anymore." She glanced around anxiously. "I have to hide somewhere." But where? Suddenly spotting an ideal location, she exclaimed, "There." With a swift movement, she leaped up into the dense canopy of an ancient tree to hide. She tried to keep her breathing as quiet as possible. "Calm down. If I use the turtle's breath technique, I can conceal myself." But a sudden chill ran down her spine, making her shudder. "But why do I feel so uneasy? It's like someone else is here." A shadowy figure suddenly appeared right behind her. Turning her head, the young woman's heart nearly leaped out of her chest when she saw Wei Yanhao wrapped in a blanket sleeping soundly on a nearby branch. She let out a terrified, strangled scream. "Hey!" Startled awake, Yanhao groggily opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What the hell? Can't a guy get some sleep without a jump scare?" Making a shushing gesture, the young woman sweating bullets whispered urgently, "If we move now, we're both goners." He fell silent. Right below the tree, a man holding a spear was searching furiously, but eventually had to report back in failure. Neither the organization nor the Duke could find her. The leader roared an order, "Spread out and find her now." His subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir," and immediately vanished into the night. Once the area fell silent again, the young woman let out a soft sigh of relief. "Are they all gone?" Yanhao puffed out his cheeks and exhaled in annoyance. He gently pushed her away and grumbled, "Give me some space." The young woman suddenly realized how close they were and jumped back in surprise. Yanhao sat up, scratching his head and complained sleepily, "What's with the jumping? You totally ruined my beauty sleep." Realizing she had disturbed him, the young woman quickly bowed her head to apologize. "I'm sorry." However, she didn't forget to warn him of the lurking danger. "But it's very dangerous here. We have to leave." Yanhao asked blankly, "Why?" She explained with a serious expression, "We absolutely cannot let them find us. They won't spare anyone, even if they're not involved." With that, she started to move and gestured for him to follow. "Just follow me. I caused this mess, so I'll take responsibility and help you get out of here." The two of them walked silently through the dark forest. To break the tense atmosphere, the young woman took the initiative to introduce herself. "This situation is a bit ridiculous, but let me introduce myself properly. I am Zeman Duolian of the Zeman family." Yanhao replied nonchalantly, "I'm Wei Yanhao." Duolian continued revealing her true identity. "I belong to the Ascendant Righteous Martial Alliance, and I'm currently on a mission." Hearing this, Yanhao couldn't help but tease her. "Seeing you get chased around like that, I thought you'd just stolen something from someone's house and forgot to return it." Duolian's face fell, and she said in a low voice, "I have no way to prove it right now, but if you come face to face with those pursuers, you'll believe me." Yanhao narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. "But I think we should know who they are first." Duolian revealed the identity of their pursuers in a low voice. "They're from the demonic cult." Wei Yanhao paused thoughtfully. "The demonic cult, huh?" The young woman nodded with a grave expression. "Yes, the remnants of the demonic cult." Yanhao let out a soft sigh. Well, that's a huge pain. Seeing his somewhat indifferent attitude, Duolian snapped irritably. I've been telling you this is a big deal, but Yanhao just calmly placed a finger on his chin. No, that's not what I mean. He looked up into the deep darkness of the ancient forest and announced clearly, you guys are terrible actors. Your cover's blown, so just come on out already. Duolian gasped in horror as streams of dark energy suddenly enveloped the area. In the silent depths of the forest, the hidden shadows began to stir uneasily. How did he know? Did he know we were here? Instantly, a group of assassins from the demonic cult, clad in concealing outfits, appeared all at once, radiating a thick killing intent. Duolian trembled and stammered in fear. The demonic cult. The leader of the cultists stared intently at Yanhao and demanded in a suspicious tone, "Are you with the Righteous Alliance?" Yanhao remained unfazed, calmly replying, "Nope, I have nothing to do with them. In fact, I'd say I dislike them more than anything." Hearing this, the leader smirked sinisterly. He said slowly, "I'll believe you." Suddenly, he drew a sharp sword from its sheath, its blade glowing with a cold, purple light. "You can have the rest of this conversation with the King of Hell." Seeing Yanhao's life was in danger, Duolian immediately jumped in front of him, spreading her arms protectively and shouting, "Wait, he doesn't know anything, please let him go." The young woman desperately offered a trade to save the young man's life. "If you let him go in return, I'll tell you everything I know," the demonic cult leader sneered. Doesn't sound too bad. But just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yanhao poked his head out with an incredibly bored expression. "You guys are planning to silence me, right? Do I look like I have a death wish?" Duolian was furious at his naivety. She turned and scolded him harshly. "Why would you say something so stupid?" Yanhao just replied nonchalantly, "I didn't. I just thought you might have forgotten." The demonic cult assassins froze, staring at Yanhao as if he were a lunatic looking for a quick death. Is he crazy? Ignoring everyone's bewilderment, Yanhao's gaze suddenly became sharp and unusually serious. Besides, we already know they're from the demonic cult. The demonic cult would let someone go that easily. Not a chance. A mysterious smile played on Wei Yanhao's lips. He slowly picked up his greatsword, which was still tightly wrapped in protective cloth, his eyes growing profound as he spoke of his family. "My father once reached the immortal realm." Standing beside him, Seaman Duolian couldn't help but worry. She looked at the closing-in assassins and thought to herself, the demonic cult isn't just a bunch of random mountain bandits. Hearing Yanhao's words, one of the assassins growled out a challenge. "Your father, who are you to speak such words?" In the face of the enemy's provocation, the majestic silhouette of a great master appeared behind Wei Yanhao. He announced his father's identity loud and clear, the Wei family of Guangdong, with Zheng as the middle name. "Have you heard the name Wei Zhengshuan?" The moment they heard that illustrious name, the demonic cult assassins' faces changed drastically, their eyes widening in terror. One of them gnashed his teeth and roared, "So you're the son of that damn righteous swordsman." He charged forward manically, swinging his sword to attack and yelling, "Then you can go complain to your father in hell." Seaman Duolian screamed in alarm, "It's dangerous," but Wei Yanhao calmly met the blow. Even though his opponent attacked with full force, he used his greatsword still wrapped in cloth to stop the sharp blade just inches away, leaving the assassin stunned by the young man's formidable power. In the middle of the intense battle, Wei Yanhao casually remarked, "I don't live in my father's shadow." The cloth wrappings around his sword began to unravel, revealing a brilliant blue light leaking from within. He continued coldly, "But I still have to take the old man's words to heart." The treasured sword was officially revealed, emitting a powerful azure sword chi that enveloped Wei Yanhao's entire body. Surrounded by enemies, he looked at them with an arrogant gaze ready to dish out a beating. Wei Yanhao raised the glowing sword high and declared loudly, "Because my sword is on a whole other level than my father's." Under the silver moonlight on the windswept mountain peak, Qing Yuan narrowed his eyes to observe and then spoke. "Wei Yanhao, seems like he's the second son of the righteous sword." Standing beside him, another master also thoughtfully observed the figure below. But why is he completely unknown in the martial world? If he had such skills, he would have been noticed long ago. Qing Yuan explained the young man's mysterious background in a low voice. "I've heard he went missing for a while, and was even rumored to be involved with a lecherous rogue. It seems that during that time he must have had a fateful encounter, because mastering such a martial art would not have been easy." Just then, in the dark forest, a pair of crimson-red eyes were silently watching Wei Yanhao's every move. Suddenly, an intense burst of azure sword chi erupted, enveloping the sword in Yanhao's hand and emitting a powerful deep hum. Witnessing this shocking scene, Seaman Duolian exclaimed in astonishment, What is that?" She couldn't believe her eyes, her mind in turmoil. "Wait, what? I thought he was a noob, but turns out he's a hidden final boss." Without giving the enemies a moment to recover, Wei Yanhao shot forward like a blue flash in the night. His sword strikes were unpredictable, tearing through the encirclement of the demonic cult assassins. This speed is completely next level. One hit and they're gone, no questions asked. Yanhao moved as gracefully as a phantom, swinging his greatsword to create brilliant arcs that easily neutralized every attack. One assassin screamed in agony As he was struck, his face completely contorted under the pressure of the sword chi. Yanhao stood defiantly amidst the wreckage, while another charged down from above in a frenzied attack, slamming his twin blades into the stone ground with all his might, creating a violent explosion of purple energy. Whoa, hold on, he was just here. Where did he disappear to? Immediately, the sound of a force tearing through the air came from behind. Wei Yanhao had closed in on his opponent's flank at terrifying speed. Another assassin was struck and collapsed, completely unable to even see his opponent's sword strike. In the middle of the encirclement, the azure sword chi flared brilliantly. Yanhao spun the sword in his hand, tracing a sharp arc to block an incoming spear. He delivered a powerful slash that pushed back the assassins. He used his sword to parry all of their coordinated attacks, not giving his opponents a moment to breathe. Yanhao channeled power into his leg and unleashed a world-shaking hook kick. Taking a critical hit like that means you're getting sent straight to heaven. The bodies fell to the ground one after another, creating a desolate scene. Yanhao landed lightly, standing tall amidst the defeated foes. He gave his sword a slight twirl, his blue aura still fluctuating, emitting a chilling, killing intent. However, the situation suddenly took a bizarre turn. The leader gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-deep pain, the veins on his arms bulging like venomous snakes. He roared in agony as a dark purple demonic energy began to leak from his body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest as the demonic energy exploded violently. The assassins who had just been defeated suddenly shot back to their feet like zombies. Whoa, are you guys hacking or something? Coming back to life and even getting a purple aura buff. Witnessing this, Yanhao just curled his lip into a faint mocking smile, letting out a sarcastic sigh. He looked at the resurrected men and asked nonchalantly, I already severed your tendons. How are you still able to stand? The demonic cult leader was now completely consumed by the demonic energy and snarled in response. It seems you've heard all about the demonic cult from your father. Faced with this threat, Yanhao flashed an incredibly bright and cheerful smile. Ah, all right then. If your tendons are too tough to cut, let me help you by cutting off your legs so you can't get up. It'll save you the trouble of resurrecting so many times. The azure sword chi erupted, clashing head-on with the dense purple demonic energy of the demonic cult assassins. In his mind, the teachings of his predecessors suddenly became crystal clear. To raise a hand and cause trouble will inevitably lead to regret. In the martial world, a ruthless heart is necessary. Yanhao's gaze turned cold and sharp. He had completely grasped this truth. In a real battle, you must discard any thought of sparing your opponent. The greatsword in his hand swung up, creating decisive and powerful cuts, each slash drawing blood from the enemy. An assassin roared madly, charging in and bringing his sword down with all his might, but Yanhao just calmly sidestepped to dodge. Seeing his opponent's clumsy state, he casually let out a taunt. Swinging your sword as slow as a turtle. At this rate, even death could dodge you, let alone me. He let out a soft, indifferent, ah. Yanhao sighed under his breath, thinking to himself that there was no other way. He began to channel his sword techniques along a completely new trajectory. Yanhao relaxed his body, his mind syncing with the rhythm of the battle. At this point, I have to unleash a combo to send them packing. If I hold back now, I'll be the one getting wrecked. The azure sword chi swirled around his body like a brilliant cyclone. Yanhao spun and declared loudly, I told you not to resist. Just go with the flow, it'll be smoother. The demonic cult assassin's eyes widened in terror, as they found themselves completely sucked into a massive, irresistible vortex of energy. Yanhao glided gracefully between the streams of light, he thought to himself. Just glide past one wave, and the sword's feedback will reverse its course. The energy erupted powerfully, forming a gigantic pillar of light that threw all surrounding enemies aside and pulverized the ground. From the mountaintop, the mysterious master silently observed the desolate scene below with a solemn gaze. Under the immense pressure of the attack, the ground shattered into pieces, and thick dust enveloped the battlefield where the demonic cult assassins had been utterly defeated. The demonic cult assassin was barely breathing amidst the rubble. He coughed violently, then realized in shock, am I the only one left alive? Immediately, a clicking sound came from inside his mouth, a poison pill, ready for him to commit suicide. Trying to log off without my permission. Spit that candy out now, he demanded, forcing the pill to fly out. Yanhao picked it up, observed it, and clicked his tongue. Damn, these guys are hardcore. They actually pulled out a tooth to hide a poison pill. Model, he inwardly marveled. All that useless stuff my father told me that I never wanted to hear is actually coming in handy now. Seaman Duolian could only stand there silently, sweat pouring down his face at his companion's sheer dominance. Under the full moon, Wei Yanhao turned to ask Seaman Duolian, what was that? Didn't you all say you'd spare my life? She hastily replied, ah, yes. The scene shifts to another manor, where Zhang Yi impatiently asks, have they left? A portly wealthy man squinted suspiciously at the ragged appearance of the beggar sect member and his companion. Yes, that's right. But the man inwardly sized them up. One is a beggar from the beggar sect, and the guy next to him doesn't look like he has much money either. Zhang Yi gave a strained laugh. Haha, is that so? The wealthy man pressed. But who are you? You don't seem to be from around here. Zhang Yi introduced himself proudly. We're not suspicious people. I am Zhang Yi, the Kaifeng branch master of the Beggar's Sect. Hearing the name of the Beggar's Sect, the wealthy man was surprised. A branch master of the Beggar's Sect. For what reason are you targeting the young master of the Wei family? Zhang Yi was flustered. That wasn't me. Just then, Wei Yanhao stepped forward, his aura completely overwhelming. I am Wei Yanhao's older brother. My name is Wei Yanhao. The wealthy man was stunned, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall. Huh, sir, did you just say your young master Wei Yanhao's older brother? Wei Yanhao confirmed decisively. Yes, I am his older brother. The wealthy man scrambled away. Please wait a moment, I'll go invite the manor lord immediately. Watching the figure hurry up the steps toward the main hall, Zhang Yi couldn't help but wonder. Hello, we're just looking for my little brother. What's with rolling out the red carpet and bringing out the big boss like this? Just then, a horse-drawn carriage appeared behind them. Zhang Yi's face suddenly changed. His eyes widened in horror, as he exclaimed, "Isn't that the Hao sect? And the Kaifeng branch no less." Seeing his companion's over-the-top reaction, Wei Yanhao raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You became a manager in the Beggar's Sect, and now you can tell who owns a carriage just by looking at the license plate. Impressive." Zhang Yi quickly explained, "That's not it. The driver is a freelance agent from the Hao sect." Shanhao watched thoughtfully as the carriage approached and asked, "Is that so? Then could the sect leader be chasing us? It must be. She's truly a woman with the heart of a venomous snake." The carriage screeched to a halt right in front of the two, kicking up a cloud of dust. When he got a clear look at the imposing old man with silver hair and a long beard stepping out, Shanhao was stunned, his pupils shrinking in shock. His father was standing right next to the old man. The woman in the black cloak smiled faintly at him and asked, "Is that Shanhao?" Shocked, Shanhao blurted out, hello dad, what are you doing here? How could my parents show up right at this moment?" Gui Linglang stood beside them with a sinister smirk, while the stern-faced old man, Wei Zhengxuan, asked directly, "We came to find Wei Yanhao. What about you?" "I also came to find Wei Yanhao." Wei Zhengxuan asked impatiently, "Is that so? Then where is Wei Yanhao?" Shanhao looked down and answered hesitantly, "Well, I heard he left not long ago." The moment he heard his son had run off, his dad came to give him a piece of his mind. The old man's anger began to boil over. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "I told you we should have come sooner." Just then, a young boy suddenly appeared, clasping his hands and bowing politely. "Greetings. I heard you are the family of the great hero Wei Yanhao." Shanhao and Wei Zhengxuan stared blankly at the boy who introduced himself confidently. "I am Qin Xiaoya, the lord of the Sacred Hand Manor." The boy smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. This manor once received a great favor from the great hero Wei Yanhao. If we could host his family even for just a moment, it would be this manor's honor. Shanhao was stunned, thinking to himself, this little kid is the CEO of this entire huge medical manor, and he calls that punk Wei Yanhao a great hero. This is totally surreal. Qin Xiaoya warmly invited them. "Please come inside first. I'll have someone prepare a meal." Although Wei Zhengxuan was still hesitant, how could we impose like this? The boy insisted. "The great hero. Wei's family is no different from our own family. Please allow me the opportunity to host you properly." Realizing this was a good chance to learn more about the situation, Wei Zhengxuan nodded slightly. If that is your wish, let's go inside." Inside the main hall, a lavish banquet with all sorts of delicacies was already prepared. Wei Zhengxuan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the food. He laughed heartily and urged everyone. "I said, I didn't want to eat, but with food this good, well, I guess I'll indulge a little, just to please our host." In contrast to her husband's enthusiasm, Wei Yanhao's mother sighed with worry. "Sigh, I have no appetite at all. I don't even know if our Wei Yanhao is eating properly." Shanhao quickly reassured her mother, "Don't worry too much." He glanced over at Gui Linglang, and the Beggar's Sect representative then revealed, "At this point, we'll have to mobilize both the Beggar's Sect and the Hao sect. But first, let's eat. You should eat to regain your strength, mother." Shanhao's reminder made his mother sigh in agreement. "You're right. My body has indeed grown quite weak." Immediately, Xiaoya jumped up in alarm. "Your body is unwell. You should have said so sooner. What do you think this place is?" The boy shouted for a servant and announced loudly, "The great hero. Wei's mother is not well." Hearing this, the manager panicked. "Heavens, I'll have a female physician prepared at once." But Xiaoya shook his head firmly. "An ordinary physician won't be enough. We have no choice but to invite the best female physician we know." While everyone was still bewildered, not understanding the boy's intention, what a terrified shout echoed. Shanhao and Wei Zhengxuan shot to their feet on high alert. From the main gate, a group of strangers was storming in. The leader was a muscular man with stark white hair. He gave a sinister smile. "You think you can do whatever you want just because the captain is away? Dream on if you think you're going to wipe out my clinic." Xiaoya's eyes widened and he stammered in terror. You, how are you here?" The white-haired man laughed menacingly. The master of the Black Branch main hall, Guo Dushan, entrusted these brats to my care. Today, I will kill every last one of you." Seeing the enemy troops close in, the manager trembled and cursed. Damn it. Yet, in the face of danger, the old man Wei Zhengshuan remained strangely calm and composed. He called out in a low voice, "Shanhao, looks like it's time for a father-son combo, to pay for our meal." The two of them silently walked down the steps, heading straight for the group of assassins to everyone's astonishment. "I'll take care of this right now," Wei Shanhao declared coldly as he faced the assassins. The white-haired leader roared insanely, "Kill them all." Immediately, a horde of masked assassins leaped into the air in unison, their sharp claws glinting. Wei Shanhao stood his ground, his hand slowly drawing his sword from its sheath with a powerful shing. An assassin lunged forward, screaming. As Wei Zhengshuan stood by and watched, he calmly observed that this flock of crows wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin, so he'd let the Dragon Claw Master put on a real show for them. A brilliant green light suddenly flashed in Wei Shanhao's eyes. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the flying dragon soaring heaven, and a colossal wave of sword energy, in the form of an azure dragon, erupted violently, sweeping away and pulverizing the entire group of crow-masked assassins. In an instant, Wei Shanhao stood proudly amidst a radiant aura, his expression completely unchanged. When the dust settled, the battlefield was littered with nothing but the corpses of the assassins. Witnessing this terrifying power, Qin Xiaoya and the others around him stared with wide, horrified eyes. Wei Zhengshuan smirked with pride. The silver-haired leader's face was now drained of all color, and he was sweating profusely. He trembled and uttered in terror, "The Demon Slayer, the gate that was broken must be fully repaired." What's more, under the terrifying pressure of the Great Master, the gray-haired man could only scream in pain and fear. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, at the Faith Division headquarters of the Sheng Tianzhong Wu Ming League, a guard ran out frantically, his face showing clear astonishment when he saw Wei Yanhao's sudden appearance. He stammered, "What brings you all here?" "The mobile patrol unit of the Sheng Tianzhong Wu Ming League. I am Seaman Duolian from the secret pavilion of the Sheng Tianzhong Wu Ming League. Special delivery. A genuine demon captured alive in the field. Check the goods and then pay up, folks." However, the only response to her request was a troubled look on the guard's face. I'm afraid that's not possible right now. We're short-staffed and can't send reinforcements. An urgent notice has been circulating recently, so the masters of the previous generation have all been deployed. So it's all because of some secret manual that was released. Did they all rush over there? They're members of the esteemed Sheng Tianzhong Wu Ming League, for crying out loud. The guard scratched his head sheepishly. Well, you could say it's because this is a precious relic left behind by Qi Sheng. As soon as she heard the name, a shocked Seaman Duolian exclaimed Qi Sheng. In contrast to her shock, Wei Yanhao let out a long yawn and asked innocently, "Who's Qi Sheng?" This clueless question drove Duolian mad. She turned and yelled, "You don't even know of the greatest swordsman under heaven." Qi Sheng. Wei Yanhao remained unfazed, scratching his head as he replied, "Who is Qi Sheng? Is he more famous than a TikTok idol? Why have I never heard of him?" Duolian sighed, in utter defeat. They became famous because they established forces like Shaolin and Wudong. The disciples who once served them would pass down the stories of their master's life for generations to come. She looked off into the distance, her voice tinged with contemplation. A person's life is inherently short, but if they have successors or a force to serve them, their fame can be passed down to future generations. Duolian lowered her head and continued in a low voice, "Qi Sheng just never managed to do that. Well, I heard he was very indifferent towards his family and bloodline." Hearing these words, Wei Yanhao fell into deep thought, a look of suspicion on his face. This indifference to family sounds awfully familiar. The horse-drawn carriage clattered along the deserted path. Wei Yanhao lay stretched out inside, letting out a dramatic sigh. This is my destiny. I have to go straight to the Sheng Tianzhong Wu Ming League in Luoyang. So young Master Wei, why exactly are you following me? And more importantly, why are you in my carriage? He put a hand on his forehead and explained nonchalantly, "I don't have a destination. I can go anywhere." In that case, Luoyang is crowded, so it wouldn't be a bad place to go. Besides, isn't the road to Qisheng's hermitage just too boring? Wei Yanhao began to mumble about his own philosophy of cultivation. Those secret manuals are just junk to me. I haven't even finished learning the old martial arts I have, so why would I load up my system with more? Duolian looked at his complete lack of ambition and was simply speechless. Evening fell, and the red glow of sunset enveloped the carriage. Duolian announced, "It's getting late. Looks like we'll have to set up camp and rest." Wei Yanhao didn't bother to protest. "I guess we have no choice." By the crackling fire in the dark of night, Duolian began to inquire about his background. "You said you were from the Wei family of Guangdong, correct?" Wei Yanhao nodded. "Yes. Then that means you're related to the demon-slaying sword Wei Shanhao." Wei Yanhao casually admitted, "Who else could he be but my flawless older brother?" Upon hearing this, Duolian's attitude did a complete 180. "Oh, so you're the younger brother of young Master Wei from Shaolin." Wei Yanhao was surprised. "You know my brother," Duolian beamed. "We were fellow disciples. So you're an acquaintance of my brother. In that case, you can call me Big Sister from now on. This is a quality connection." Duolian laughed gleefully. That's right, little brother. Seizing the opportunity, Duo Lian started to act spoiled. I've been driving the carriage all day, and I'm covered in dust. This bumpy ground is so hard, it's making my back ache. Wei Yanhao showed not a shred of chivalry. He yelled right in her face, "If you're tired, then go to sleep. Why are you complaining to me?" Wei Yanhao coldly slammed the carriage door shut, leaving her with a final curt statement. "I'm not talking anymore. Hurry up and get some rest." Duo Lian stood frozen in the night, her face flushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath, "You damn bastard." Even so, gazing into the fire, she still secretly admired his older brother. Even so, young Master Wei Yanhao was a true gentleman. Lost in thought, she was startled by a figure that suddenly appeared from behind her, making Duo Lian jump in fright. A deep voice spoke from right beside her. "Pardon me. Please don't be alarmed. We're on official business." Lost in the mountains amidst the dark night, 3 strangers in hooded cloaks suddenly appeared. One of them spoke with urgency. "If it's not too much trouble, could we trouble you to let us take shelter from the night chill for a moment?" Seeing that Shimen Duo Lian was still on guard, another man suggested, "Perhaps it would be best if we first introduced ourselves to this young lady." The leader nodded in agreement. "Ah, you have a point." He slowly lowered his hood, revealing a middle-aged face with a mustache, and introduced himself. "Clearly, I am Zuo Xiang of the Mu Yuan sect, from Qingzhou. Forgive the intrusion, but we are in pursuit of a demon." Duo Lian raised an eyebrow slightly. She had heard of this sect's reputation before. "Ah, so you're a lay disciple of Wudang. I've heard of the Mu Yuan sect's reputation." To test them, she cleverly asked about someone with the surname Xing. Zuo Xiang answered immediately, without any hesitation. "There is no one in our sect with the surname Xing." Certain now that they were truly from an orthodox sect, Duo Lian let her guard down. "Ah, so you're genuine articles from Wudang. Seeing as you answered so quickly, you probably aren't fakes. Please come warm yourselves by the fire." By the crackling flames, Zuo Xiang asked curiously, "Does the young lady often sleep outdoors on nights like this, or are you perhaps also hunting a demon?" Duo Lian nonchalantly shook her head. "No, it just got dark while I was on the road." Remembering his earlier words, Duo Lian asked, "But you just mentioned a demon." Zuo Xiang's expression suddenly turned grave. "The thing is, we're chasing a lecherous demon who is on the run." Duo Lian gasped. "A lecherous demon? Seriously, in this day and age you still have perverts like that running around?" Zuo Xiang nodded, revealing the villain's identity. "Yes, perhaps you've heard of him, the one who sowed infamy in the past, the lecherous flower scholar." Suddenly, an earth-shattering killing intent erupted, causing Zuo Xiang's eyes to widen in terror. The disciples of the Mu Yuan sect immediately drew their swords, taking a defensive stance against the immense pressure bearing down on them. From behind them, a deep, cold voice rang out, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. "Who did you say?" Wei Yanhao suddenly appeared with a sinister smile, his eyes hidden behind hair that covered half his face. He growled, "Say that bastard's name again." Just hearing the name made him want to log that guy out of existence. That name was like a spark, igniting painful memories. In Yanhao's mind, the image of bodies scattered beneath a withered tree returned with vivid clarity. On the chest of one body, a hideous crimson flower-shaped scar oozed blood like a demonic brand. His killing intent exploded violently, an orange aura blazing like hellfire, enveloping Wei Yanhao's entire body. His eyes glowed red, his face contorted in absolute fury. Yanhao opened his mouth and let out a scream that tore through the night. A scream carrying a bone-deep hatred. Lecherous, flower, scholar. The young Yanhao of the past could only cry in despair amidst the rubble and horse carcasses. His killing intent exploded violently, an aura blazing like hellfire enveloping Wei Yanhao's entire body. His eyes glowed red, his face contorted in absolute fury. Yanhao opened his mouth and let out a scream that tore through the night, a scream carrying a bone-deep hatred. Lecherous, flower, scholar. 5 years had passed, but Yanhao could never forget that damned lecherous demon. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for that bastard, none of this would have happened. Yanhao glared at Zuo Xiang, his face twisted with rage, and said, "Quick, give me that bastard's last known location. Now I'm going to pay him a visit and see just how many lives he has." Under the terrifying pressure, Zuo Xiang stammered, I'm not entirely sure about that. All I know is that he's heading towards Tahe, and he's definitely somewhere not far from here." Without wasting another second, Yanhao gave a decisive order, "Let's move out." He walked away coldly, ignoring the astonishment of everyone around him. Duo Lian quickly ran after him to stop him. "Yi young hero, it's the middle of the night." Yanhao didn't stop walking and shot back. "So what if it's night? You think we can't travel?" Seeing he wouldn't give up, Duo Lian warned urgently, "It's dangerous to travel at night." He cracked his knuckles and roared something that sent a chill down everyone's spine. "Right now, I'm more toxic and dangerous than this entire forest combined. Anyone who gets in my way gets dealt with." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, the villain Yanhao was searching for was panting heavily. He clutched his wounded body, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He wondered blankly. Where did it all go wrong? A memory surfaced of him enjoying a life of luxury, with fine wine and glittering gold. He thought to himself, I was living peacefully in seclusion, but no, I just had to make a comeback to the martial world, and now I'm getting my ass kicked. In exchange for handing over the secret of the lecherous demon palm, he had received a huge sum of money enough to live his old life again. It wasn't a bad deal at all. He had been so proud of himself. Everything was fine up until that point. But looking at his blood-stained hands and new scars, he bitterly realized it was only a matter of time before his whereabouts were exposed. Who would have thought that a secret manual from the Sword Emperor's ruins would suddenly be discovered, causing martial artists to swarm in like it was a festival? He clutched the ancient book in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred. Just you wait, you bastards. You really think you can master this manual and become the server's top player? Wake up, idiots. Karma is knocking at your door. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. As his foot stomped on the ground, a cold female voice rang out, shattering the silence. You can still smile at a time like this, you lecherous demon. Amidst a shower of falling flower petals, a female warrior in a pure white and pink outfit introduced herself. Clearly, I am the second-generation disciple of the Manhwa, sect Li Shuihua. She narrowed her eyes at her enemy, the sword in her hand emitting a cold gleam. I'm telling you my name, because I think you should know who's sending you to the underworld. Hearing about his death, the lecherous demon pretended to be innocent. He casually asked back, the underworld, me, what crime have I committed? His shameless attitude was like adding fuel to the fire. Li Shuihua gritted her teeth and shouted, shut your mouth, for the things you've done dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for your sins. Not letting him speak another deceitful word, she lunged forward with a firm declaration. Today I will punish you myself. However, the lecherous demon maintained his sinister expression and chuckled. A Mount Hua girl, huh, you've got some fight in you. But watch out, this pervert might use some dirty tricks to turn the tables. Immediately, Li Shuihua executed the plum blossom sword technique. A brilliant sword aura erupted, creating energy-based plum blossoms that filled the area. But the lecherous demon showed no fear. He roared mockingly, what kind of sword dance is this? These flowers are so gaudy and weak. Let me finish you off quickly. He channeled his evil arts, his hands enveloped in a demonic pink and green light. This half-baked plum blossom of yours can only wilt and fall before my hands that crave beauty. With his lecherous techniques, he launched a barrage of attacks, shattering each of Shuihua's energy plum blossoms. A series of explosions echoed through the deep forest. Faced with her opponent's overwhelming power, Li Shuihua was completely outmatched. She was thrown back, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood non-stop. Excruciating pain shot through her body. To her horror, she realized her internal organs were all scrambled. Just a mere slip of a girl, and you dare look down on me. He slowly approached, his cloudy eyes filled with wicked thoughts as he spat out insults. Tonight I'll show you what a real celebration is. Shuihua clutched her chest in pain where a flower-shaped scar was glowing red, emitting a sinister energy that paralyzed her body. She thought desperately, I can't move. In her heart, she could only silently call out two words, Master. Just as the pervert's filthy hand was about to touch Shuihua's chin, a bizarre laugh, oh ho 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 ho, suddenly echoed, tearing through the air. Shi Ju Yue froze, narrowing his eyes suspiciously at the stranger who was radiating a powerful spiritual aura. Completely ignoring the other's murderous aura, the eccentric Wei Yanhao tilted his head and asked bluntly, Are you the pervert scholar? Shi Ju Yue, isn't it? The perverted demon clicked his tongue, recognizing his pursuer but still full of arrogance. A snot-nosed brat like you. Why are you so blinded by fame that you're seeking an early grave? Yes, I am, Shi Ju Yue. What are you going to do about it? In response to the challenge, Wei Yanhao suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. He doubled over from laughing so hard. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yanhao shot forward at a terrifying speed, becoming a faint glowing blur. Shi Ju Yue cried out in shock, a body flicker technique as his opponent vanished, only to suddenly reappear right by his side with a taunt. I'm over here, surprise old man. In a panic, the perverted demon poured all his energy into his palm, which glowed with a deep purple demonic aura roaring. Dai Shuihua was barely breathing. She looked towards Wei Yanhao and worried inwardly. This is bad. Another innocent person is about to die at the hands of that monster. An innocent about to be wiped out, you've got to be kidding me. Enveloped in a brilliant green sword aura, Wei Yanhao charged forward at such a terrifying speed that Shi Ju Yue could only widen his eyes in horror. A thunderous punch slammed straight into the pervert's face, completely deforming his features under the immense force. Shi Ju Yue was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several ancient trees before collapsing to the ground. Sua Hua was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at the young man's overwhelming power. On the other side, Shi Ju Yue staggered to his feet, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Cough heck. Wei Yanhao stood proudly letting out an arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Get up, let's go another round. You're ready to call it quits after just a few hits. Wei Yanhao's eyes clouded over with killing intent as he growled. How could my hatred possibly be satisfied with just this? The aura around Wei Yanhao erupted fiercely like a blazing fire as he roared in resentment. This is all your fault. Seeing the god of death closing in, Shiju Yue panicked and begged helplessly. Wait, I don't even know who you are. The only reply was Wei Yanhao's furious roar. What's all the screaming about? He swung his hand, bringing a fatal blow straight down on the villain's head. A loud explosion rang out. Shiju Yue was sent flying once again, lying motionless amidst the debris. Wei Yanhao stood silently looking at his own hands and thinking, this isn't right. Something's still missing. He scanned the surrounding forest. I can't let things end so meaninglessly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a sinister gleam. Found it. Over the past year, there was one thing Wei Yanhao had come to understand profoundly, a truth one could never grasp without experiencing it firsthand. Punching with your bare hands gets tiring, but smashing someone with a rock is both painful and effortless. With a crazed smile, Wei Yanhao gripped 2 stones tightly in his hands, ready to turn them into the pervert's nightmare. The dry, cracking sounds of impact echoed repeatedly through the deep forest. Zimen Duolian and a group of disciples from the Mu Yuan sect rushed over. She cried out in shock at the sight before them. What in the world is going on? In the middle of it all, Wei Yanhao was frantically and repeatedly smashing Shiju Yue with a rock. Duolian had to rush forward and grab him from behind, shouting to stop him. Young Master Wei, stop. If you keep this up, you'll kill him. His murder mode was switched on. Anyone who interfered would get the same treatment. Thinking of all the suffering he had endured because of this damned pervert, he just wanted to tear him to shreds right then and there. Duolian held Wei Yanhao tightly, asking again for confirmation. Wait, are you saying that man is the scholarly pervert? That's him. Looking down at his feet, Shiju Yue's face was now swollen and completely disfigured to the point of being unrecognizable as human. Witnessing this horrific scene, everyone shuddered in fear. Seeing that mangled face, you can tell how effective those 2 rocks were, can't you? Zuo Xiang quickly intervened. For now, let's just escort him back to the Martial Alliance. If you hit him again, young master, he'll really die. Wei Yanhao clicked his tongue, retracting his killing intent. All right, let's do that. As night fell by the crackling campfire, the air was still thick with shock. One person in the group remarked, I can't believe he beat Shiju Yue into such a state. It's terrifying. Just then, Li Shuihua suddenly stumbled, her face pale and pained. Duolian ran over in concern. Are you all right, miss? You look terrible. Wei Yanhao quietly approached, his eyes growing deep and serious. He looked straight at Shuihua and commanded coldly, give me your wrist. Let me see. The young lady, however, still tried to awkwardly refuse. There's no need. I'm fine. Wei Yanhao remained firm, emphasizing every word. I told you to give me your hand, so why are you making a fuss? Ignoring her attempts to pull away, he snapped. Just give it here. What do you mean? You're fine. Looking at the pale face of the Huashan swordswoman, he warned gravely. If you don't stabilize your qi and blood right now, you could suffer from the consequences for the rest of your life. Witnessing this, Hemen Duolian couldn't help but be surprised, inwardly reevaluating the strange young man before her. I thought he was just some psycho, but he knows medicine too. Wei Yanhao thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue and admitted, this isn't working. I guess this isn't my specialty after all. He shrugged nonchalantly. Tsk, it's not a big deal anyway. This casual remark made Shuihua panic. Her face covered in a cold sweat, she asked again, what did you just say wasn't a big deal, young master? Sitting by the crackling fire, Wei Yanhao casually dropped a bombshell. It's nothing major, it's just that you might lose all of your martial arts. Both Duolian and Shuihua were stunned into silence. Wei Yanhao continued with his heartless words. It's just your martial arts. What's the big deal? Just go home, raise some fish, grow some vegetables, and live a peaceful life, sis. Li Shuihua was horrified, her eyes wide with terror. I might lose all of my martial arts, she cried out in desperation. Isn't there any way to treat it? Looking at the young woman's miserable state, Wei Yanhao scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, it can be treated, but how do I put this? He hesitated for a moment before admitting, just so you know, I'm not a physician, so I don't have a set of acupuncture needles. If you want to heal from that palm strike, the only way is for me to directly touch your dantian. Take it or leave it. Shuihua was stunned, her face flushing red with embarrassment, screaming internally, place his hand on my dantian. Anyway, this is a rather sensitive issue, so you should decide for yourself, miss. An intense internal struggle was visible on Shuihua's face. She thought to herself, let a young master I've only just met touch my vital dantian, but the fear of losing her martial arts was even greater than her embarrassment. But if I don't get treatment, what will happen when my hands no longer have the strength to hold a sword? Finally, she whispered a plea. Please, help me. Trembling, Shuihua decisively lifted the hem of her robes, revealing the wound tormenting her dantian. Heal me. She lowered her head and mumbled another desperate plea. I'm begging you. Instantly, another wave of pain hit, making her scream. Wei Yanhao immediately stepped forward. There's no more time to hesitate. I'll start the treatment right now. His hand was enveloped in a brilliant blue spiritual aura, and he slowly placed it on the bright red flower-shaped wound on Shuehua's abdomen. Wei Yanhao channeled all of his internal energy, and a powerful surge of blue aura erupted, enveloping them both. Shuehua arched her back and screamed ah, as she felt the surging power entering her body. Wei Yanhao was sweating bullets. He growled a warning. Focus. Stop screaming and disrupting the flow of my true qi. If I lose concentration, we're both goners. After a moment of intense focus, Wei Yanhao slowly withdrew his power and announced, it's done. The hideous wound had completely vanished. Shuehua collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, her face still pale with shock. Leaning back wearily in the moonlight, Wei Yanhao instructed her, the job is done. Now lie still and don't move around or you'll make the wound worse. Shuehua hastily adjusted her clothes, her face flushed with embarrassment. She could only whisper in reply, yes, sir. The next morning, Simen Duo Yuan sat slumped on the ground, groaning softly after a rough night, feeling sore all over. Nearby, the perverted scholar demon was tied up tight as a drum, unable to move a muscle. Seeing Li Shuehua wrapped in a blue cloak, Duo Yuan asked caringly, was your sleeping spot not very comfortable? Shuehua smiled faintly and replied, not at all. It was actually very pleasant. Duo Yuan stood up, observed the complexion of the Manhwa swordswoman, and inquired, has your health recovered much? Shuehua nodded. Yes, I'm fine. But Duo Yuan didn't forget to remind her, but you're still injured internally, so be careful. Just then, a deep, powerful voice boomed from behind. Still complaining about aches and pains at this stage, when will you ever improve, child? With an attitude like that, you're still far too green to be my disciple. A man with a commanding presence dressed in red and green robes walked over. He gave a meaningful smile and asked, isn't that right? As soon as they saw the newcomer, Li Shuehua and Simen Duo Yuan immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Duo Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. She thought to herself, so this is the master of the second-generation disciples of the Mount Hua sect, the Plum Blossom Sword Demon Gong Yu Chen. Duo Yuan spoke up to introduce herself. Greetings, senior. This junior is Hemen Duo Yuan of the Hemen clan. Gong Yu Chen squinted at her and asked, Shimen Duo Yuan A, what is your relationship to Shimen TNT? She replied respectfully, he is this junior's father. The senior smiled faintly and continued, are you the young lady who helped my worthless disciple? Duo Yuan quickly denied it. No, senior, it wasn't this junior. Gong Yu Chen's voice grew serious. Then who exactly was it that saved my disciple? Meanwhile, at another location, a young man burst frantically into a room shouting, we found him, even faster than the news from the Xiaowu sect. Wei Yanhao, who was leisurely sipping tea, frowned slightly and chided, can you try not to overreact to everything? The subordinate scoffed and retorted, boss, stop putting on airs. I'm telling you we've found the young masters. Whereabouts instantly, Wei Zhengshuan kicked the door open from outside and stormed in, yelling, Wei Yanhao, where is he? The subordinate hurriedly reported, someone spotted a man closely matching Wei Yanhao's description in Xinjiang City, while Wei Yanhao calmly continued to sip his tea and mutter, making a huge fuss over nothing. Wei Zhengshuan could no longer contain his impatience. He pressed again, Xinjiang City, you said. Then the old master roared out an order, this is no time to be sitting around enjoying your tea ceremony. Get in the car and get to Xinjiang to find him immediately. As the tense atmosphere settled, a beautiful young woman approached and performed a formal, respectful bow. This humble girl pays her respects to the family of her benefactor. To everyone's bewilderment, she introduced herself. My name is Zhen Ruilan, and I am the eldest daughter of the divine Handia clan. Wei Zhengshuan hastily returned the courtesy. Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Miss Zhen. But what did you mean when you mentioned a benefactor? Ruilan explained emotionally. Your son saving me once would have been incredible enough, but he saved me again and again. I was so smitten I had to track him down. Hearing this, Wei Zhengshuan's wife's eyes suddenly lit up, while the old master could only sweat nervously and ask, all right, so Miss Zhen, what brings you here? This humble girl has come to check on the madam's health. Please allow me to offer my meager skills in return for his kindness. Seeing that the girl was not only beautiful, but also virtuous, Wei Yanhao's mother immediately went into matchmaking mode. She asked with a beaming smile, for someone so lovely to be single is such a waste. What do you think of my son? Would you like to become a daughter-in-law of the Wei family while the opportunity's hot? Faced with this sudden onslaught, Ruilan could only blush and stammer, excuse me. Witnessing this, Sinavai Zhengshuan and Wei Yanhao could only shudder and think, how terrifying. In another development, the Plum Blossom Sword demon, Gong Yu Chen, was pensively observing the desolate battlefield. He silently assessed the stranger's incredible power. Did he really defeat an enemy that even Li Shuehua couldn't handle, and with just a single move? Looking at the perverted demon tied up and flattened on the ground, he told himself, based on the situation, even if I don't want to believe it, it has to be true. A single move. Gong Yu Chen turned to his disciple and asked in a stern voice, were you too careless, child? Li Shuehua lowered her head, admitting the harsh truth. No, master. I did not let my guard down, but I couldn't even block a single blow. It seems that perverted demons' martial arts are quite profound. Seeing her master's worried inquiry, she answered softly, "This disciple is fine, master." However, the strict master immediately delivered a sharp lecture. Losing to a strong opponent is no excuse. No matter how powerful the enemy, you must fight with everything you have. He looked directly at Shuehua and scolded her harshly. "If you had been defeated by that perverted demon after giving it your all, I might have even offered some praise for your effort. But to be defeated so miserably and have to be saved by someone else is unforgivable. I cannot accept a disciple who looks so disgraceful. Go down the mountain and return to the Mount Hua sect for wall-gazing punishment immediately." Gong Yuchen's harsh reprimand made Li Shuehua tremble as she bowed her head. She whispered in reply, "Yes, master." After sending his disciple away for her punishment, Gong Yuchen mused to himself, "I'll deal with everything else later." He then turned and walked towards the horse-drawn carriage, his heart filled with curiosity. Where is he? Let me see the face of the benefactor who saved my precious disciple. Standing outside the carriage, Gong Yuchen called out, "Are you awake now?" No response. However, instead of a dignified master, Wei Yanhao tumbled out upside down in an incredibly awkward pose. He grumbled sleepily, banging on the door first thing in the morning, making all this racket. "Can't you let a guy sleep?" Gong Yuchen stared at Wei Yanhao's furiously scratching leg, trying to suppress his anger and calm himself down. Well, it's normal for someone who just woke up to be a little grumpy. And after all, this is the person who saved my disciple's life. I need to be a little more patient. A vein on the old man's forehead had already begun to throb, but he still forced a gentle tone. "I've heard that you, young hero, were the one who rescued my disciple." Wei Yanhao, still sprawled on the ground, asked blankly, "Your disciple, who did I save?" Gong Yuchen pointed towards Li Shuehua, who was kneeling in the distance, and introduced her. "My student is Li Shuehua, the young lady standing over there. I've come to express my gratitude, young master." "Oh, so I saved that girl, huh? Got it. Now let me get back to sleep. Don't bother me." With that, he slammed the carriage door shut and let out a brutally dismissive snort before going back to sleep. This disrespectful act was the last straw, causing Gong Yuchen's face to flush with fury as veins bulged on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and called out, "Hey, young man." Instantly, an earth-shattering pressure of spiritual energy erupted from Gong Yuchen, blowing away the surrounding grass and forcing Li Shuehua and the other female warriors to struggle to stand their ground. He growled, "Hey, you. I'm trying to be gracious, and thank you, so you could at least show some courtesy." I bet Wei Yanhao's fans knew his nap time was officially over, right, folks? Faced with the immense pressure, Wei Yanhao poked his head out of the carriage again, looking utterly exhausted. "All right, consider the thank you part done. If you have something to say it quick so I can get back to sleep. I'm so tired I could pass out." Gong Yuchen stood proudly and declared in a clear voice, "I am grateful that you saved my disciple's life. If it's not too rude of me, may I be so bold as to ask for the name of your esteemed master?" Wei Yanhao casually tied up his messy hair while replying nonchalantly, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know who he is." Gong Yuchen scoffed arrogantly, "My knowledge is not so shallow, you know." Wei Yanhao remained seated stubbornly in the carriage, replying indifferently, "Even so, you still wouldn't know." The senior from the Huashan sect started to lose his patience, pressing, "Can you really not tell me?" Wei Yanhao explained in frustration. "I already told you you wouldn't know him, so why do you keep asking? Why do you old-timers have so little faith in the younger generation being looked down on by a junior?" Gong Yuchen's face hardened, a clear challenge in his eyes. "If that's the case, then perhaps the only way is for me to witness your martial arts with my own two eyes." "What do you say? You must be very confident in your own skills, right? Care to spar a few rounds with me?" Seeing her master slowly losing control, Li Shuehua rushed forward in a panic to stop him. "Ma, master, doing this is extremely rude. You have the nerve to lecture me about etiquette." Li Shuehua fell to her knees in fear, but still tried to intervene. "Please, forgive your disciple. But for you, master, to demand a duel without cause goes against the principles of a martial artist." Gong Yuchen stood tall, an aura of spiritual energy in the image of a brilliant plum blossom surrounding his body. He declared loudly, "A reason to fight. I am the one who carries the reputation of the Huashan sect on my shoulders. Between my personal gratitude to this boy and my honor, which do you think is more important?" The old man looked at Wei Yanhao with a sneer and added, "Go ahead and flex your sect's name all you want, old man, I don't care. But daring to call my master an unknown nobody, that's crossing the line." The anger of the Huashan sect senior reached its peak. He roared, "For me to be looked down upon by some country bumpkin who doesn't even dare to reveal his sect or his master's name is the same as the Huashan sect itself being humiliated. Now you will shut your mouth." Li Shuehua's face paled with worry. Master isn't the type to back down from an opponent. This is bad. At this rate, young Master Wei will. Seeing Shuehua trembling, Shi Men Duo. Yuan approached to reassure her. "Don't worry too much. Even if your master wants to pick a fight, if the other side refuses, he can't force him. Threatening someone you're indebted to is something that would never happen." The girl smiled faintly, stating confidently, "And you don't need to worry about young Master Wei either. A guy who's too lazy to even walk. There's no way he'd agree to a challenge like that." But Duo Yuan was wrong. In Wei Yanhao's mind, his master's words from long ago suddenly echoed. "Master, I told you before. I can tolerate people talking trash to me, but if they dare to touch your reputation, I'll send them packing." Wei Yanhao slowly stood up his hand, tightening on the hilt of his sword, as a fierce blue sword aura erupted from him. The image of a majestic azure dragon appeared behind Wei Yanhao, along with the spirit of his legendary master. Wei Yanhao looked directly at Gong Yu Zhen, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He repeated his master's final teaching. "Then you will show that person the true meaning of our power." Recalling a conversation between them in the past, the old man angrily said to his lazy disciple, "Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying?" The boy replied lethargically with an indifferent look on his face. Not really. What does sparring with that old senior have to do with me? If I just refuse the challenge, everything will be fine." This answer, full of evasiveness, sent the old master into a thundering rage. He roared Wei Yanhao, as a menacing, blazing purple spiritual energy surrounded him. Seeing his master was truly angry, Wei Yanhao immediately changed his tune. He begged profusely, "Then try repeating what you just heard." Wei Yanhao scratched his head and replied, It was. Act according to your own will. However, to me, for any fool who dares test my child's sword, whoever provokes my child's sword, I'll make sure they remember it to their very bones." Understood. Back in the present, Yanhao gave a sly, wicked smirk. "I'm usually lazy, but when it comes to listening to my master, and going after those who like a challenge, I'm the #1 model student." Witnessing the young man's sudden change in demeanor, Gong Yu Zhen let out a cold snort. You talk a big game, don't you? Does this mean you want to challenge me?" Yanhao stood up straight, declaring loud and clear, "That's exactly right." Gong Yu Zhen let out a huge, excited laugh as he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. "Another duel. To think that at my age, I'd still be fighting a junior. Then this old man accepts your challenge right here and now. What is your name?" Yanhao leisurely walked to his fighting position. He calmly introduced himself, "The Wei family of Guangdong. I am Wei Yanhao." The moment he heard this, a glint of surprise flashed in Gong Yu Zhen's eyes. "The Wei family from Guangdong, you say? So you're the prized son of the Sword of Righteousness." The old man's expression began to show his calculating nature. "I've been meaning to defeat the Sword of Righteousness to prove my strength. So I'll just take you down first to lure your old man out for a fight. Makes things convenient. You ready, kid?" Yanhao raised 2 fingers, his expression still completely nonchalant. "This one is always ready, but senior, you're mistaken about 2 things. First, I don't use the sword style of the Guangdong Wei family. So even if you defeat me, it has nothing to do with the Wei family's reputation. And the second interesting thing is, if I lose my old man, we'll just laugh in my face. He won't be coming to avenge me." Yanhao spoke as he slowly advanced, a slight smirk on his lips. "Oh, and there's one more thing." Gong Yu Zhen replied coldly. "Go on, I'm listening." Yanhao looked at his own sword, which was radiating a greenish-blue aura. He said, in a low voice, "Swords in this world come in countless forms, but no matter how many there are, the light sword is supreme. Only the light sword is the absolute truth." He glanced at his opponent with a sharp gaze. "I may seem unimpressive, but it would be best for you to pay a little more attention, senior. I can be lazy all I want, but this sword, if it decides to get to work, you'd better watch your back. Let's not waste any more time." Gong Yu Zhen roared. "Then this challenger will make the first move." The 2 swords clashed, creating powerful shockwaves that tore through the night. Gong Yu Zhen suddenly used a special technique, moving at an incredible speed. "An afterimage technique. Is that all your illusion is? At this rate, you can't even touch the hem of my clothes. You're still a bit green, old man." Gong Yu Zhen attacked relentlessly, looking smug. "This move seems quite formidable. However, is this really the extent of your defense?" While continuously blocking the deadly sword strikes, Yanhao wondered to himself, just how profound is my master's power? A green sword aura suddenly erupted forcefully, knocking Gong Yu Zhen back. The senior warrior wiped away a bead of sweat and nodded in acknowledgement. "You're good. You should be very proud of that. At your age, I doubt I could find anyone else with your level of skill." Yanhao simply replied nonchalantly, "You're pretty good yourself, I guess." This comment seemed to bruise the Huashan sect senior's ego. Gong Yu Zhen flew into a rage, shouting, "I give you a compliment and you get this cocky. I told you I wanted to go to bed early. But you insist on all this flashy nonsense. It's exhausting. I'll make you engrave into your very soul that you are nothing but a frog in a well." A blazing crimson aura erupted violently, enveloping Gong Yu Zhen's entire body. He charged forward like a tornado, his sword creating brilliant vortexes of energy, accompanied by countless plum blossom petals carrying a terrifying killing intent. Chimen Duolian and Li Shuihua were stunned, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the immense energy gathering. Duolian could only manage to gasp. "That's..." A brilliant pink sphere of light began to radiate, a terrifying pressure covering the entire forest area. Gong Yuzhen was completely focused, his power unstoppable. The face of the old master from the Huashan sect became incredibly stern. Amidst the plum blossom petals dancing wildly in the torrent of energy, he poured all of his internal force into the sword in his hand. Gong Yuzhen officially executed his ultimate technique, the 24 forms of the plum blossom. The power from his sword created a storm of brilliant pink energy swirling deeply and carrying a potent killing aura. Immediately, the plum blossom point strike technique appeared, creating countless plum blossom illusions that surrounded Wei Yanhao from all sides. The young man stood steadfast in the eye of the storm, a powerful blue spiritual energy radiating from him, clashing fiercely with his opponent's brilliant pink. It shot straight towards Yanhao with world-shaking power, as if to crush everything in its path. Faced with this destructive technique, Yanhao's face remained strangely calm. The blue light from his aura faintly reflected in his sharp eyes. He calmly observed every movement of the energy flow. Yanhao suddenly swung his sword. A massive wave of blue spiritual energy slashed upwards from below, effortlessly and spectacularly tearing apart the vortex of plum blossoms that had trapped him. In midair, Yanhao swung his sword in sharp arcs, shattering each of Gong Yuzhen's energy blossoms into sparkling fragments of light. Witnessing his ultimate technique being so easily neutralized, Gong Yuzhen was aghast, sweat pouring down his face. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, his pupils constricting in terror as he cried out, "Impossible! Am I really this outmatched?" Just then, Yanhao poured all of his internal energy into his next attack. A powerful blue aura exploded, enveloping his entire body. Realizing the mortal danger from the approaching sword strike, Gong Yuzhen gritted his teeth, determined to stop this attack at all costs. Otherwise, both he and his blossoms would be wiped out. The old man gambled everything he had left on the plum blossom radiant burst technique. An earth-shattering explosion of blue and crimson sword energy erupted, completely blowing away the brilliant plum blossom petals, leaving behind a violently trembling space. As the dust and spiritual energy gradually settled, Gong Yuzhen collapsed amidst a rain of withered flower petals, breathing heavily, his face a mask of shock and exhaustion. The old man tremblingly raised a hand to his chest, feeling his heart still beating. Seeing this, a horrified Li Shuihua screamed. Master Gong Yuzhen was drenched in a cold sweat, his eyes wide as he stared forward. Right at his neck, the tip of Wei Yanhao's heavy sword was pointed directly at him, exuding a cold killing intent, but it had stopped just in time. Yanhao stood tall, looking down at his defeated opponent with a calm expression as if no life or death battle had just occurred. Meanwhile, at the strategist's manor of the Sungchon Martial Alliance, the atmosphere was thick with calculation. A secret conversation was taking place between the top minds. What? The Tomb of Sword Emperor Ran 3005 is only appearing now. The imperial divine strategist, an advisor with snow-white hair and a majestic presence. Xiao Xuan stroked his beard, his eyes squinting in contemplation. The tomb of someone who died 300 years ago is only just now being discovered. He began to connect the series of unusual events that had been occurring in the martial world. Right when the Green Forest bandits are running rampant, the Sword Emperor's ruin appears. And that's not all. There are also rumors in Sichuan about the Poison King's secret treasure. The strategist's gaze sharpened as he posed the question. Are all of these events merely a coincidence, or is this actually the scheme of some mastermind? Qiao Xuan turned to ask his subordinate about the intelligence situation. So how is the intelligence team doing? Are there any significant developments from the Beggars sect or the Hao faction? The subordinate reported respectfully. Sir, all the brothers of the Beggars sect are heading to Xinyang. Hearing this, Qiao Xuan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. So aside from Xinyang and Sichuan, do we have absolutely no eyes and ears left? Just the title of Sword Emperor alone was enough to create such a massive intelligence gap. The person across from him gravely noted, it's not yet clear who the mastermind is, but this is a treacherous move, quite difficult to counter. Zhuge Tianji. Another strategist spoke up. At this point, if we just spread the accurate information to the whole world, the problem's solved, isn't it? What's there to stress about, fellas? He sighed, looking at the empty areas on the map. The real concern is what's happening in those information blackouts that we know nothing about. I just hope things aren't too terrible. Hopefully this is all just me being overly worried. As a precaution issue, an order to closely monitor every single movement in those areas, no matter how small. Meanwhile, deep in the silent forest, the horse-drawn carriage continued to trundle along the trail, walking leisurely beside it. The plum blossom sword demon Gong Yuzhen also began his lecture. Isn't it better to be out here breathing the fresh air and contemplating the true path of martial arts? The old man started rambling on and on about how a young hero shouldn't waste time, then meticulously calculated every hour of the day to prove that the time actually spent training was far too little. Hearing the nagging voice in his ear, Yanhao could only close his eyes and endure it screaming internally. He thought resentfully. You already lost the match, old man, so why are you still following me around and lecturing me? He honestly just wanted to give the old man a sound thrashing, but unfortunately, he was his father's friend, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. It was incredibly annoying. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an unfamiliar voice suddenly called out from up ahead. "Pardon this humble one for being so bold as to ask a question." Yanhao cracked his eyes open with suspicion. A group of people in martial arts academy uniforms had suddenly appeared, blocking the carriage. Shimen Duolian immediately recognized them. They're all disciples from the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy of the Chongtian Zhengwu Alliance. "Why are you all here?" A young man from the group stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "It is a great honor to finally meet you. This humble one is Shangguan Hong of the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy." Duolian raised an eyebrow, recognizing his reputation. "Your fame has preceded you for a long time. You must be the one they call the Sword Dragon, right?" His reply was modest. "The whole Sword Dragon thing is just a silly nickname people came up with. It's really nothing, miss." However, Duolian maintained a serious expression and pressed him. "But why are Academy disciples allowed to wander around freely like this? Unless it's an approved leave period, the rules strictly forbid leaving the Academy. If you don't have a satisfactory explanation, I'll have to assume you're all deserters." Shangguan Hong quickly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. "You've got us all wrong. The Nashan region is in serious trouble, so we were dispatched for emergency support." He further explained that since reinforcements from the other sects were arriving too slowly, the Academy made a special exception to send a group of elite disciples to help in the crisis. Duolian nodded, accepting the explanation. "If your disciples skilled enough to be sent into real combat, then you two must be from the famous Three Dragons, Two Phoenixes group, correct?" Shangguan Hong then took the opportunity to ask about a certain senior's health. Duolian informed him that the old master was still as energetic as ever in training the new apprentices. Shangguan Hong sighed, a hint of pressure crossing his face. He complained that he was constantly being compared to the senior students from previous years, and that his masters were always pushing him to work even harder. Duolian let out a sympathetic sigh. "Hey, don't feel so sorry for yourself. We're disciples from the same class and we're sick and tired of being compared too. If you need someone to blame, just blame the demon-slaying sword." An image of Wei Yanhao appeared, a towering monument considered the top master of the new generation, far surpassing all standards. Shangguan Hong admitted with great respect, "I suppose it's only natural to be compared to him. After all, he's the most outstanding talent the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy has ever produced." Then his eyes became incredibly determined. "It's true, Brother Shanhao is in a league of his own. But just you wait. Sooner or later I'm going to take his spot at the top of the server. You'll see, right, everyone?" Duolian smiled encouragingly. "Now that's some admirable determination. Well then, I wish you success." Just then, a sarcastic laugh suddenly came from Yanhao, causing Duolian to freeze in her tracks. Shangguan Hong's expression darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on the carriage. Seeing the tension rising, Shimen Duolian quickly forced a laugh to diffuse the situation. "Oh, if it isn't the young hero Shangguan Hong." She quickly changed the subject, asking about the health of senior Shangguan Zhongdao as a distraction. Shangguan Hong asked in surprise. "You know my grandfather," Miss Duolian nodded. "I had the honor of meeting the senior once before. After all, he's a highly renowned and respected figure." Looking at the 5 prominent young faces of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion before her, Duolian thought to herself, "These young people are quite interesting, aren't they? There's Saber Dragon, Pang Daoxing, Fist Dragon, Yun Xiao, Sword Dragon, Shangguan Hong, and the 2 female Sword Phoenixes, Nan Sunhui, and the Martial Phoenix Zhang Meili." Duolian admitted that their skills had long surpassed her own, so much so that in the past, she wouldn't have even had the confidence to approach and greet them. She felt that the current situation was bizarre, with her suddenly taking the initiative to go out and greet them like this. Dalian thought to herself that all of these changes were thanks to that person. Afterwards, everyone sat down for a meal together. The old senior couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, to be able to witness the future rising stars of the martial arts world with my own eyes." In response to that admiration, one of the young men in the group humbly waved his hand dismissively. "These are just a few fancy titles the martial world made up to sound impressive, but we're just normal people." While everyone was enjoying their meal, a young man looked towards the horse-drawn carriage parked nearby and reminded them with concern. Shouldn't he wake up and get something to eat? Hearing this, the old senior Gong Yuzhen immediately burst out laughing and stopped him. "Don't you dare wake him up. Just let him sleep. It's for the good of world peace." The old man laughed, his tone firm as if to reassure everyone. Faced with the senior's strange attitude, the young man could only scratch his head awkwardly. "Ah, I understand, my apologies." But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder who exactly is that person. Could he be some kind of eccentric master? Suddenly, Zhang Meili, the one known as the martial phoenix of the group, shot up from the banquet table and declared clearly, "I have a few words I'd like to say." Gong Yuzhen squinted at the young woman and asked with a slight smirk, "Humph, so you're the young lady the martial world calls the martial phoenix. Please feel free to speak your mind." Zhang Meili looked directly at the senior, her eyes showing clear determination. "I have heard that the sword techniques of the Huashan sect are considered unrivaled in the world. I wonder if you could grant this humble girl an opportunity to experience them firsthand. He nodded in approval. That's truly the spirit of the martial phoenix. Your desire to learn is commendable. However, he glanced over at Li Shuihua sitting next to him and politely declined. However, my disciple, Li Shuihua's injuries haven't fully healed yet. Perhaps we should save this duel for another occasion. Zhang Meili immediately corrected him, her eyes shifting toward the horse-drawn carriage. Don't worry, Elder. I don't intend to fight someone who's still recovering. The best Manhwa swordsman here is the one lying in that carriage. Why are you hiding him? This statement stunned Gong Yuzhen, and beads of sweat began to roll down his face. The people around them were just as shocked. Shangguan Hong screamed in horror. Hey, is this woman nuts? Is she trying to drag the monster out of that carriage to get us all killed or something, guys? Gong Yuzhen narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his lips turned challenging. Are you saying you wish to challenge me? Zhang Meili immediately bowed respectfully. Oh, I wouldn't dare to fight you, Elder. I just wish for you to show me a few moves so I can improve. The old master of the Manhwa sect laughed heartily. He shot to his feet, the hem of his robe fluttering. Ha ha ha, I've heard the martial phoenix is extremely passionate and ambitious on her path of martial arts, and it seems those rumors are well founded. Very well, I admire that audacious spirit of yours, but if you're dueling me, young lady, are you prepared for a bloody battle? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Meili bowed once more and declared loudly, to die while learning martial arts would be the most fulfilling end to my life. Witnessing that ironclad determination, Gong Yuzhen's smile faded. He ordered in a low voice, good, then let's move to a more open space. Gong Yuzhen stood in the middle of a clearing, his hand resting arrogantly on the hilt of his sword. He announced in a gruff voice, I will show you the greatness of the Manhwa sword style. Looking straight at Zhang Meili, the old man didn't forget to issue a pressuring warning. You'd better watch yourself. Don't you guys think the old master is vicious? He's planning to go all out against a junior without holding back at all. Faced with the elder's overwhelming presence, Zhang Meili didn't flinch. She slowly drew her sharp sword from its sheath and replied confidently, this junior's sword is just as sharp, you know. Watching from a distance, Duo Lian asked quietly with concern, Duo Yuan, are we really not going to intervene? Li Shuihua looked at her master with worried eyes and sighed. Looking at master's eyes, I can tell he's dead serious right now. Duo Lian narrowed her eyes and observed, your master isn't the type to listen when others try to stop him. Even if he's trying to play the good guy in front of young hero Wei, the true nature of the Plum Blossom Sword Demon can't be changed so easily, can it? Duo Lian's eyes suddenly became profound. She thought to herself, to end this confrontation, I'm afraid there's only one way. Seeing Shangguan Hong about to intervene, Duo Lian quickly stopped him and whispered, my sincere apologies. To a bewildered Hong, she explained, the martial phoenix is a woman obsessed with martial arts to an extreme degree. So no matter what, I'm not strong enough to stop her. At that moment, Gong Yuzhen generously gestured with his hand. You make the first move. As your senior, I will grant you the first 3 moves. Zhang Meili's lips curled into a slight meaningful smile as she repeated, you'll grant this junior 3 moves, you say. Immediately. She swung her sword, creating brilliant blue slashes, but strangely, she only cut the empty space in front of her. Gong Yuzhen froze his face, a mixture of annoyance and astonishment. What in the world are you doing? Zhang Meili calmly sheathed her sword. She looked directly at the old master and asked back, there, that was the 3 moves you granted me. So, shall we get serious now? Being tricked by a junior in front of everyone, Gong Yuzhen's face turned purple with rage. The old man burst into a crazed laugh. Hey, you've got some nerve to look down on me like this. A fierce crimson spiritual energy erupted around the old master's body. He roared, I was originally planning to go easy on you. Fine, let this old man show you exactly why the Manhwa sword style strikes terror into the hearts of men. Witnessing her master emitting a terrifying killing intent, Li Shuihua screamed in alarm. She rushed forward in desperation, yelling, he's really going to kill her. We have to stop this fight right now. Duo Lian looked toward the carriage, understanding that the situation was now beyond their control. At this point, only our boy Yanhao can handle the old man. If he goes berserk, we're all screwed, right? Everyone, just as the killing intent reached its peak. Wei Yanhao suddenly appeared on the roof of the carriage with an extremely annoyed expression. He shouted, ugh, it's so noisy. Can you all just keep it down a bit? Huh. He sat up, glaring at the frozen crowd. Stop making a scene and let me get some sleep. The Plum Blossom Sword Demon Gong Yuzhen immediately retracted his killing intent. He forced a smile and stammered, cough cough, young master, you're awake. Whoa, the sword demon was so intense a second ago, and now he's using honorifics. Witnessing the attitude of the renowned elder, the people around couldn't help but be stunned with amazement. Meanwhile, in a patient's room, Dr. Zhen was giving detailed instructions. At least 3 days. She needs absolute care and rest with minimal strenuous activity. Someone replied respectfully, I understand, Dr. Chen. After giving his instructions, the doctor nodded slightly. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Wei Zhengshuan's wife then turned and whispered to her husband, hey dear, that young lady is so lovely, isn't she? Wei Zhengshuan smiled flatteringly. Humph. In my eyes, no woman is as beautiful as you are. But his wife immediately brushed it off. Come on, if we could get that girl as our daughter-in-law, our family would have really hit the jackpot, wouldn't we? Wei Zhengxuan scratched his head, silently assessing. That girl really is exceptionally beautiful. His wife was still worried. For such a beautiful young lady, to be languishing all alone in this poor neighborhood is truly concerning. I understand your worry, dear, but I'm very concerned about this. Wei Zhengxuan immediately reassured her, don't worry too much, honey. I saw someone standing guard, so I went to check myself and realized that the young lady is under the protection of the Manhwa sect. The master of the house continued, revealing a surprising piece of information. Furthermore, I heard that the one who arranged it was none other than Yanhao. Turns out that kid has his admirable moments. His wife exclaimed with joy, oh my goodness, that lazy bum of a kid actually went out of his way to help a girl he doesn't know, she declared excitedly. Yanhao has definitely taken a liking to her. I'm all for it, but a person also needs to take a good look at themselves once in a while. Seeing his wife seemed overly optimistic, Wei Zhengxuan muttered, what do you mean she needs to know her place? The old man nonchalantly made a scathing remark. It's because that young lady is too outstanding. Don't you see it when you put her next to Yanhao? It's like tossing a brilliant precious gem into a pile of trash. This comparison immediately wounded the madam's pride. Her killing intent flared as she roared. Who are you calling a pile of trash? Are you trying to get yourself a race today? Elsewhere, the Plum Blossom Sword Demon was trying to justify his actions. In any case, this isn't my fault. That young lady was the one who challenged me to a duel. She's still just a kid, right? Oh, for heaven's sake. An old man like me sparring with someone my grandchild's age. Aren't you embarrassed, Sir Young Master Wei? What you're saying now is unfair to the senior. It was clearly Miss Wu Feng who initiated the challenge. Just then, a sword clattered to the ground with a dry clang. Young Master Wei's unexpected voice rang out, causing Wei Yanhao to freeze. He squinted at the unfamiliar young woman before him, wondering to himself. Hello, who is this? She looks completely new, so how does she know my name and why is she scolding me? The girl approached and asked hesitantly, is your name Wei Yanhao? That's right. I am Wei Yanhao. But the moment the words left his mouth, a loud smack ripped through the air. Without another word, the young lady rushed forward and delivered a jaw-dropping slap right across Yanhao's face. The force of the blow was so strong it sent him spinning in the air before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this shocking scene, everyone around stared with wide, horrified eyes. Yanhao clutched his swollen cheek, shot up, and roared in frustration. What the hell are you crazy? What's the big idea just walking up to someone and slapping them silly? He furiously continued his tirade. You must think I won't fight back. If I really made a move, you wouldn't be leaving here alive. But then, Yanhao froze when he saw the young lady sobbing. Crying, she scolded him through her tears. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to find you? Just what godforsaken corner have you been hiding in all this time, to only show your face now? Noticing the strange looks from everyone around him, Yanhao frantically tried to clear things up. This is a total misunderstanding. Don't look at me like that. I swear I don't even know who this woman is. Suddenly, the girl let out a heart-wrenching wail. Yanhao froze. Instantly, a painful memory fragment flooded his mind. It was the image of a small girl crying and pleading. Boo-hoo. Brother, please don't leave me. Yanhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the truth. The girl continued to wail as she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. Yanhao uttered in shock, You're… Shulian Wei, Shulian, his younger sister, buried her face in his chest, sobbing reproachfully. It's me. Do you have any idea how much our family has suffered looking for you? Where on earth have you been all this time? Wei Yanhao stared in shock at the sobbing girl before him and stammered. You're really Xu Lian. Wei Xu Lian cried while pounding her fists on her brother's chest, yelling in frustration. Brother, you can't even recognize your own little sister's face. Sitting together after so many years, apart, Yanhao quietly observed his now grown-up sister. He marveled to himself, saying, 5 years. Sounds simple enough. Good grief, it's only been 5 years, but your glow-up was so successful, I almost didn't recognize you. Even mother would probably have a hard time recognizing you. Yanhao narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, But why were you using a fake name? Xu Lian lowered her head, her voice tinged with worry. It's all because of our eldest brother. His reputation is so immense that if my identity as a member of the Wei family were revealed, I'd attract too much scrutiny. She further explained the advice from their eldest brother Wei Yanhao. He said that if I wanted to devote myself completely to martial arts training, it would be best not to publicize my family background. Hearing this, Yanhao's lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. That's our ever-so-intense big brother for you, making you use a nickname just to hide your identity. Suddenly, Xu Lian lunged forward and pinched her brother's arm, hard hissing through clenched teeth. Do you have any idea how hard father, mother, and our big brother worked to find you? What the hell have you been doing all this time? Yanhao gave a faint, mysterious smile, his eyes gazing into the distance, as he answered nonchalantly, I've had an encounter with a demon. Xu Lian gasped in astonishment. A demon. It's a story that would take me 3 days and 4 nights to tell, so let's head inside first. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Hong and the disciples of the martial academy were rooted to the spot in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Did you guys see how fast Wu Feng's mood flipped? What a master. Usually she puts on such a cold, stoic front, but now she's crying like a kid who lost their candy. The murmurs began to rise. Her real name is Wei Shulian. Could she be the younger sister of the demon-slaying sword, Wei Yanhao? This revelation stunned everyone. No wonder she's so young, yet her power has already reached such an impressive level. If she's related by blood to Wei Yanhao, then everything makes sense. But then their gazes turned to Yanhao with extreme suspicion. Then, is that Wei Yanhao guy also Wei Yanhao's younger brother? I've never heard that he had another younger brother. At the banquet table, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly lively, but also very pressuring for Yanhao. Shulian continuously placed food into her brother's bowl. She urged, brother, eat this piece of fish. And this too. Yanhao could only reluctantly go along. Shulian looked at her brother with a pained expression. Eat up, brother. Seeing you so withered, the whole family would probably faint from sorrow. Yanhao asked blankly, really? His sister then added a comment that made him freeze. You used to be as round as a little butterball. Who would believe you're as skinny as a toothpick now? Shangguan Hong, sitting nearby, was sweating profusely, marveling to himself. Are all the people from the Guangdong Wei family like this? As Yanhao chewed, he thought to himself, it's because I've endured so much hardship. Shulian didn't stop continuing to force-feed him. I can tell just by looking at you. Eat more meat. This piece right here. Meanwhile, those around them continued to speculate about the Wei family's frightening power. So Wu Feng is the third young miss of the Guangdong Wei clan. So, after the righteous sword, that family produced the demon-slaying sword and now Wu Feng, they began to wonder about the family's secret. Could it be that the Guangdong Wei family grows precious ginseng right at their doorstep? Or maybe they have a well that spouts spiritual energy as pure as morning dew. But does the Wei family have a black sheep? They're all superhumans, so where did this Yanhao guy who looks like a total scrub come from? Wei Yanhao chewed thoughtfully. The day the name of the Guangdong Wei family shakes the world is surely not far off. Shulian looked at her brother with a doubtful gaze, then turned to ask the senior. Our eldest brother might have a chance, but my second brother here is only good for lazing around at home, old man. He's just bone idle, she added bluntly. My brother would never willingly step foot outside the door. Gong Yuzhen burst into laughter. Haha, you just don't fully understand yet, young lady, the old man thought with a sigh. Ah, that's something I never considered. He turned to look at Wei Yanhao and prodded, thinking about it, that's true. Why would a slacker like you suddenly travel all the way to Luoyang Wei? Yanhao replied nonchalantly. Master forced me to get some real-world experience to cure my laziness. If I stayed home any longer, I'd probably turn into a mushroom. He said I need to see with my own eyes, hear with my own ears, and feel with my own body to truly understand. Hearing these words, Gong Yuzhen was stunned, and a cold sweat ran down his back. Ah, he smiled faintly, nodding in approval. That's exactly right. The core of martial arts lies in practical experience, if one just stays cooped up training within the sect. Immediately, Gong Yuzhen sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his qi. Realizing their master was entering a critical stage, a disciple shot up in alarm and ordered everyone protect him. Do not let any outsiders get near. The entire room was instantly on high alert, with the disciples forming a protective circle around the senior. Shulian asked her brother in confusion, why are they acting like this? Wei Yanhao pulled his sister back and gestured quietly. Stay back or you'll get caught in the crossfire and die for nothing. Just then, a brilliant crimson spiritual energy erupted violently around Gong Yuzhen. A blinding light shone from his eyes as he reached a new realm. An earth-shattering explosion of energy rang out, and as the dust settled, it revealed the old senior with a completely different aura. The disciples all knelt down in unison to congratulate him. Congratulations on your great success, Master. Congratulations on breaking through to a new realm. Gong Yuzhen stood up and replied calmly, thank you everyone. Witnessing this scene, the disciples couldn't help but think with pride. The #1 swordsman of the Huashan sect has advanced to a new realm. It won't be long before the world hails him as the #1 sword of the Central Plains. Gong Yuzhen laughed heartily. Haha, how could it be that easy? But in his heart he thought to himself, #1, I can't even defeat that kid over there. He looked at Wei Yanhao with deep respect and said, before I can even touch that title, you'll probably have surpassed me long ago. Wei Yanhao smiled faintly in response. That's not very likely. Time is fair to everyone after all. At the lavish banquet table she spoke while piling food onto Wei Yanhao's bowl. Big brother, this dish is amazing, you have to eat it. Wei Yanhao opened his mouth in response. Say ah. As he chewed noisily, he marveled to himself. The chef's skill here is truly impressive. Shulian looked at her brother with a pained expression. My dear brother needs to eat a lot more to put some meat on his bones. Wei Yanhao stretched slightly, complaining about his recent days of travel. Lately the places I've been sleeping have been a bit rough, so my back aches every time I lie down. I was never this weak before. Hearing these words, Shulian suddenly burst into tears. She covered her mouth, overcome with emotion. Oh my god, my heart breaks just hearing you say your back hurts. Meanwhile, the disciples standing nearby were speechless, thinking to themselves, hardship. No matter how you look at it, he seems to be full of energy. Xiao Lian wiped her tears and asked worriedly about the future. But what are you going to do, big brother? Wei Yanhao, still clueless, asked back. What are you talking about? His little sister warned him in a low voice. If you let our eldest brother find out about this, you're basically asking for a game over. I'm not kidding. An intimidating image of Wei Yanhao suddenly appeared, causing Wei Yanhao to imagine himself being beaten to a pulp as he screamed in his mind. Wei Yanhao broke into a cold sweat. Why does that guy only know how to express affection with his fists? That's a psychological problem, you know. But then Wei Yanhao suddenly became unusually confident. I'm on a whole other level now. I can counter our big brother's moves in a heartbeat, right guys? Xiao Lian raised an eyebrow skeptically. You're going to face our big brother head on. Wei Yanhao smirked arrogantly. Well, your big brother here has gotten pretty strong, you know. He silently compared them in his head. No matter how strong our eldest brother is, he can't possibly be stronger than that old man Gong Yuzhen, right? And I handled that old man with ease. Master's teachings were no exaggeration after all. His martial arts are truly far beyond this era. An image of his legendary master appeared majestic and dignified as a testament to the absolute power Wei Yanhao now possessed. Xiao Lian still wasn't convinced. She asked again for confirmation. Big brother, so you're saying you're strong enough to beat our eldest brother, right? Wei Yanhao replied nonchalantly, yeah, it's probably possible. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Lian landed a massive slap across his face. Oh my god, you've been wandering for a few years, and now you're delusional enough to think you can take on our big brother, one-on-one. Let me slap you awake. Wei Yanhao held his head and cried out in pain. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. However, a huge question arose in Wei Yanhao's mind. But why is it that back then and now too, when Xiao Lian hits me, my body doesn't have any defensive reaction at all? As he was lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the group of Huashan's sect disciples. The words you just uttered are not something we can just dismiss as a joke. Wei Yanhao looked confused. The disciple who had shot up was now filled with indignation. The one known as the demon-slaying sword is considered the top genius among our outstanding younger generation. To declare that you can defeat someone like him, are you suggesting that everyone present here is unworthy of being your opponent, young master? Faced with the murderous question, Dian Hao didn't flinch. He looked straight at his opponent and replied casually, that's right. I'm saying no one here is skilled enough to be my opponent. Is there a problem? This arrogant statement was the spark that ignited their fury. The disciples of the Huashan sect gritted their teeth in indignation. You dare claim we're not skilled enough to be your opponents, Shang Guanhong growled in frustration. Wei Dianhao just sat there with a nonchalant look on his face and replied calmly, Yep, I'm well aware of your abilities. Stop living in a fantasy, brother. Even if skills were handed to you on a silver platter, you still wouldn't become a master, so quit pretending. She then added another comment that left everyone floored. Even if you were personally taught by the great founding master Zhang Sanfeng, you still wouldn't become an expert. Dian Hao could only cry out in protest. Ow, that one stings. Shang Guanhong narrowed his eyes contemptuously. Talk is cheap. You could promise to catch a dragon with words alone. Do you dare prove your strength in a duel? Dian Hao's face twisted in an expression of pure boredom, as if being asked to fight was a total chore. Shang Guanhong roared, You refuse. If you decline this challenge, the world will call you a coward, and your family's name will be stained with dishonor. But Wei Yanhao remained completely unfazed. Even if the whole world called me a coward, I wouldn't care. He casually passed the responsibility to his eldest brother. If the family's honor was tarnished, his big bro would take the heat. All I have to do is reap the benefits, so why should I worry, guys? Shang Guanhong and Zhang Meili looked at him with utter disgust. Does that mean you're admitting you're a coward? Wei Yanhao nodded without a second thought. Yep, that's right. I'm a total coward. Xiao Lian chimed in to support him. My brother's personality is a little timid. Wei Yanhao even added his philosophy for a long life. These days, you have to know when to be scared to live a long life. Because being too eager to fight will get you logged out of life early. This attitude made the geniuses from the martial academy tremble with rage. This guy. Just then, Gong Yuzhen smiled faintly and reminded him, Didn't you once say you would unconditionally accept any challenge aimed at your sword? Wei Yanhao mumbled while eating. That only applies when my swordsmanship is challenged. This is a problem for the Guangdong Wei family, so we can just ignore it. Since my master passed away as a lonely old man, if I don't stand up to protect his honor, no one else will. Hearing this, Shang Guanhong gritted his teeth. I've made up my mind. In that case, I will no longer challenge the Guangdong Wei family. He pointed directly at Wei Yanhao. Instead, I will directly challenge the swordsmanship of young master Wei Yanhao. Wei Yanhao fell silent. Seeing the tense situation, Xiao Lian quickly rushed out to intervene with a forced smile. On my brother's behalf, I sincerely apologize, young master Shangguan. My brother is still a bit naive about the ways of the world. If an apology isn't enough, then let me take my brother's place in this match. But Shangguanhong flatly refused. Zhang Meili, this is not something Miss Wei should get involved in. She's clearly just looking for a fight, isn't she? Wei Yanhao sighed, softly stood up and patted his sister's shoulder. Alright. Since you're aiming straight for my swordsmanship, I'll accept this match. You just step back and let your big brother put on a show for you. The duel was officially set in the middle of a large courtyard. Shangguanhong stood proudly clasping his hands in a formal salute. Shangguanhong of the Shangguan family. Today I wish to test the swordsmanship of young master Wei Yanhao from the Guangdong Wei family. In contrast to that solemn demeanor, Wei Yanhao stretched, yawned widely, and lazily replied, yeah, whatever. Shangguanhong narrowed his eyes in concentration, his aura flaring as he stared straight at his opponent. You'd better focus. My sword is incredibly sharp, you know. In contrast to that tension, Wei Yanhao just raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and said, "Less talk, boss. You've already drawn your sword, so let's just get to it. Why waste energy with all this chatter?" He lazily beckoned with his hand, provoking him. "I'm getting really sleepy, so let's end this game nice and quick so I can go take a nap." Feeling disrespected, Shangguanhong gritted his teeth and took his stance, the sword in his hand, trembling with rage. "If I can defeat you spectacularly, perhaps the demon-subduing sword will seek me out on its own. Therefore, I absolutely will not hold back." Wei Yanhao smirked. You talk way too much." Then he immediately channeled energy into his legs and shot forward like a phantom, shouting, "I'm attacking first." Wei Yanhao's terrifying speed stunned Shangguanhong, who broke out in a cold sweat. So fast. First I have to dodge backwards. But just as he was about to execute the evasive maneuver, the Martial Academy genius suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, if I dodge that way, won't. Where do you think you're going to dodge? Take this critical hit and wake up. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yanhao delivered a vicious hook kick aimed straight at Shangguanhong's vital point. Witnessing this shocking scene, the surrounding onlookers' eyes went wide, their faces contorting in horror and secondhand pain for the victim. The image of two walnuts shattering illustrated the devastating power of the blow. Shangguanhong collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in extreme agony, moaning incessantly. Seeing the vicious blow aimed directly at their comrade's weak spot, the fellow disciples standing nearby couldn't help but shudder, their faces twisted in horror, and could only utter, so ruthless. Even the old senior had to cover his mouth in shock, silently lamenting the fate of the unfortunate soul. It's over, all the essence of the Shangguan family, gone in a flash. While the martial world was in an uproar in a quiet secret chamber, a white-haired old man was leisurely trimming his bonsai tree with a pair of shears. The snip-snip sound echoed steadily in the dark space. "And what about the treasure map?" The old man, while meticulously trimming each branch, listened to the report. "It has fallen into the hands of those trackers. They are heading to Na Mountain without the slightest suspicion." The old man paused briefly and asked again, "And what about the Tian Shan side?" The subordinate quickly replied, "They will be making their move soon." To have set up such an elaborate chessboard and still sit idly by. What a bunch of useless fools. The old man resumed his work. He pointed to the potted plant and asked, "You see this?" After receiving a yes from his subordinate, the old man offered a profound philosophy. "At this stage, if you let these wild weeds of the martial world grow unchecked, it'll ruin everything. You have to clean them up properly to get anything done." The old man looked at the neatly trimmed bonsai and concluded coldly, "The martial world is the same. For those who stand in the way, just pull them out by the roots to get it over with quickly." Standing before the old man, the subordinate bowed his head respectfully and pledged firmly, "Your subordinate will carry out the grand plan without any mistakes." The old man narrowed his eyes, staring into space, his face revealing a sinister expression. "It's been too quiet lately. Let's show them just how sharp the blades we've been honing are." Meanwhile, in another development, Wei Yanhao's convoy of carriages had stopped to rest in a forest. Looking at the man who was tied up on the roof of the carriage, Wei Yanhao thought to himself, "Do we have to take him down from the carriage?" Just then, Miss Jen, who was helping the injured, spoke up as a reminder. "That person over there is a patient. He still can't walk on his own yet." Wei Yanhao looked at the mess before him and sighed softly. "Can't be helped." Suddenly, Shuehua rushed forward with a large white blanket in her hands. Without any mercy, she delivered a kick that sent the lecherous young master who was tied up flying off the carriage roof to make space. Shuehua swiftly tossed the blanket into the air, then neatly spread it out, straightening the four corners on the carriage roof. After getting everything arranged, she turned and smiled at Wei Yanhao. "Young master, please go ahead and climb up to enjoy. Everything is ready for you from A to Z." Wei Yanhao's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Whoa," before scrambling onto the carriage roof to relax. He curled up in the warm blanket, leisurely remarking, "The moment you get out of this blanket, trouble finds you. Just lying here and enjoying this. This is the life." Seeing his disciple diligently taking care of Wei Yanhao while ignoring him, Gong Yuzhen standing nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. The old man pouted and asked pitifully, "Shuehua, what about me?" In response to her master's words, there was only a cold silence from the young lady. Gong Yuzhen gritted his teeth, his face contorted with resentment, and cursed inwardly. "I swear, I raised her for nothing. Anytime there's something good, she gives it all to some stranger, while her own master is left out in the cold." Night fell, and the carriage procession trudged through the dark forest escorted by martial artists. Seated on his horse, Gong Yuzhen's former heroic spirit had vanished, and he mocked himself. The great Gong Yuzhen, renowned throughout the world, ending up as some old man retired in a garden. Suddenly, Gong Yuzhen froze. In the distance, under the dim moonlight, two unfamiliar figures were slowly approaching. Feeling an invisible pressure, the old man broke into a cold sweat, his mind reeling. This aura, it belongs to a master. They were two elderly men, with an extraordinary air, strolling leisurely under the moonlit night. Gong Yuzhen watched the direction they were heading, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. He smirked slightly. How fortunate. He glanced toward the carriage where Wei Yanhao was sound asleep, as if he had just found an interesting playing card for the journey ahead. I'm not alone here, even if there's danger. However, when he turned back to look at the carriage, the old man nearly fell over when he saw Wei Yanhao was still fast asleep. The sound of snoring echoed rhythmically. Yuzhen could only exclaim helplessly, "Oh, for crying out loud. To be able to sleep at a time like this, you've truly got nerves of steel." Suddenly the air grew thick. Yuzhen broke out in a cold sweat, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "They're here." Under the dim moonlight, the two mysterious old men slowly emerged. One was a tall man in a purple robe, the other shorter in a reddish-brown outfit. Both exuded an extraordinary aura. The tall old man with a scar on his forehead squinted at Yuzhen and coughed lightly. "Ahem, are you from the Mount Hua sect?" Gong Yuzhen immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. Might I ask who you two esteemed seniors are? Your presence is on a whole other level." The old man smirked. "A name, anything can happen." He seemed indifferent, waving his hand as if to leave. "How interesting. I'll let it slide for today and be on my way. We'll meet again if fate allows. I wish you a safe journey." Watching the backs of the two strangers, Yuzhen silently assessed them. They don't look like villains, but something feels off. However, just as the two old men had taken a few steps, a lazy voice suddenly called out from the roof of the carriage. "Hang on, for about 2 seconds." Wei Yanhao had woken up at some point. He sat perched on the carriage, his sharp gaze fixed on the two men. "Let me ask you something real quick. Did something happen in the direction you just came from?" The two old men stopped looking suspicious. Yanhao got straight to the point. "Something happened up ahead, didn't it? In the direction you two just came from." The tall old man replied calmly, "Nothing happened at all. There was just a civilian's house, not a soul in sight, only wild animals." Yanhao raised an eyebrow, leaped down to the ground and pressed. "A civilian's house, but not a single person there." The old man maintained his nonchalant expression. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Yanhao smirked. "You say it was a civilian's house with no people, yet your sleeve is stained with that syrupy red stuff. You must have just been butchering some wild animals for the villagers, right?" The old man was startled. He looked down at the blood stain on his sleeve and let out a soft sound. "Oh." Immediately he burst into sinister laughter. "Haha, it's been too long since I've been active in the martial world to make such a basic mistake. If you don't fight for a long time, even your blade will grow dull." Yanhao's demeanor instantly turned cold. "So it's true. A civilian's house with no people. You clearly massacred everyone there." Gong Yuzhen also took a defensive stance. The old man with a face full of scars raised his hand, and a dark, evil blue demonic energy began to gather. He emanated a deep blue spiritual power as he loudly announced his name. "This old man's name is Kong Ji. The world usually calls me the Ghost Fiend, and I am Fa Heng, known as the Blade Fiend." "Ghost Fiend, Blade Fiend. You cold-blooded murderers, why did you crawl out here?" Faced with his opponent's horror, Kong Ji calmly revealed his purpose. "The Sword Emperor's ruins lured us here. This old man is a greedy one after all." He licked his lips grotesquely, casually treating human lives as worthless. "We just conveniently cleaned up the village that was in our way." Enraged by such brutality, the righteous warrior roared, "You lot will face divine punishment." Kong Ji smirked mockingly. "Divine punishment. Let's see if you worthless pests have what it takes to deliver heaven's judgment." Despite facing an extremely powerful enemy, the accompanying disciples resolutely drew their swords in unison. "We cannot turn a blind eye to evil. A true hero never retreats." Another disciple spoke up to boost morale. "If we all join forces with young Master Wei, we can definitely hold them off. Chivalry still exists." In stark contrast to the fired-up atmosphere, Wei Yanhao was standing there yawning. He complained listlessly, "Oh, for crying out loud. Are you guys really pulling the righteous hero card to pump yourselves up?" Kong Ji didn't keep them waiting. He swung his hand, which had transformed into a giant grotesque green claw. A thunderous blow erupted, tearing apart the ground. The warrior in pink launched a full-power counterattack, unleashing the 24 forms of plum blossom technique with sword strokes as brilliant as falling plum blossoms. However, Kongji merely sneered contemptuously. He closed in with a sinister expression and uttered his final words. Currents of dark blue energy tore through the night as the ghost fiend Kongji began his massacre. The powerful swings of his claw forced the plum blossom sword demon Gong Yuzhen to retreat, in horror, sweating profusely as he felt the aura of death closing in. The disciples of the righteous sect roared in unison. Fall back. But facing the group's combined attack, Kongji simply smirked, revealing his twisted evil face. He licked his lips grotesquely and declared loudly, "Ah, you righteous sect, folks are a tasty treat for this old man. Let me test each and every one of you and see if anyone can escape this ordeal." Gong Yuzhen gritted his teeth in fury, his heart tightening with helplessness. This is bad. Even with a surprise combined attack, we couldn't even scratch him. He glanced at the blade fiend Fa Heng, who was still standing leisurely on the sidelines, then turned and yelled straight at Wei Yanhao, "And why are you just standing there? Hey young Master Wei, didn't your master teach you what to do when you encounter a monster like this?" Despite the old senior's impatience, Yanhao remained unfazed, replying calmly, Hey chief, my master told me that when you run into tough cases like this, you should just ignore them and move on." Seeing Gong Yuzhen frozen in astonishment, he added another line, "But my master also said this, whether you draw your sword or not depends entirely on your mood." Gong Yuzhen asked bewildered, "What does that mean?" Yanhao slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He explained in a low voice, "To put it bluntly, today I'm in a really bad mood, so you guys, you can all count on being cut down by me to blow off some steam." With an explosion of killing intent, Wei Yanhao strode forward, his face dark. He growled, "And right now I am absolutely furious." Seeing the young man's demeanor, the great demon Kong Tri burst into contemptuous laughter. "Haha, what's wrong with this little brat? Has he gone insane?" The blade demon sorcerer chimed in mockingly. "That little punk needs to be taught the meaning of fear." Faced with their taunts, Wei Yanhao simply drew his sword coldly, offering one last warning. "If you guys keep spouting this empty nonsense, when are we ever going to fight?" Faced with Wei Yanhao's arrogance, the great demon Kong Tri sneered in disdain, hissing a threat. "You wet behind the ears, punk. Do you have any idea who I am?" But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze as he felt a soul-crushing killing intent closing in. Without giving his opponent a moment to recover, Wei Yanhao shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The heavy sword in his hand swung up, executing a slash that tore through space itself at terrifying speed. Kong Tri froze for a moment, staring blankly after the sword's path before scoffing to himself. What kind of bluff was that? I didn't even see the attack, yet my fingers are already gone." However, the very instant that thought crossed his mind, a bewildered Kong Tri felt a numbness spreading from his hand. His pale fingers, filled with demonic energy, were suddenly severed. He absolutely could not believe that he had lost his fingers so easily to some little brat. In stark contrast to his enemy's panic, Wei Yanhao stood tall and proud. "Tease, I missed by a little." He looked at Kong Tri with a razor-sharp gaze, his pupils glowing with deep blue spiritual energy, as he coldly declared, "Well, this is fine too. Because dying too easily is no fun at all." And that's all for this video. Please hit the like button so we can bring you more great series. Thanks for watching, and goodbye everyone.